There'll be time for that soon enough.
We've made a trade. The dog is in.
I wonder how much shit's actually in my in here.
Close to the end of the path.
Greetings.
For your resub rage. I'm here. That looks good. Don't they always release patch notes on the day of the reveal now? I go crazy, don't worry. Got a little bingo card here. Oh yeah, the bridge was defeated. I'm PoE1 player. I mean, it could change drastically in about 2 hours, but Earthshatter Berserker, it probably won't change. It probably won't. No, this is a righteous feller. Not a Slim Jim. It's righteous feller. Dude, I hope bows aren't good. Dude, wands are so much cooler than bows. Wanding is so much cooler. Yum, that's a good Harbinger rework. Yum. King's March deletion. I don't think anything's gonna happen to King's March, but oh, but Jin Bloodline Ascendancy. Yeah, that's a good one. I don't think they nerf slams. It's not like they're popular in softcore anyways. They mainly nerf on popularity. Oh yeah, dude. Pedal skills reworked / buffed for sure. Surely. Two for $6. McDonald's sausage egg McMuffin. Yeah, that's pretty good. Fishing in the desert. Spells buffed. Archmage nerfed. Huge balance changes. Try to predict Jungrun's first question. The Jungrun interview is not today, right? We're split. Yeah, Jung is. Oh, Ziz isn't today either. Oh yeah, okay. I thought. Oh, for some reason I thought it was. For some reason I thought it was replacing the Ziggy one. But I guess we're still getting the Ziggy one. Ziz is on March 1st and Jung's on March 4th. I don't think there's gonna be a T-17 rework. Guess. Mapping system. Atlas rework? Yes. Or what if Harbinger or not Harbinger? Fuck Harbinger orbs. What if Horizon orbs are just gone? What if Horizon orbs are just gone? That'll be terrible, dude. Idol's Core, good one. You know, remastered Beachhead would be cool. Yo, Shaper Elder fights reworked would be mine. That'd actually be on my top 5 things I'd want, I think. I think Elder and Shaper fights reworked. That would be up there. Mark says Ruckus in the Q&A. Snack is banana nut butter nut granola crunchy clusters with banana puree, cashew butter, and coconut sugar. It goes hard, dude. I don't know why I'm eating them like that. Breach? Mercenary. What came before Mercenary? Settler? Yeah, I guess so. Bro, that was so long ago, 2 years ago. That's crazy. Mirage. I don't know. Crafting League or Blasting League? Mirage sounds like a Blasting League to me. Blasting League. Survival system. True, weapon effect. Yeah, imagine if Dunes is removed. Like, I guess there's other ones, but Dunes is just like perfect. Roguelike. I mean, we covered it all the way. You know, that's what I think. There's no way they do another wave defense. Did they stop with the Act reworks? Act 2. There's no way they add Toda. No way. I feel like adding Toda would be a pretty hard task. They don't got time for that. Scarab rework, maybe? I doubt it. I don't know. Scarab rework or new scarabs? I feel like there's so many scarabs. There's no way we get new scarabs. So I would imagine scarab rework. Or I guess maybe not like a full rework, but a lot of scarab changes. Yeah, but there's a difference between a lot and a little. Scarab stock on the Atlas tree. That'd be kind of sick, actually. Boats can sink? That can basically already happen. Holy uniques. Holy skill uniques? Not like holy, not like the emote or not like saying holy shit, but like it's like that they are hitting holy hammers, dude. Not holy, but holy. King's March 9/11. It's gone, dude. Might make the food tier list, we'll see. Oh god, dude. Chronomancer. Yo, they port Chronomancer over. Underwhelming League boss. You know, I guess we won't really know that until it releases, so I don't know. Oh. Anakin sand joke. The trailer. PoE 2 Atlas. is implemented. There's no way. That's a good one, MMGo. New mystery box? This doesn't come out till like after the weekend of release. I don't know, what's the sandiest, the sandiest league? I guess it's Harbinger. Yo, actually, wait. New sand/blood stand skills. Actually, that's a good guess. That's pretty good, actually. I mean, what are they? They're gonna rework Harbinger and Alva? I don't see that happening. But maybe. Maybe. Yo, wait! PoE 2 Temple replaces Incursion. Okay, okay. Yeah, now we're talking. I think Harbinger rework is likely. I mean, Alva's good, but it kind of is shit design. At least for the current game. There's two rooms that are not dog shit, and the rest are literally dog shit. I don't know, my brain is like simultaneously saying this will be a pretty big update and saying it's gonna be like a nothing burger. Last time GG added a new weapon? Like a whole base type? Never? Never since release? Leave +1 radius buff. Oh, 0.1, sorry. Fireball, 2% more damage. I don't think Jonathan Rogers will be there. Pretty sure J-Rod is checked out on PoE 1 now. Actually, usually I fill these things instantly, but I really don't know what to expect this league. More transfigured gems? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I highly doubt an energy shield nerf, but I'll put it down since I don't know what else to put. I think there's less than a 20% chance slams are nerfed. It's not popular in softcore. They're adding new slam. They love slams. I don't think it's gonna happen. I think it's a low chance. A new Borderlands update that just came out. What, Borderlands 4? I think Borderlands 4 is genuinely one of the worst games I've ever played, unfortunately. No. I might try Marathon one of these days though. Before the league starts, maybe. Yeah, Ice Crash is a slam, but it kind of sucks like a slam, so usually people don't really play it like a slam. The only Ice Crash builds I've ever seen, unless you're Quinn, is like really, really fast attacking ones. Yeah, I don't know if it was just like the co-op, how it worked with Borderlands 4, but I don't know. I played it in co-op for like 8 hours, and it was like actually one of the most painful games I've ever played. You rarely got upgrades, ever. So forever, for like 6 out of the first 8 hours, I was just using some dookie dog shit weapon that like had the worst accuracy in the entire world. And it was just frustrating. Like I'm aiming at their head and it's not going anywhere near them. And there was like nothing I could do. It could have been co-op balancing. Maybe it's better solo. Death logs? I don't think so. I don't think we're ever getting death logs. Watch the stream wherever you want to watch the stream. I don't think death logs are ever happening. All MT exported. Yeah, I guess WASD is okay to put here. I mean, they said it's gonna come a while ago. Maybe it's ready now. Probably. Said WAS can't happen until all character models are changed to PoE2 on. That means all MT exported. Oh, I don't remember them saying that, but that's a GG. Alright, never getting WAS. I mean, there's games that do. I don't think the problem with the. I don't think the problem with the death log is server problems. I mean, I guess the game already struggles with a lot of damage calculations, but I mean, it's definitely doable. I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem is that like it's a harder task than people think it is. because most games I play with deathlogs have the most retarded ass deathlog in the entire world. So I think it's just not worth making. It's actually like apparently hard because no game can do it right. I'd say maybe 1 out of 10 games I play has a good deathlog. And then 2, it won't even really help people. Other than like realizing, oh, my fire res is at 20% or something. And deathlogs are way overhyped. I mean, I get it. Like, I get it. But, like, in a game like this, I don't think it works. Most people don't have the capacity to actually meaningfully, like, edit the build for whatever they're dying to. What will happen is, like, oh, I'm dying to fizz damage, and I'm gonna drop something to get more fizz damage, then you're gonna start dying to the other thing, and then, like, you know... I don't think, you either understand how to make a build or you don't. I mean, like, if I pressed the button that deathlog's in the game, I would press it, obviously, but, like, you know, there's better things to be doing. New melee skills confirmed, though. Into the Holy Slam. When I saw the Holy Hammer thumbnail, I was expecting hammered in, but we already have that, I guess. It just doesn't look as cool. I don't know what else to put here, so I'm reaching. Yeah, Waz is definitely not happening, but like... Melee League. I mean... Melee and ranged have been pretty... Well, I mean, it's been Melee League and hardcore for a long time. It's just Melee League and softcore. I mean, in ranged and softcore. But... I don't know. I feel like it's just hard for there to ever be a Melee League in softcore because you just pick the thing that blows up the entire screen. If it blows up the entire screen, it's not really Melee. So, yeah. I mean, it could happen like with Ellie Hit being a huge AoE or something, but... Mirage. Counter-Strike collab. Because Mirage is a Counter-Strike map. No, reworked Prophecy is not a terrible idea, but I don't see how they, like, rework it to be something different. Like, I feel like Prophecy is pretty straight up idea. I don't know how they rework it to something else, you know? But they're not at they barely even add new weapon types to PoE 2. PoE 1 is never getting a new weapon type. They barely even do it for PoE 2. 10th League, but with sand. No, I don't like. What realistically could they do to T17s? I don't know. Remove them? I don't think so, though. I don't know. Yeah, with Sandcastle Hideout would go hard, actually. Ability to log into Hideout instead of town? That will never happen. Wait. Does PoE 2 do that? I think so. Maybe it will happen. Maybe it will. I'm actually surprised they added that to PoE 2, because for a while they wanted you to like see other people's MTX and be like, wow, I want to buy that. But that doesn't even make sense because you can't even see what MTX it is. You know what I want? I mean, it's like a completely useless stat, but I want an inspect character button. If PoE 1 crossplay is possible. That's definitely not happening. I don't think that'll ever happen. Um, 1 hour left. Mirage. Yo, Temporalis added. You know, actually, I mean, maybe. I feel like there's not that many chase uniques anymore other than, like, Mage Blood. It's literally just Mage Blood, I think. Yeah, I mean, maybe, actually. Yeah, Headhunter is not a chase unique. I need to revert Headhunter to how it was. Temporalis added or other new chase unique. Yo, Papa Don's. Maybe. I don't know. Mirage. I mean, I don't know, betrayal rework. I don't think it's that unlikely, but I don't think it's likely either. Yeah, I'll put it. I don't know why I don't know, they treated betrayal really weirdly. Betrayal went from like, okay, you're only ever gonna farm Katarina to like, okay, you're only ever gonna farm Grav to, okay, there's some things you're gonna farm, and then it's like, okay, we're gonna make it so you can only farm Grav again, and then they're gonna be like, okay, actually, we're gonna make it so you can only farm Katarina again. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They've treated betrayal weirdly. Seems the Giga Rippian hardcore. I don't know. I don't. What was the last league they added that's actually like really fucked? I guess mercenaries. I mean, the thing about mercenary though, right, is like you could just ignore most of them, so I don't know. I mean, it was and it wasn't. It was like simultaneously really good because you get the merc, right, and it's like just a crazy buff. On the other hand, some of them were fucked. So I don't know. That one's like, that's a weird one. It simultaneously was really good for hardcore and really bad. Wait, actually, I'm thinking about it. Why do they need the PoE 2 rigging system for WAS? I don't get it. Don't they just want it? But like, I don't see the relation between the two. Like, I obviously they want it, but I don't get why that's tied to, or I don't get why WASD is tied to that. They don't have to do new animations. It looks, the characters in PoE 1 look fucking horrible anyways. They run like they gotta poop in their ass. So like, you know, they already look terrible. But why do they need to have a side run for WAS? They could just move your character to look that direction. It's not gonna be like PoE 2 WAS where you can shoot while moving. Why wouldn't you just look the direction you run? Like, it would look exactly the same. It would look exactly the same. I don't get it. Like, look, I press A, I'm running this way. Pretend I'm pressing D right now. Look, I'm pressing W. Look, I'm pressing S. Look, I'm pressing W and D. Now I'm pressing W, like, I don't get it, you know? I mean, I don't think WASD really belongs in PoE1 either, but that's not the point I'm trying to make. I just, like, I don't see the relation between having to rig it and, like, you know. If you really wanted to right now, you can make, like, an auto hotkey and make WASD yourself, like. It wouldn't be that difficult. You could pretty easily make a WASD implementation yourself, like. I don't know. I don't get it. Or like controller, yeah. Controller is a perfect example. Would they show breach walls removed in the trailer though? I don't know. Would they actually show that? Because it's not about breach, so I don't know. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Wait, Torchlight as WAS? They'll make breach out here to map engine safe zone rules this league? No. Well, Kadir's already back in Betrayal. But have they showed an NPC for Mirage in one of the trailers? Actually, is it like June or something, or no? Yeah, I don't know in this league. I'm kind of stumped on what I think are reasonable guesses. That'd be funny. The league mechanic shows like actual mirages, and you see a mirror in the distance, and you go over to it, and it's a chaos orb. Breach stash tab. I don't know, I have a feeling King's March is gonna stay permanent because it's probably pretty good for making people relog in and grab their shit. What if the ancient orbs are moved to Mirage? Ancient orbs kind of make sense with Mirage, right? I don't know. That's kind of the theme kind of fits there. "54 minutes. I'd be down for Scourge League 2.0, honestly. Like Scourge. Octavian opens up the internet. It's definitely gonna be Mark. Well, I don't know, actually. Maybe they'll have him do it first, since he's new to doing it. Currency to Foulborn uniques instead of Womb Gift and random ones. What do you mean, like, they make it so you have to pay currency? Yeah, Fusslade nerfed is a decent guys. Fusslade nerfed, Slam is buffed. Wait, Holy Skills probably are Lightning, actually, so if they are really good, they're probably gonna be Lightning. They'll probably be Fizz Lightning. Yo, Holy Relic buff. I mean, Smite is Lightning. But I guess Holy Totem is fire, so I guess it could be fire or lightning. Yeah, looks like the Holy Hammer variant. Just equip a hammer. I guess some kind of trickery may be converting currency, I don't know. I do like the idea of seeing like a mirror and it turns out to be a Chaos Orb though. Dude, I want the PoE 2 Delve rework. Rude Twitch man, actually, yeah, wait. I'll remove Waz. Okay.
Oh, the weary traveler draws close to the end of the path.
PoE League for sure.
It's a 24-year reset Aria. Do have a carpet animation would be cool. Yeah, I want them to add the surfboard MTXP too. Okay. I wanna, I've got a good YouTube video idea. I don't know if this is too unhinged, but I'm gonna get every single monster slash NPC in the game and make a smash and pass video. Thoughts? I wonder how easy it'd be. It should be pretty easy with the wiki, right? PoE monster list. Yeah, I think so. It would probably be like an hour or something, I would guess. Yeah, okay, PoE Wiki has a bunch of monster lists here. Shouldn't be too bad, and I can just pull up an NPC. That RPG guy tech list? I don't know, maybe. If someone has done it, it would be that guy, for sure. I don't know, he uploaded a video called Tora is Pregnant, but... Yeah. I think the site, the wiki tends to have pictures for almost everything. Not everything, but most things. Ash. No, he has a D2R female character smash or pass, but I don't see any for PoE. There's who has the best ass. I don't think he's done one with every PoE character. Yeah, it's free content. Alright. Hey, my game crashed. Well, I guess it wasn't a crash, but... I don't know, what could possibly happen here? I think, that's kind of likely. Maybe not the Jin thing, but... Maybe that, But I thought they said they wanted to add more new Foulborns. I don't know, we'll find out. I don't know if they just meant for the league or just in general, I don't know. Okay, what did they do to this game? You see this? This game, actually, never mind. It did launch, but not very good. It launched, but it's like, why does it do this? See this shit? Dude, it happens almost every time for me. It happens almost every single. It like goes in between my two monitors, and it also, I don't know, there was some patch at some point. PoE 1 and 2 both have this problem now. Like, sometimes it takes just forever for the game to launch. Like, I think when I first launched this game today, I guess maybe because I haven't launched in a while, but it took like 3 minutes to open it. It reminded me of like Lost Ark. Now, PoE 2 has the same problem. I don't know what that would have to do with it, Wemgo, but that is true. I mean, yes, but like, I don't know what that has to do with it. Thanks for the Prime Mura. No, actually, I think my SD is only 80% full right now.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path.
It's not, at one point it was like 30 gigs left, and that was kind of... No, I'm good. It is not full. I mean, it's still kind of almost full, but I feel like 20% empty is good. I have 134 gigs of 1.27 terabytes free. Okay, so 90% full. Dude, recording videos takes up a lot of space. That's like 80% videos. Lead mechanic's gonna be like, I don't know, I think the... definitely a blasting mechanic. I'm guessing you just kill monsters and then like... I don't know, I think the, something like that. I think some kind of trickery is afoot. Early balance means... Yep, like up to 4 stone. I mean, I would be down for either, actually. I would be happy with either campaign leveling balance changes or up to pre-4 stone balance changes. Honestly, I would love either one of those. I am so sick of fucking rolling magma. I mean, I guess I could do Firestorm too, but I mean, well, that's at level 28. I guess there's nothing else other than rolling magma. I mean, I like rolling magma, I'm just sick of it. I do remember when Freezing Pulse was good. I think that was close to a decade ago. My DD build up to date. Okay, 1, we don't have patch notes yet for the new season. 2, DD is literally dead multiple updates ago. Like, it's actually unplayable. It got nerfed a lot, but it was actually like in a good spot, and then they just shot it for some reason. Drops are enabled on any PoE channel. Yeah, I don't know, dude. They actually had DD in like a pretty decent spot, and then they're like, nah, we're just gonna remove it from the game. Okay, snaking or helix are completely different scenarios. Well, I don't know, Carrick. 40 minutes. I don't know. Dude, I mean, snaking too. I mean, snaking wasn't the best, but it was probably the smoothest. Helix and snaking were just like went from 100 to 0. Detonate Dead went from like 100 to 90 to 80 to 70 to 60 to 40 to 20, and then they just deleted it. DD had a really long death. What time does the marathon thing start? Cause usually I don't care too much to stall for 10 hours on patch notes, so I might log in after that a little bit. What time does that start? I'm guessing it's gonna start before then, so it doesn't matter. It just started. It's only 17 gigs. It's actually at the exact same time as the PoE reveal. That's a classic. Yeah, I don't know, I might try it. I'm not a good patch note staller, so. I think the second box is definitely right, at least for Scavenger, right? I mean, Ion Scavenger's gotta be added, or whatever. I guess the question is it multiple or is it just Scavenger? I mean, the way they worded it would be weird if it was just Scavenger. They made it seem like it was like multiple. Why is there no Scion removed? Why would Scion be removed? No, I don't think there'll be mercs, but they did say they want to bring them back eventually. I don't think they're gonna be there, but I don't know. I'm having a hard time thinking of like realistic guesses of what's gonna happen. Will we back the 3-act only campaign? Everything here do I hope for more than anything? Those. What is free? It's the free spot, so this bingo, the middle's always free. Trying to get a bingo. The middle's always free. New league is 4.00. Well, like the league number? That'd be crazy. Yeah, you know what? I want them to bring Spellslinger back for like leveling in the campaign. Spell slinging leveling was so nice. I don't think I'd get tired of that. Oh, cool ass. I don't know if I remember how to do that. It's like this? Dude, I don't know. I wasn't one of the kids who scribbled this everywhere. Shit, it's broken. Wait. Oh, I don't know. Wait. I don't know. I never did that. Oh, I didn't do that. 3 lines like this. Okay, wait, I see it. I don't see it. 3 and 3 under. Oh wait, yes. Yes. Oh wait. Okay, yeah. Okay. It go like this, and then it goes like this, and no. Boom. Boom. No, wait. Boom. That's pretty close. I'm trying to draw the cool S thing. Wait, I can see it here. Maybe like this, and then like this comes down a little, like this, and then, bro, how the fuck does an S work? 1 to 2, and then 1 to 2, and then a telephone. It looks like a fucking phone, dude. Fucking phone, dude. It's got the. You just made me make a phone. 1 top to 2 bot. Okay. Now what? 1 to 5 to 2 to 6. Is that this? Wait, and then does it go like boom and then boom? Is that it? Wait, I think that's it. Is this it? Holy shit, dude. Sick. And what way? We'll get the. So. get one of these? Oh, hell yeah, it did. How about that? And there's like a thing right there. That was, dude, is DC. Bro, I don't think you guys really lived in the S time. Come on, I mean, come on. How do you not know DC, but you know the S? Illies were stupid as fuck. I don't know how any parent let their kid get those. I don't know, dude. That's like giving your kid a one and a half chance of getting brain damage. Well, if you had Heelys, there's like a good chance you're like, you have 20 less IQ today because of those things. Yeah, of course you do. Of course you have CT. Who could have guessed? Yeah, Counter-Strike collab because it's Mirage League. I mean, it just makes sense, right? I can't believe Wizard 101 still gets updates. Yo, Mirage Archer buffs. Actually, you know what? Yeah, there we go, dude, actually. Mirage Archer buffs. That's gotta be, I mean, they've got it, dude. Maybe they'll add Mirage Archer, but for melee skills. Mirage Melee Archer. "26 minutes. Okay. I can live with that. Mirage totems. New currency item that, yeah, okay, that is a pretty good one actually. Oh, this is for PoE 3.28. Yeah, I don't think there'll be a Betrayal rework either, but I think Harbinger rework is likely. I think Harbinger rework is likely. I think it's this. I put money it's Harbinger rework. They better not put Toda back. I mean, I wonder how they're gonna implement Toda in PoE 2. I mean, it's gotta be completely different, surely. I don't know, dude. Are they just making a different orb to change the map base, or are they changing how Atlas progression works? That's the question, because like, bro, no Horizon orb will be painful. No Horizon orb will be really painful, so either they're adding a different currency for it, or like they're reworking progression. I don't. Also, no scouting ports is kind of weird. Scouting reports are really good for like early progression, right? So, yeah, I don't know. But if they remove map progression, right, then the Kirak Pass, how is that going to be completed? Because that's based off your map progression. I don't know. Must walk at a realistic, brisk pace. I mean, a lot of PoE 2 acts already force you to do that, like the start of Act 4. God, I hate the start of Act 4. I'm telling you now, every update to PoE 1 is an effort to make it worse, so players are more inclined to think PoE 2 is better, yet all they're doing is moving towards PoE 2. That's your CTE talking. Also, if that was true, then why did PoE 2 get worse in the latest patch? Have you considered that? Yeah, they should make Delirium look like Dream Torchlight. Yeah, dude, I want Spellslinger leveling back too. Oh wait, is there any slime adjacent enemies in PoE? I don't think so. That's a problem. This game needs slimes. I don't think there is any slime adjacent. Like the most slime adjacent thing I could see is Doedry. Oh, wait. I don't know about Doedry slime mobs, but there's like this kind of monster. Actually, those are basically slimes, I guess. You mean Mervale? Or is there like a blood one of these for I don't. What's it? I don't know the Doedry one, but these things are. Oh, you mean Act 8 Doedry? Okay, yeah. Why is Doedry in the campaign so many times? Is it like 3 or 4 times? Oh, I guess there's blood ones too. Huh. Yeah, I guess I mean I guess they're slime monsters. I mean, yeah. Yo, Mirage currency, it changes the color of your gem and it changes it to white. Thanks. Oh, you know what'd be sick in PoE too? A bard character. You know, I've actually wanted that for a while. They need to make supports not super fucking lame in PoE. PoE supports are so lame, dude. They gotta get some good ideas. Words are so boring. Yeah, so I make a link to you and then, okay, that's it. Maybe I hit smite every 10 seconds. Hurry lunch. What does a support in PoE 2 even do? Is it like the same essentially? I don't know, I'd just like to see a more interesting port. Is it just like a curse spot in here too? No. Yeah, we do have Una. I mean, she's got a loot. Got a loot. I'm gonna spam some ads so Twitch doesn't force me to play them in the middle of the reveal. While I eat. I mean, I think supports in PoE 1 at least are cool. But like, I mean like the way you actually play them. Like I think making a support group is cool. Like making a support group is essentially like making a giant build, right? Like planning around a full party. Like that's pretty cool, but I just mean like how you actually play it. You know? I don't want to like walk around and just hit smite every 5 seconds or something, you know? But the actual setup is pretty cool. What's up, Dorm? Good timing. It is chicken, rice, pickled onion, carrot, curry. Version trap buff? Yeah, I don't think so. Bro, what kind of ice cream you looking at that looks like this, bro? You need to get some real ice cream. Oh, you know what? I want frozen yogurt. I mean, it's not takeout, but it's not homemade. Well, made everything except the curry itself. The curry itself is from a box, but it's good. Um. Not HelloFresh. It's this. It's good. S tier good? I mean, for something that comes out of a box? Yes, probably. Yeah, just little cubes. More like rectangles for this one, but... Guess I'll open the stream. Are you up all night playing Foxhole? Or is it night for you now? I don't know what time it is there. I gotta turn that Papa John's off for this when this starts. Let me turn that off. This league is brought to you by Papa John's. A junior resub Shara. Rhyme. Yeah, GG's got good music, guys. I wonder if Chris will go to ExileCon. I'll pop some ads so it doesn't play during it again, and then I'll go back. And we'll start. Did Chris Wilson pop up and say, "Hi, I'm Chris Wilson"? Sponsored some streamers for this? I think they always sponsor some people. Usually not the PoE guys, but like other streamers. Chris Wilson pops up. It says 3 words: ground loot buff. That's it. I mean, I'm a little biased, but I think sponsoring streamers is probably the most efficient use of advertisement money. Now maybe not, maybe that changes for like the huge streamers, but for like, I'd say streamers that are up to like 5,000 people or something. Honestly, I mean, let's not talk about what I played yesterday. Dude, that was good. That game yesterday that I was sponsored for was so good. The Archron? Yeah, they sponsored me. Well, I mean, like, think about it. So, I mean, if you're doing like a big advertisement on like TV or something, you know, that costs bank, and you probably don't get a good conversion rate because it's just some random TV on ad. Or some random ad on TV, but like, if you do like streamers up to a couple thousand streamers. I mean, like, you know, they definitely have more influence than a random like TV ad, you know? I mean, I am a little biased, but yeah, I had Amador watch the VOD of that game after stream yesterday. That's how good it was. That game is so funny. That game is so funny, actually. It was so good.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Mirage, which is coming out 1 week from now on March 6th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Mirage weapon effect by following the instructions below. Now first things first, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile Mirage.
The Jinn.
Yo, real
They
trailer?
were bound to serve, but not to suffer. The Aphrodite assault our lands, trapping my Jinn in an astral plane. Break their chains, rescue them, and you will be granted a wish.
Wait, it is a roguelike. Was there leaks? How did people know that? Was this leaked? How did people know that?
An
Serious?
ancient evil yearns for his freedom. We must keep him in the dark.
What? Holy power creep, dude. What the hell? Alice, Elder Rings are back. Holy wait, is Elder Ring actually back? What was that?
In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile Mirage,
Fractured
where you'll unravel
Atlas.
ancient mysteries, unlock new powerful
Explore
rewards,
shaped
and become
regions. They
part of the
actually added
eons-old
shaper
story of the
influence
Winter
back.
Second. There are also
Holy.
significant in-game changes coming alongside Mirage, including a progression of the in-game storyline, a new in-game Atlas system, and as always, new rewards to match. After that, we want to talk about the slew of new Holy Templar skills and supports, as well as an additional Ascendancy class option added to the Scion, which some of you may find familiar. Next, we'll cover our new supporter packs, and then lastly, have a live Q&A session, where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile game director Mark, as well as game designer Octavian, your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZT or 2 PM PST. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile Mirage, you'll be taking on the Afarud, a sect of desert-dwelling necromancers who have lingered in the shadows for centuries. They are outcasts of outcasts, with no home or promised land.
Yo, Meat Sack V2.
Instead, they seek their sovereignty through darker means. The Afarud have captured the souls of Jinn throughout Rayclast. They are killing them, sapping their energies for purposes unknown. You must fight your way past the Afarud's necromantic creations to find the captive Jinn. Here, Varashta, an ancient Marikith sorceress, has been doing what she can to protect the Jinn, but she needs your help to free them. After successfully defeating them, you will then be asked by Varashta to enter the Astral Realm and break the tether trapping the Jinn there. This gate to the Astral Realm is a mirage, an imperfect copy of the area around the captured Jinn.
It's overwhelmed.
Now, when we say an imperfect copy, we mean that quite literally. Hold tight, because this league mechanic has some serious implications for
Wait, is it
juicing
gonna be like
areas.
synth?
We'll get to that in a moment. Varashta can augment the magic of the Mirage further, as she allows you to enter, giving you the option to choose one of 3 wishes before you do so.
What is your desire?
These wishes are modifiers that will apply to the Mirage area and have some pretty potent outcomes. There are wishes that grant extra rewards,
A portal
such
spells
as
and
the
wisdom
wish
will
for
drop
glyphs,
it. That's OP
which
as
causes
hell,
all
dude.
portal and wisdom scrolls in the Mirage to instead drop as other currencies. Or wishes that will spawn rewarding enemies, such as the Wish for Avarice, which replaces a number of packs in the area with gilded enemies that convert their equipment drops to gold. And wishes that can grant you extreme power while inside the Mirage, such as the Wish for Souls or the Wish for Godhood,
Cannot die.
which allow you to consume the
Hardcore
souls
league,
of your
dude.
enemies, or make you completely unkillable, while within the Mirage, of course. Each wish is also marked with the sigil of one of 3 powerful Jinn: the Sand Jinn, Fire Jinn.
Point of power,
water
skill,
gem.
and knowledge.
Depending on the sigil chosen, monsters within the affected Mirage will have a small chance to drop one of 3 new coin currencies:
Yo, new
a
currency.
coin of knowledge, coin of power, or coin of skill.
That's so crazy, dude.
Each
Holy
of these
power
coins can be
creep.
used on a max-leveled skill gem, corrupting it and augmenting it with a random support that matches the color of the coin used.
Yo, return projectiles? Hello?
Only one skill that is imbued this way can be
Budget
socketed into a
menace.
given equipment item at a time, meaning you cannot have 2 imbued skill gems in your body armor, as an example.
Choose what you wish
That's one of the rewards, but let's get back to the area-to-area mechanic.
for you.
Once you've made your choice of wish, enter the Mirage and fight your way through the monsters and astral hazards to find the tether holding the Jinn. Shatter this chain to free the Jinn, step by step weakening whatever dark plans the Ufarood may have for Rayclast. Wishes are not the only value a Mirage has to offer to an enterprising exile. As we mentioned earlier, Mirages are an imperfect copy of the area the Jinn occupies in Rayclast, and it will copy almost anything, as long as it's within the domain of the Jinn. Mirages created from an endgame map, for instance, will have all Scarab, Atlas, and map modifiers the area had. Mirages created next to a strongbox will have a new strongbox ready for you to open.
Oh, did that say a
Blights can be
monsters?
defended again,
That's OP, dude. What the? So
legions
there's
fought
a
once
there's
more,
a special icon
and so
on the breach. I mean on the
Effectively,
blight.
you get a portion of your map to play a second time, and
That's
everything
kinda-
you
that's
did to
pretty sick,
enhance the content
actually.
of that map applies in the Mirage too. These recreated copies of League mechanics, however, have been warped into reality by the power of the Mirage. And this has some side effects. For one, a recreation may not be perfect. The factions of a legion may differ from the one the Mirage copied. Or, the variety of strongboxes may change. More importantly, the mechanic may be empowered, with new threats and rewards that are customized to each mechanic and are only available when doing that mechanic in the Mirage.
monsters.
For example, ultimatums recreated in Mirages will have new threatening modifiers added to the usual pool. Restless Ground can raise slain enemies to fight again, or Quicksand will grasp at your ankles. As a reward for these new threats, Mirage ultimatums can provide the new Sinistral or Dextral catalysts.
Enhances
These
suffix.
catalyze jewelry with increased effect of either prefix
Holy power
or suffix
freak league,
modifiers.
dude.
As you can imagine, there's a lot of potential here. Another example is that Kalgurin ore recreated in the Mirage has a chance to be replaced by a thaumaturgic hourglass, a powerful magical device that your Kalgurin friends can mine in order to obtain vast quantities of thaumaturgic dust. Blight encounters recreated in Mirages have one of their lanes replaced by Ufarood enemies, infested with Blight. This lane can reward a new base type, the Cord Belt. The implicit of this belt allows it to be anointed, causing it to grant a passive tree notable of your choosing.
What? Bro, what is this,
As a quick
League?
note, Imprisoned Jinn will generally be near the content they can empower in the Mirages, so you don't need to worry too much about getting lucky with where your content generates in an area.
How much power creep do you
As the
want?
campaign doesn't
Yes.
generally contain too much additional League content for the Mirages to empower, we've gone and added a whole bunch that will force spawn near the Jinn. So your campaign experience will double down on being more action-packed and rewarding. Now, of course, if you're traveling through Mirages, encountering new enemies, and slaying them, you can expect to find some new uniques. The Ufarud are not only torturers, but thieves, and have over the centuries stolen away priceless Maraketh artifacts.
Temporalis.
Using their powers of rot and disease, they have twisted these items to suit their own purposes. Flesh Render is one such artifact, an ancient and exquisite Maraketh blade that has been tarnished and befouled. Its rusted and jagged edge is perfect for poisoning and withering your enemies.
It's like dog
However,
shit.
Varashta has in her command the power to restore these
Yeah, but
once
it
lost
was maxed
Maraketh
at 12
treasures to their
though.
former
It said
glory.
12 max poisons, right?
Acquiring
yeah,
a coin of restoration by slaying monsters in Mirages allows any unique obtained from the Ufarud to be transformed into its Maraketh
Unless I missed
counterpart.
something.
Its glorious
That
original
weapon
form.
looks sick.
Flesh Render, for example, transforms into Sky Sunder, the original Maraketh blade that radiates with the glowing
that's
heat
actually
of the
sick.
desert sun. When you ignite monsters, Sky Sunder reflects that ignite back to you, which proliferates to nearby enemies in a massive area.
That's kind of
If you
sick,
meddle with
actually.
the affairs of the Ufarud for too long, though, you may draw the ire of the Mirage League's new endgame boss, Suresh of the Weeping Black.
Head's gone.
Suresh also has a set of powerful, exclusive items. Yours for the
Diamond
taking,
and red shrine
if you're
with
able
no
to defeat him.
blast. Baby
So that's
mage
the
blood.
Mirage League. Now, to face all the new evils, you might want some righteous skills. Some holy skills. In 328, you'll have access to
Righteous
a slew
fire
of new
buff?
options to bring divine devastation and return the faithless to their rightful graves. We're also introducing some supports to go with them, as well as some new transfigured gems. Let's go over a few examples.
With holy hammers, you slam the ground to call down a hammer of justice from the sky. If this hits an enemy, an additional holy hammer will cascade forwards, which itself can further cascade
Wait, this
and
is
so
just
forth.
Sunder.
Expending a power charge when using the skill will call down an additional 2 hammers, which can also cause cascading slams. The more numerous your foes, the more
Yeah,
instruments of
the
holy
clear
judgment.
looks cracked though.
Sweep
Clear's
is an
cracked.
old skill. In fact, it is so old that it's one of the very first skills ever implemented in Path of Exile, over 15 years ago.
Jesus.
It's been long overdue for some attention. With 328, it has been reworked into Holy Sweep. This skill converts some of your physical damage to lightning, with shiny new effects to match. Some enemies struck by the initial sweep will have hammers of light batter them from above. These hammers cause area damage where they land, so
That could be
clustered
good.
enemies are demolished by repeated impacts.
That is good numbers.
When
could be good.
successfully hitting an enemy with Holy Strike, you'll summon forth a floating holy armament, a glowing mace that follows you closely. These weapons are minions, and will attack with Holy Strike themselves whenever you do. These holy armaments will copy the stats of your
Jazzy
main hand
just shit
weapon to
himself.
deal their damage.
Minions
Stand
mentioned.
against your foes with Shield of Light, a retaliation skill which will allow you to unleash a cone of holy light upon enemies after blocking a hit with your shield. Additional cones of light will also pour forth from your nearby allies when you hit with the skill, allowing you to recruit your holy army to create purging light. Divine Blast emits a beam of holy light from your shield, coalescing into a hovering ball of energy. A few moments later, this unstable orb bursts, exploding outward with divine power. Hallow supports melee attacks, causing them to inflict a new debuff, Hallowing Flame. Hallowing Flame builds up as charges on enemies, getting consumed when attacked. Consuming a stack of Hallowing Flame gives the attack that consumed it a significant amount of extra fire damage, but only those who did not inflict the Hallowing Flame are able to consume it.
Support buffs.
Perfect for those of you who enjoy a more supportive playstyle with your army of Holy Sentinels. Or friends, when
Tasty
they're online.
legs, crispy thighs.
We've also added sources of this debuff to a number of other places, such as unique items, cluster jewels, and the Guardian Ascendancy class.
Wait, yo, that looks crazy.
We
Wait,
also have
that's
another
a
batch of
10%
new
up to 80%
transfigured gems,
Fizzes
with
extra.
many of these being variants for gems which previously had none. One example is the Shockwave Totem of Authority, which casts its higher damage dealing Nova at your location instead of its own.
Yeah, that's kind of cool, actually.
You might also enjoy Orb of Storms of Squalls. These storms warp directly to targets when you use lightning skills, and arc lightning upon doing so. This gives you a mobile storm of destruction that follows you as you dive into battle. We'll leave the rest of the transfigured skills for you to comb through in the patch notes.
Alright.
Speaking of the patch notes, as always, we love to shake up the meta, so we've done a bunch of balance adjustments to a few other things as well, such as a pass on Bloodline classes, expanded the passives available to the Templar section of the passive tree, and various improvements to existing holy themed skills such as Static Strike, Holy Flame Totem,
Big balance changes. Big balance changes.
and Dominating Blow.
Yo, that looks sick, actually.
We're also doing our usual improvement to some of the least played Ascendancy classes, this time with a focus on Guardian and Warden. Speaking of Ascendancies, let's talk about the Scion and her new Reliquarian Ascendancy class. For those that have played the Legacy of Frisia events, this class will seem familiar. The Reliquarian is a learned Scion that has studied history at the Oriath Academy. She is a part of a secret society of Oriathans, dedicated to collecting and discerning the strange properties of unique items. All of her passive powers come from these unique items, found from throughout Rayclast. After ascending, first select the power of a unique armor. Victario's influence increases the level of all your auras and gives them a much larger area of effect. Or instead, take Kilowava's Bluster, giving you a chance to have extreme elemental resistance against incoming hits. Next, pick from a unique weapon power. Widow Hail greatly increases the bonuses gained from your quiver. Or Martyr's Teaching, which causes your minions' critical strike chance with attacks to be equal to your main hand weapons. Lastly, pick your Crown Jewel, a unique jewelry power. Astral Projector causes Nova spells to cast from enemies rather than from yourself. Or take Astramentus, simply giving you a huge boost to all your attributes. Due to all the ways you can mix and match unique powers, the Reliquarian has more flexibility in how you build it compared to any other Ascendancy class in the game. Our plan going forward is for the Reliquarian to not be a static
that looks
Ascendancy
sick,
class,
actually.
and between each expansion, the unique powers which are offered will
I
change.
didn't know you could.
If you don't like what
Astral
she offers this
Projector that
expansion,
skill.
hopefully she'll have the power of your favorite unique item in the next one. Time to move on to the endgame.
Wait, did they just imply it
With
changes
this
every
expansion,
season?
we are
They're gonna
aiming
change
to
the
liven up
items?
the endgame, giving players new experiences,
kinda sick, actually.
strategies to leverage, and
That's sick.
streamlining or removing the more frustrating tasks. Extensive changes will be coming to the Atlas and how you engage with maps, without interfering with the beloved core experience that has made mapping so successful.
In the last few endgame updates, you experienced Zana's story. How
Please
she helped
rework
defeat
Elder.
the Elder, tried to
Please,
stop
God.
exiles from going mad in the Atlas, and faced new threats pouring forth from it. In the most recent expansion, she eventually realized that there was only one way forward: to destroy the Atlas.
Please, Zelda
Zana's recent
rework,
actions have now
please.
weakened the already strained and tattered edges
Yeah,
of
we're
its
back to
realities,
Atlas quadrants.
reshaping how we interact with the Atlas entirely.
No way.
To explain how this changes your interactions with the Atlas, we first want to establish some context while having a bit of a trip down memory lane.
27 expansions ago, back in Path of Exile
Holy
3.1.0,
moly.
The War for the Atlas, we had a mechanic on the
Bro, I
Atlas
knew
where the
it.
Shaper and Elder were engaged in war. This manifested as influence regions on the Atlas that affected specific maps. The ever-changing influence regions made the Atlas feel more like a physically connected space,
Hell yeah, dude.
rather than just a fancy way of visualizing a checklist of completed maps. However, one of the main frustrations with this mechanic was that you constantly needed many different specific maps in order to manipulate the influenced regions.
We realized we'd love to again have mechanics that manifest physically on your Atlas, but we'd have to address the issue of always needing those specific maps.
The first major change we'll be making to solve this is divorcing map items from specific areas. As an example, instead of having a Mesa map, you will
It's
now
actually
find, say, a
wasted.
Tier 10 map. To open a Mesa map now, just locate and select Mesa on your Atlas, put in your map item,
Okay.
click Activate, and you're good to go. That Mesa may drop a
That's cool,
Tier
isn't it?
11 map. You can then immediately return to your map device, which will default to the last map run, and then run it again. Or choose a new map to use it on. It's your choice. This is one of the many benefits to this change, which is that if you're the type of player who enjoys chaining the same map over and over, or the type of player who prefers to jump around, it is equally easy to do either strategy or even switch between them at a moment's notice. For example, if one day you're farming burial chambers, hoping to eventually get
Okay.
a headhunter from divination
I like
cards,
this.
and you decide you need a change of rhythm, you can seamlessly swap to your boss farming Atlas tree and spam Mesa for peak boss killing efficiency. Up until now, this would have required having some Mesa maps stashed, setting all your favored maps to Mesa, or doing a whole bunch of trading. You'll also notice that the structure of the Atlas has changed. If you haven't played in a while, here's a look at it before and after. You will now begin at the center of the Atlas, with each corner housing one of 4 Voidstone slots. In addition, all content accessed from your map device now exists physically on the Atlas, so you can see everything available in the endgame as you reveal the Fog of War. This also means that all unique maps are now present on the Atlas, including some old favorites that are appearing for the first time. Don't worry though, you don't need to complete Hall of Grandmasters every league. You now gain 1 Atlas skill point per unique map completed, up to a maximum of 10. Given there are around 20 unique maps, you only need to complete the half you want, if you can get your hands on them. Note, you aren't losing any Atlas skill points. These have been moved to new places, and actually, you can get more than before. Due to Zana's actions, Egan now has a new goal and is determined to stop Zana's destruction by making use of a mysterious new discovery: arcane astrolabes. Zana is currently traversing the threads that weave the Atlas together, severing them. With these new astrolabes, Egan is able to trace her movement, but using them causes dangerous side effects. When you use an astrolabe on a map on the Atlas, a shaped region will manifest itself in that quadrant, affecting many of the maps within it.
Sick.
There are many different kinds of astrolabes, and they apply different types of shaped
More
regions.
current, 47 more currency.
For example, an abyssal region, which causes all the maps to have an additional abyss. Or a blighted region, which adds a blight encounter. Completing the content added by the astrolabe will remove the shaped region's influence from that map. Upon doing so, every other map remaining in the shaped region will gain an additional modifier.
Ooh.
This means as you progress through the shaped region, maps you run will become more and more intense, with the relevant mechanic getting more and more juiced.
There's still memories, too.
Finally, at the end of the region of maps, once you have successfully rid the Atlas of the shaped region, Egan will take you to one of 4 memory vaults, where there are powerful rewards to be had. He cares only for the knowledge hidden within that vault, so any items are yours for the taking. Each vault is associated with a specific quadrant on the Atlas,
Enticed.
so you're able to target a certain vault
that's kinda
if
sick
you're
though,
wanting to try
actually.
get a specific type of reward.
Yo, that's kind of sick.
One such vault is the Archon's Vault, where you'll be rewarded with powerful unique items. Or the Zealot's Vault, to acquire valuable currency items. This new shaped region system is one that promotes running many different maps. But for players that want to engage with this new system while still wanting to run the same map over and over again, the synthesized stability keystone on the Atlas tree enables exactly that. With all the new endgame changes,
Really?
we thought it would be also good to mention some handy
That
tips
didn't have
and
a
tricks
downside?
for quickly navigating the new Atlas. When using the map device, the Atlas defaults to your previously run map, so running the same map over and over is as few clicks as possible. You can right-click unique maps or map fragments in your inventory to automatically open your Atlas to that location with the map already placed and ready to run.
That better be in some
When you select a special area that requires
annoying
multiple
area on the
items,
tree
such as to fight at
or
Zeri
something, I don't
or
know.
open the Domain of Timeless Conflict, if you have the fragments to access that in your inventory, it will automatically add them to the map device, in the right spot. That's the core of the new endgame. But there's a lot more endgame changes coming in 3.28. Let's blast through them. Over the last few expansions, we've been working on streamlining the mapping experience. And we wanted to continue to minimize busy work so you can spend more time doing what you love, killing monsters and getting loot.
I don't
To
think use
that
the loot
end,
filter.
we've made a number of changes. We won't get into too much detail, but here's a quick summary of what you can expect to have received adjustment. We've removed cartographer's chisels and map device crafts entirely. The loss of content and loot here has been compensated for in other places.
Thank God. I hate chisels.
Voidstones now grant special global bonuses while socketed on your Atlas, including adding the new Originator Voidstone, which enables specific Atlas bosses to drop exceptional supports. We'll elaborate more on that in the next section. T17 maps as you know it have effectively been removed. The bosses have been kept around, and they better fulfill their original purpose of being a gateway to target
Actually
farm Uber
removed.
pinnacle bosses. The most annoying modifiers on Originator maps have been removed or replaced.
Okay, I didn't.
No
I
more
didn't,
getting turned into a slug
didn't expect
for
that.
simply using skills. And no more will you be incapable of dealing damage periodically. Petal skills in Originator maps have been removed. However, some of their effects are now available from the altars and memory threads.
Okay.
Memory tears, instead of adding a memory thread to your Atlas, will now drop an itemized version of that thread, allowing you to save it for later or trade it at your leisure. We've added new scarabs, such as this Expedition Scarab of Infusion, which can generate some truly tempting logbooks. And for those of you looking to take on the ultimate one-on-one fight, the Anarchy Scarab of the Exceptional
Rogue
will
Exiles
place a true
are the strat
antagonist-level
again.
Rogue Exile threat in your map. Empowered by every type of Wildwood Wisp, possessed by a Tormented Spirit, augmented with rare monster modifiers, and affected by a shrine, this exile is not to be trifled with. Alongside that, we've also changed some, such as the Beyond Scarab of Resurgence, which now causes all 3 Beyond bosses to appear when a Beyond boss would spawn in your map. On top of that, we've made improvements to a number of weak Atlas Tree passives, such as Pillage and Plunder, which now grants a chance for items dropped by Syndicate members
Fractured
to have a
Veiled.
Fractured Veiled mod. Check out the new The Paths Not Taken keystone, which means your maps on average will drop twice as many divination cards. But which ones can drop will be a mystery.
That's interesting.
And last, but not least, we've also made some changes to King's March shipping, such as we've swapped the rewards given by sending ore and crops. I wonder what this new port will send back. Ports will now give more rewards for favoured resources, and you can even re-roll them for gold, if they're not offering what you're after.
I guess that's good though, because you have to actually
Specific
do the
ports
maps.
will now reward specific tattoos and rune grafts, making it easier to target the ones you want. Not to mention, the Kalgurans have discovered several new powerful rune grafts for you to get your hands on, such as the Rune Graft of Fury, which causes you to gain rage on using a life flask, and the Rune Graft of Resurgence, which causes Arcane Surge to also grant life regeneration. We mentioned earlier about the Originator Voidstone enabling access to exceptional supports. So let's get into that, as there's a decent amount to cover. After defeating the incarnations of Fear, Neglect, and Dread, you will obtain the Originator Voidstone. As mentioned earlier, this Voidstone allows new, exceptional support gems to drop from many bosses across the Atlas. These new supports are an improvement over the old Awakened support system, which is being phased out.
Oh, what?
Awakened supports have long been a capstone investment for a character, but there's existed a gulf between the more interesting ones, such as Awakened Spell Cascade, which has some additional transformative effect, as opposed to some of the simpler Awakened supports, which just have slightly higher numerical values. Exceptional supports will all be transformative, serving as an additional late-game tool to customize your build around,
It's actually
and
a good
extending
change.
character customization and creation even later into a build's life. One of the goals here is to provide interesting build choices even at later levels and deep into the endgame. However, we are certainly not aiming to reduce top-end player power with these changes. Exceptional supports will still be super strong. If used well, they will catapult your character even further than before. So, how many are there, and what exactly do they do? There are over 40 new exceptional
I see a
supports to
Shockwave
discover,
one.
adding additional enticing drops to bosses that may otherwise have felt not as worthwhile to run, giving players extra reason to take on those challenges. For instance, from the King in the Mists, we have the Hex Toad support. This support creates areas of swampy cursed ground, which spawns toads that bounce towards enemies and then explode, dealing chaos damage. From the Uber Elder, we have the Void Storm support,
Yo, that looks
which causes
sick.
your raining attacks to create celestial storms of energy that grow over time, detonating as you approach for massive damage.
Yo, that's sick.
Defeating the incarnation of Neglect may win you the Frost Mage support.
Oh no,
Similar
Frost
to the existing
Archmage.
Archmage support, you are rewarded for stacking mana to enhance your spells with extraordinary cold damage. We'll tease some more of these before launch, but there will be many, many more for you to discover. Keepers of the Flame is coming back. However, we do know that many players have issues with the walls in Hive encounters. In order to address these concerns, we'll be making a number of changes. One of the biggest problems is that walls would block your projectiles, meaning that when a hive randomly spawned in your map, it would make it harder to clear. In order to prevent that, walls and hive encounters will now be destroyed by any damage. But we also wanted to make sure we reduce the visual clutter they cause. Hives and their walls are now smaller. To allow players to engage with hive encounters quicker when they do want to help Aelith, we've added a new Atlas passive which drastically increases the detonation area of unstable burrows, causing them to reliably chain react and destroy the majority of remaining walls. For those who don't want to deal with the walls at all, there's now a pair of keystones that allow you to block hive encounters or unstable breaches, if you want. Now that this is a core league, we don't want you to have to grow your Genesis tree from scratch on every league start. So now, each womb gift slot is already usable
Oh
by
god,
default.
there's still
and access to the
provisioning
Monastery
tree.
of the Keepers will be gained by finding Aelith starting in Act 6 Mudflats. Now with Atlas Tree and Scarab support, you can have multiple unstable breach encounters active in a single area, for maximum ruckus. Speaking of Atlas Tree and Scarab support,
Yeah, you said
we've
it.
added plenty. Here are a few examples. The Massing Forces Atlas notable grants a chance to have additional unstable breaches in your maps. The Breach Scarab of the Marshal guarantees a breach boss or high fortress, while the Breach Scarab of the Incensed Swarm replaces all of
Incensed
Aelith's
Swarm.
skills with Enrage the Hive, increasing the difficulty and reward from Hive monsters in all subsequent waves. Graft items will no longer exist, but we've moved several
I like
of the graft
those.
skills to new exceptional supports, such as the Hiveborn support, which summons an army of breach minions to do your bidding when you use a supported offering skill, and the Foul Grasp support, which calls forth a field of grasping breach hands when you recall brands, exploding for heavy lightning damage when enemies approach
Bro,
them.
I've never even seen these ones.
We're looking forward to seeing how these improvements and additions are received, alongside a lot of what Keepers also has to offer. From the new bosses and their bloodline, through to the Genesis tree and its many different crafting options, like Foulborn Uniques. Also with its new narrative, we look forward to extrapolating on all of this and learning more about Aelith, the Hiveborn, and its Breach Lords in the future.
That covers all the new content we're adding, and that was a lot. From a new in-game system, several new reward types, new ways to juice maps, all of which you can double up in the new Mirage League, and all that alongside a suite of new holy skills, a new Ascendancy class, and an insane amount of new character customization in the endgame. However, an important part of Path of Exile expansions is making sure there is a continued effort to improve quality of life. So let's get into that now.
You can now favorite trades on the currency exchange. This consists of selecting 2 currencies that you want to be able to trade between with a single click, and setting them as a favorite trade. Favorite trades will appear by default on opening the currency exchange, and will still auto-suggest a ratio based on recent trade data. A further improvement to the currency exchange is the ability to open and interact with your stash while you have the exchange window open.
I just want more than like 10
Now,
slots.
when trading in a full set of divination cards, it will automatically be handed in to become the resultant item.
Yeah, this one's so good.
If you then turn in another set immediately, the reward from the previous set will be transferred to your inventory directly, assuming there's enough free space to do so. Labyrinth font crafts that previously gave a random transfigured gem now allow you to choose which transfigured gem of that type you'd like to receive. The asynchronous trade item sale history is now hoverable, with full item descriptions of the sold item.
Sick.
When using Divine Orbs, you can now tell exactly which modifiers can be randomized. The ritual icon will now glow if you've got significant unspent tribute in an area and all rituals are complete, and a pop-up will appear after the final ritual completion. Also on the topic of ritual, you can now quick use vessels on completed rituals. Have you ever tried to click a divine shrine, surrounded by enemies, and find it extremely difficult to click? Well, shrines now take priority over monsters when clicking in an area they overlap. Since 3.24, we've been looking to add new ways to improve the campaign experience, and 3.28 is no different. This patch, we've added over 20 landmark rooms throughout the campaign, scattered across all 10 acts. Some of these reward some pretty useful stuff, so keep an eye out for the new and unexpected rooms, side passages, chests, and encounters as you progress throughout Rayclast.
Can't wait to go
We
into all
want
this
most of
Brutus
these to
is
be a
gonna come out.
surprise, but we'll show you just one. There is now a small central island in the Karui Fortress, all inhabitants of which will drop a basic tattoo when slain. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs. the Curator of Wisdom, and Iron Incarcerator packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points,
I like that set.
alongside several exclusive microtransactions.
Look at Dark Souls armor.
As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Curator of Wisdom series of supporter packs contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. The Travelling Wisdom back attachment has all the necessary tools you may require to chronicle your journey, complete with a helpful rat friend. These chronicles will activate their magic upon identifying items, and will track the number of items identified of each rarity. Just hover the item, or link it in chat to show it off. The Acquired Wisdom unique finisher effect summons an ancient scroll that consumes unique enemies and the knowledge they hold. Most exiles would struggle carrying piles of scrolls while travelling Rayclast, but the Grand Curator of
you
Wisdom
can be a
armor set
giant
is
wisdom
perfect for the
scroll.
adventurous scholar. Any expert curator knows that scrolls hold more than just knowledge, they also hold power. As you cast spells, the scrolls attached to the armor will burn away, before rematerializing shortly after. It also features a series of helmet variations, so you can get precisely the look you're after.
Whose face is that? Is that Duelist?
Summon your Scroll Shaper
Different.
familiar pet to follow alongside you. This creature is formed from folded magical texts, and can shapeshift between different forms. You can think of this as having multiple pets in one. It can fold into a fox, and then even burn away, reforming into a flying bird. This series of packs also contains the Scroll Portals, jumbo-sized versions of the Scroll of Wisdom and Portal Scroll that you can make a quick retreat through.
Yeah, you TP with the
A
portal
supreme
scroll and you
catalogue
go
of
into a
knowledge
portal
can't
scroll.
remain in one place for too long and risk being pillaged by thieves. The Titan Apex Hideout features a colossal titan who carries your base of operations atop their shoulders,
Yeah, that's it.
constantly moving through a boundless desert. The Iron Incarcerator pack also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Incarcerator's Restraints back attachment features stockades that were used to immobilize prisoners by binding them to the earth as they were tortured for their wrongdoings. Shackles envelop your choice of torturing device when using the Chains of the Incarcerator weapon effect.
God, looks sick on that maze.
These chains shatter into links as you batter enemies. Make your way through Rayclast as a walking penitentiary, intimidating your enemies with the elite Iron Incarcerator armor set.
Oh, he's got his toes out.
After a long day of tracking down criminals, step into the Iron Maiden portal to retreat to your torture chamber. It acts as a great deterrent for would-be intruders. This peculiar creature was a favourite amongst incarcerators. They would be sent into the midst of prison riots to mesmerise and control the toughest of minds. Use their talents to charm other players' pets, causing them to abandon their owners and follow in line behind you instead, at least until it wears off. What better way to
golem
execute
cat.
prisoners when your torturing has depleted their value? Harvest their souls to fuel this map device, condemning them to eternal incarceration. Your kills within the map are also recorded based on the rarity of the monster. You can choose to pin an execution session that you're satisfied with on this miniature leaderboard, which is displayed for all that dare enter your hideout. Additionally, all microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2. Thank you so much for your ongoing support.
Yeah, that animation was sick.
We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile Mirage at 11 AM New Zealand time, 2 PM Pacific. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
Oh, okay, so patch notes are in 2 hours. There is some stuff I wanted to go back to see. I don't know what it was. It's over. GG. 2 hours.
The Wish for Souls, National League, Master Jewels, or maps. The Atlas.
Something I wanted to go
which is that
back.
if you're the type of player who enjoys chaining the same map over of these, a maximum of 10 of shaped will remain at the end of the with fixes possible. If you have changes, weapons, crab, logbooks to a number of weak Atlas tree passives. By syndicate members, even re-roll them for gold. If
Oh, wait, I guess the King's March changes. I don't know if they nerfed the boats, but I guess now you have to actually actively do maps for the currency boats.
they're not offering what you're after.
Thanks for 11-year research.
Specific
yeah.
ports. So let's have 6 mudflats. Now with Atlas, such as the high by default on opening the player who will be
where
at
is
edges of
that?
it fest masters every to new places. And actually, I'm making you bring them on a labs. In addition, completing that will gain mechanics of the hidden work at a certain unique engine system is
Completing a mapped objective within a shaped region instead collabs a different map inside the shaped region. By default, when you complete an objective in a map of the shaped region, it collabs removing itself from the region. This causes all the other maps in the region to gain additional modifiers. In cases where the shaped region would become bisected, the only region with the most connected map will remain. So is it... do you still get the extra mods? Maybe the downside is you don't get the extra mods. Yeah, maybe you lose the mod. If you don't lose the mod, that's dumb as fuck.
one that
And you know, pretty much before I was going back and forth on the game so aggressively, and I was just like, holy, there's so much context switching going on. I didn't feel like I was giving enough time to each product, you know, because I was so spread too thin, as they say, and all this. And so all of a sudden, yeah, with Octavian's, you know, just like, let me do it. And so here's where we are. And it's this real awesome story where now, you know, Path of Exile 1, obviously, you know, you started by Chris, you got Jonathan, you got Eric, and obviously they started the project, they started grinding gear, and they had this, you know, obviously they hadn't played the game before because the game was new, right? And so they're developing it and, you know, release it and all this, and now you've got this thing where it's, you know, where Jonathan's obviously still in the picture, but you got this thing where it's kind of like me with Octavian and Andrew, all three of us coming into the company as players through QA, now getting to this point. And so, like, I mean, a lot of what Octavian's getting is the story I got, and obviously I'm all for that because I got lucky and I'm happy about it and I love my job, and so I'm seeing this happen again. It's exciting, and yeah, it's just it's bloody cool, while also
Right, did they
makes
say what
things
did they
easier
say
for
what
me,
was
you
new
know. I'm like way
positions?
less stressed about it and way less spread too thin. I get to actually focus on the quality and what we're doing, and I mean, it's just an all-round win. And yeah, first time Octavian here doing these. You'll see a lot more of them, I'm sure, unless something goes catastrophically wrong today. Good luck.
Yeah,
But
sure.
It's awesome.
I'm confident. I'm confident in the content and the expansion.
No, it's real good. It's awesome. Yeah, like
Yeah,
for
wait,
sure.
he's not
Like,
crossing the
if you're
leg?
looking
Get this
at
guy out of here.
How did I do for my
Bro,
first time
come
kind of thing?
on.
Like, I don't think it could have gone any better, to be honest. you
Oh,
know,
okay,
and
well, he is kind of crossing them,
Good,
but like
it's good,
different.
and,
He's a
obviously
deviant. Look at
keen to
he's
talk
crossing
about and
it
keen
in a
to answer
different
all the
way.
questions, and yeah, you know, I'm sure hopefully you are too. Yeah.
Yeah, Octavian's been.
Ooh,
super
that's
humble
one
and
strike
stuff when
against
I've been
you,
talking to him,
Octavian.
yeah,
That's a
you're doing good
strike.
job. This is good content.
No, it's a big
These are
deal.
good
It's a
changes.
big deal. It's huge.
And yeah, killing tier 17s. What a champion for Path of Exile players everywhere, mate. Good stuff. But I love that you guys have had that like same journey as well. Like and Andrew too as well, right? Like it's players become QA, become game like designers, become like producers and leads on Path of Exile 1 project now. Like that's it's like the game is in the hands of the players, right? Like
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I still, play every expansion for, not as much time as I did when I streamed the game for a living, when it was my job to play it for 8 to 10 hours a day, but I still probably put in an unhealthy amount of time. I work on the game for 8 hours and then I go home and play the game for like 4 and then I maybe eat something and then go to bed. It hasn't faded, I had a lot of people when I first joined the company asking me like, do you not play the game anymore? Is it not fun anymore? Like, do you get sick of it? And no, it has not yet happened.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, I'm excited to talk about all the new stuff, but first, I think we definitely need to talk about ground loot.
Yeah, the loot. There's not much loot on the ground down there, is there?
I don't see anything.
Where's
And
the
nothing's
loot?
making it through my filter right now. This floor is
Starting off
empty.
hard.
Ground loot is a hot topic discussion right now and has honestly been for a long time in some iteration or another. I remember like as far back as like... I was trying to find where, for me, the idea of where some of these things trace back to. And for me, it was actually like Legion, like farming
Where do I
low
wanna
TMS,
go
where you're getting
here?
that flat additive loot
I guess
in the
that
map.
corner
and
was fine.
So all of a sudden, you're not caring so much about what the regular monsters drop. You're just doing your tier 4 Glacier to get Legion and stuff like that. But this whole thing is definitely it's been a tricky topic to break down because a lot of people have various different issues. Some people are like blaming loot tiles. Other people, like myself, for example, think loot tiles are great. They're just kind of like indicative of the difference between what is dropping from regular monsters in a map and what is being given through what I will refer to as loot tiles, but is generally like flat additive systems, something that adds something, a known quantity, something that's going to be, what you're going to be getting to some extent. And I don't necessarily I think those are a great mechanic for various reasons, but they don't necessarily scale with difficulty in the same way as regular content can. They don't have as much of that element of surprise. And I think trying to like really figure out where a lot of this comes down to, like what's the actual issue if you like kind of peek through the curtains a bit. I think it's just that people are getting their loot in ways that feel like
hair
isn't
is on
earned.
point
Like it's too
today.
disconnected
Hey,
from the
thanks for the
gameplay, right? Like,
$2,
you've
Jeffrey.
either got like non-combat drops being really good, things like shipments and the
True.
auto mappers, or loot tiles, which have that kind of like preordained feeling, so it's not as directly correlated with the content you're doing. So I'm just curious kind of like how you guys are feeling about or tracking with that, just discussion in an overall sense before we dive into some of the specifics.
Well, there's a couple. Obviously, look, item drops are complicated. This model is complicated. The system is complicated, and it's easy to get lost in the weeds and all that. But honestly, let me simplify it down. Yes, if people don't think it's good enough, it's not good enough. So we'll fix it, right? And now, obviously, these things can take time, but I mean, we'll immediately just to get right in there, because I know what people actually want to know is, what are you doing about it? So let's get to that straight away, which is, at least for now, given that we have, a week till release. But that being said, we can always make loot better mid-league, right? And that's never a problem.
That's never a problem.
It's taking away this problem. But, yeah, look, as I said, if you say it's not good enough, it's not good enough. That's how it is. That's just the nature. If the players, and I mean the audience at whole, is like, it sucks, then it sucks, right? So we'll make it better. So to start with, what we're going to be doing, instead of, there might be some terminology here I need to make sure I acknowledge people don't understand. We will effectively be doubling all the currency.
And this is from
number
like,
one.
stuff that's dropping outside.
From core drops,
Yes,
as
core
we call
drops,
it. Yeah. Not windows, not tile loot,
tile,
whatever all the
loot
terminology
tiles.
is. Obviously, that will then, by consequence, diminish the rewards from window loot and tile loot. Yes, that
said
is
window?
intentional.
Just economically speaking, you mean like...
Yes,
by
correct.
comparison.
As in just proportionately, one goes up, the other is now less value proportionately.
Yeah,
in
just
their
because
context.
of like inflation and whatnot.
What else are we doing? We're going to do a bit of a pass on like memory strands.
This is not
was
a
an
good spot
attempt
either,
to try
okay?
and get
Here's good.
equipment. So that's the currency. The equipment memory strands was an attempt to get equipment drop to be more impactful. When you identify it, I would say that system didn't. It has its purposes, but it didn't land as good as we wanted. So we're just reassessing that, since we're also making changes to the endgame around originator maps and all that. Look, they're going to be better. There'll be generally more strands. They'll have higher impact. So identified items via that means will just be better. We're also we're going to see if we can do it in time to make sure that it also doesn't just pick bad base types.
Oh, yeah, that's already been done.
There you go.
Nice.
Sweet. Well, we did a lot of this yesterday.
So base type biasing.
It has yes, so it still can technically, if you get rather unlucky, pick a lower tier base type, but it's heavily biased towards picking higher tier base types to put the memory strands on.
Okay, that's cool. I remember like a long time ago, it was not like that was avoided specifically. It was like, oh, some people might want like a groove bow or something instead.
I mean,
sure.
I think at this point,
whatever.
yeah, whatever.
Deal with it, I guess. Greater good is often the way to look at that. And then look, we're doing some other things. We're going to have ancient orbs, fracturing orbs added to the core drop pools, which should help a little bit for that more kind of mid to higher tier currency.
Yeah, those are the... Ooh, yeah.
What are Harbingers
a little bit
for
of
now?
rebalancing of currency proportions. When I say double currency, by the way, I immediately obviously forgot to mention the important thing. We're not doubling transmutes and orgs. We're doubling the things that matter.
True.
We're doubling the more important currency. We're not you're not just going to get twice as many of the trash. Obviously by endgame, you don't need the thousands of them that exist already. So, look, that's the immediate step that we're taking.
Did he say fracture?
It's always going to be an ongoing discussion. There's always going to be ebbs and flow to this. Always, right? There will be a thing where maybe ground loot is saved, and then a year later we'll be having the exact same discussion with a slightly different twist, and that's fine. That's just how it works. You might even find 6 months from now or something where people are like, bunch of these leagues aren't worth doing because the window loot happens to suck from them or something. These are just how these things go. It's a constant back and forth. It's a constant conversation, and the important thing is just like, there's a problem, fix the problem. Don't freaking. And the thing is about it, and because item drops is so complicated, what you do find, and you find it internally, you get lost in these just crazy philosophical conversations for like hours and hours and hours and hours of talking about why and what did we do in the past that did X, Y, and Z, and it is important to discuss those, but sometimes it's also important to just bulldoze through and just start making changes and start fixing the problem. Now, especially with a week till deployment, like we don't want to sully or have all the content to be ultimately, less appreciated because of the fact that, ground drops suck, which, as I said, agree. We're doing what we can now. We'll hopefully do more later, if that's what's needed. Just keep telling us about it. You know what I mean? But for now, we're going to be doing a bunch of changes because we can this week. We can test them this week. We can make sure that we're happy with them this week. And if we do anything else, we'll let you know. And then, we'll just keep going. And we obviously got changes to King's March, which is obviously window loot. You've got changes to... the new league, I would say, is one that more favors generally things that aren't in Windows. We'll see. I don't know. Hopefully that's a good start, and we'll see where it ends up, I guess.
Octavian, you were mentioning to me this idea that there's like a lot of white trash items that are dropping, and something about like that kind of effectively becoming currency was kind of the idea there.
Thanks.
Sort of in a way. So like when Mark says doubling the currency that drops, we're not like there is a total amount of weighting in the drop pool, if that makes sense. And we're not adding more weighting to that drop pool. Instead, we are subtracting it from places like, normal basic equipment that every single person is hiding on their loot filter. That weighting is now going instead towards currency items. And like Mark said, specifically towards currency items that aren't like transients.
There's technically not more items on the floor. It's just more of the garbage has turned into, ideally now, mid and higher tier currency.
Trash loot.
Yeah, so like once upon a time we had this like massive historic quantity rarity buff removal thing that occurred, and some of the numbers on that were like crazy. It was like, this has 1600% increased quantity. So for the skeptics out there, like my father when I was young, who would say, I'm doubling your pay this week. Double nothing's nothing. Do you think like doubling the currency is something that has like a pretty appreciable impact on like a map to map basis, when like a lot of the time you are kind of just walking out with a couple fragments and a scarab?
I mean, double is definitely still double. It's a pretty big deal,
There's a difference between like economic changes.
It's definitely
things that you
I agree. It is definitely different to a like 6% glacial hammer buff or whatever's happened historically. It definitely will make a pretty notable difference, but that case there is also an important one, and we were still actively discussing that yesterday, where we were like, there's a little bit of wanting to make sure there's a minimum as well, especially with a certain amount of content. Like, I appreciate that a lot of people are like, there's that juice up here, and there's that like here's just your base map, and there's a bit of an expectation that you should be able to just go in, clear the map, and come out with more. And I generally agree with that. I would say that the base map is kind of bad right now with respect to some of that. And so, but again, this is that thing where we've got these things we can do now and quite quickly because we understand the ramifications of them way more. Then there's still all these other conversations we need to have about more like that and how we can achieve that. There's things about how can we've always wanted the idea that the quality of equipment is dropping better, but there's less of it. How can we achieve that? And like, it's quite complicated and quite difficult to do, and it has like all these ramifications down the line, and it just goes and goes and again. So right now, focus on what we're doing, but we will 100% be looking at things like the minimums, the base mapping experience versus the giga juiced, because the other thing we need to make sure we don't do is often what you can do is you can add something that is more for your average player doing your average regular map, and then that once multiplied by every single league thing ends up being just more and more for the top end, and then it's a bit of a rich get richer situation, and you didn't end up necessarily even benefiting that person. You in fact made them now feel worse from an economic standpoint. So like, you have that thing where you need to give something there but take away from something here, and that can be dangerous because you might overcook the nerf, you might overcook the buff, you might undercook on either, It's scary for sure. So even yesterday, to be fair, yesterday I was the one proposing all the craziness. And I was like, whatever, it's fine, let's just do it. Everyone's like, whoa, calm down. I was like, all right, fair enough, I'm calm. We'll do the safe stuff that we know that's high impact and going to help people now more than anything, and then we'll keep looking at this stuff. So I would expect more changes. Again, I would, depending on what they are, mid-league. Again, I don't like nerfing strategies mid-league. Like, that's a last resort. If all of a sudden it's like buff and nerf, and if we can be 100% certain it hasn't like screwed over a bunch of people's current economic wealth, that's good. But look, if it isn't solved, then 329 will have more. So just make sure you keep letting us know, right? Like, that's the important thing. Like, often what happens is like a topic can come up and then be lost because other stuff moves on or whatever. Like, it's really important that, and it's obviously a responsibility on our end.
I
to
said
make sure
a lot of
this
Scarab
is still a
changes.
problem. It's not like just because.
We can check in HQ&A on this one. For sure.
Yeah,
I think
sure.
It's like a good ongoing one to
For sure.
review. I think it'd be good if you can get for the Alk and Go players, like to a situation where they can get two chaos to rub together. But I think like an interesting situation is that you can kind of stack all
there's a
of
bingo.
this juicing stuff into juicing the normal content of a map.
Don't think we got a bingo
And
today.
You can't really like scale it, or the scaling has not really any impact on that. It's like something to do with like, it might literally be that like double nothing is nothing situation where you're like,
Yeah,
oh,
but I
well,
don't
through all
know
these
if
scarabs and Atlas stuff,
yeah.
like juiced these monsters up
Oh, I don't
1800%, but they ultimately still aren't able to drop anything at that point. Now, how do you make it able to scale? It feels like actually like a really difficult design problem right now. How do you get it actually able to scale basic monsters to make them both challenging and rewarding? Because like Affliction's various issues aside, something that was cool about that was that you could scale rare monsters to be really freaking hard and really rewarding, and that was actually like a cool thing
OP,
that
I mean,
maybe needs to be in the game.
yeah, it's not
somewhere.
bad, but
And maybe that we've lost.
You see a lot of this thing with the difficulty scaling, where you get that exact argument where people are like, I want a way to be able to scale monsters, but then you also have the audience who are like, I want things to be rewarding without needing those scaling mechanisms.
Got to have a bit of both, I guess.
You do need a bit of both. It's never going to be perfect. You're always in a kind of gray area, and that's where I talk about the ebbs and flows of just things coming and going, and ultimately it's what feels right to as many people as possible. Or there are many options for these things, right?
Yeah, I wonder if we just need some like chunkier options that do just like
we do.
make
Yeah,
those
100%.
base monsters just punch a bit harder. Some like big nodes, big notables on that.
Octavian was specifically pushing for this yesterday, and we're in agreement. It's just a matter of coming up with what that is. And
The hardest, like, Atlas passives and scarabs and that kind of thing to design are usually the ones that are the most broad. Like if you're designing for a particular league mechanic or something, you know what levers and knobs you have to turn. But if you're designing something for the monsters in the map, that's a little tougher. And that's not to say there aren't cool designs there. There definitely are, but it is one of those things where like we probably can come up with a bunch of cool stuff by 329, but probably don't have it
this is
in the next
obviously
week.
This is like another league situation here, but I wonder if there's this needs to be keywordified, like some sort of like native monsters.
Yeah,
keyword
what we
to, like,
do-
something like that.
Natural inhabitants is
Natural
what we currently
inhabitants,
call
there you
them,
go,
yes.
We do have that as a concept, yeah. It's not used super frequently, but there's a few places in
Yeah,
there.
that's
But then
something to play
you
with,
also then don't want it to be that then there is a league and the league just feels like absolute trash, you know? So again, a little bit of a fine balance, and because otherwise you're going to start the ebb or the flow on the other side, and now all of a sudden it's like, no, there's no point adding any leagues to my area.
So,
you
I mean,
know?
some of your well-designed leagues, I think, can work well with that. Like the Mirage,
Correct.
just as an example, for
Sure,
example. like,
100%, yes.
if that was in now, Mirage would work really well. They'd be duplicating all those scaled-up, like naturally occurring monsters and adding more of them effectively as well, like non-like loot-tiled but still kind of like randomized monster stuff, which is pretty cool.
Well, as you can see, though, also we've just done a lot of changes, especially to existing systems. Like we're not afraid of. I mean, items a bit more scary because you do need to test it. You don't want to mess that up, you know. But we're not. Octavian's not too afraid. It seems to be able to suggest the crazy things that we.
Bit of fresh blood, bit of vigor for change. That's good.
Yeah, sure.
I think we just said even to you this morning, it's like Octavian and I were just like talking absolute madness, I believe I phrased it as, in terms of doing all these crazy things and like, you know, just tipping things upside down and like seeing what works, seeing what doesn't. And so we'll just keep doing it. But,
I mean, you guys can
it's
cut loose.
exciting.
You're in charge of the game now.
Now is the time. I really love these conversations in this point because now is the time when like we don't plan stuff so far in advance. Hopefully people know that by now. We stay dynamic, we stay agile with that stuff, and right now is when we're discussing what are we doing for 329, what are our major headliners, what are our minor headliners. And
I usually say that start like the week before this one releases. It's like usually it's like, okay, what's the next league look like?
Yeah, and so right now is the thing where we're putting our effectively our list. What are our tier 1 problems, our tier 2 problems, what are the things we want to achieve, not. And so, you know,
The hardest part is I've already got some stuff that I really want to do in 329 that I'm really excited about, and I can't talk to you about it.
Yes, I know. You guys told me something before the Q&A. I'm like, you can't tell me this right before the Q&A, and I'm not allowed to talk about it. I have to, like, come on. I really want to bring that up.
Yeah, but now you have 4 months of prep for the next Q&A.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready. But my question's ready for that topic. Well, the wait a while on that one, though. Something that on this ground loot topic that I'm kind of have been sad to see fade away to an extent. It was the loot conversion mechanic on rare monsters. Now, it was obviously really problematic when it was first implemented because it was associated with arch nemesis monsters, and then it had like pinata fishing stuff. But you guys solved that by making it actually properly random. And then even though it was kind of a loot tiled mechanic in the sense that it's like making a specific drop at it, it's random and it doesn't feel like that at all. So it's... I think loot conversion, so for those who are unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, this is occasionally rare monsters have like a hidden thing where they will take whatever they were going to drop and they change it into something else. And that is like fun and weird and surprising, and weird and like surprising loot drops.
Spike moments.
Yeah, those are the things you remember. Like, I remember the first time I saw like, you know, they all got changed into currency, or they all got changed into maps, or some weird other thing happened.
That was another big
Run
topic
me
yesterday.
something
It was
weird.
like because that was another. And there's so many axes here, but we were like, we need to reinstate spike moments.
Yeah.
Moments where you're like, whoa, this is crazy, and that not just being a divine or having to mouse over every type of a unique of a given base type. And that is what achieved that. I mean, I believe we are at least we obviously nerfed those. It was a bit hectic. But we're easing back on some of that, at least for 050. What the heck? 328. Up to, so that's what I mean. Too many games for 328. We're easing back on those.
You know there's somebody molding
I believe
about
we
that.
applied.
They're really trying to kill this game.
At
The
least
only thing's
they'll be
about
more
32.
spiky again, but not what they once were. What they were was kind of a bit out of control. That being said, it's important that there are those crazy spike moments, and if there aren't enough, like that might not be enough, then we have to we'll add more.
So it's important that there's a variety of them too. You know, like that's the fundamental challenge of a loot-based video game is getting players to, you know, care about, you know, the different pixels on their screen, and like this set is more exciting than that set.
Oh, yeah.
And like that's the trick that as game designers you're trying to play on people, and it's not an easy trick to play.
Yeah.
And you know, like one small thing, like Mark said earlier, that we are doing for 328 is the ancient orbs and fracturing orbs to the global drop pool, because now there's another shiny tink
That's a
that
good
might
point.
occur
Oh, yeah.
in the form
Juicy.
of the fracture orb.
And I'm not
Yeah, but we
picking it
want
up in
more
splinter
giga
form.
tanks.
Yes, that is certainly not the extent
You,
of it. It's
you want
just
the thing where there's like 50 tanks overlapping
Yes.
all at the same time, and your sound channels are like, I don't know how to deal with
And
this.
just
So
like,
the
the
Alk
unexpected and the
prophecy.
weird, that's the thing that I want to really drive home. Is like, I want you guys to come up with like 10 new weird things that rares can drop, because it makes rares like matter again. It makes them interesting again. Like, I'm excited about a rare because it could do something I've never seen before, and that's
that's one of my favorite. Like,
up to 10,000 hours or whatever.
if we design something like that and it's a success and it's like a meaningful new niche in the game, that was one of my favorite things as a player. You know, chasing those weird niches to try and find some strange corner of the economy that I could leverage. And I want to add more of that.
Right? Yeah.
We will. It's on the mind for sure. Hopefully by 329 we've got a good set of that.
So potentially some more loot conversion.
What are they talking about? Someone fill me
explosions and
in.
stuff.
There's kind of things in the meanwhile. You also then,
guys are
when
the
doing
streamer
that,
now.
don't want to then just make the map boss
I'm the
feel
viewer.
valueless and all that stuff. So it's a little bit more to make sure we get right. Because
Map bosses could be a good place for that sort of thing, honestly, like the weird drops like
in
that.
theory, you do it on both.
Yeah.
Could be distinct
Oh, yeah.
pools on
Do
each.
it.
Who
I
knows?
dare you.
But then you don't want to create an environment where the map boss is only so rewarding that you just kill the map boss and repeat. Or maybe you do. I don't know. Who knows?
Just make it everything good.
That's the goal.
It's all good. We'll get there 100%. I have no lack of confidence in that factor, like for sure. So
So you touched on King's March. So there's like King's March is like a big kind of like grouping of the same issue there, where it's like the gambling, the shipments, and the mappers, and those giving some of the most rewarding loot right now. It's just not from combat gameplay ultimately. And this was something I was going to bring up later, but I'll bring it up here now. It makes sense that like I think I like King's March. A lot of people like the King's March shipments and stuff like that. But I think over time, it's definitely started to feel more and more like what I was initially concerned about, which is that it'd be like daily quests, mandatory chores. Exactly.
chore.
Yeah, busy work sort of stuff. For loot that you're not really earning, it's disconnected from your gameplay and that. I was surprised to think about the crop and ore change. It's like it's a pretty subtle thing, but it actually seems like that might be kind of impactful. Do you think that's going to make a big difference though?
I mean, it does make a big difference, yes, because you have to now engage with the league and be invested in the league in order to now get the printed currency.
Yes.
So at least there's that. I understand that's, a bit of a currency nerf to everyone, but hey, look, it's window loot, so, we're compensating for that in the rest of the game as well, so, with all the different
this
leagues.
Is a hit
but
a lot of people are willing to take. It's like, because I think for King's March especially, it was something there, it's like, technically it's optional, you don't have to do it, but like everyone is.
Yeah, it's not
So
really.
obviously
It's not really though, is it?
optional, right?
No.
The swap is sort of meant to help address.
Yeah.
Because, when you could just grow crops with nothing but money, then it doesn't really feel
not
optional, right?
optional.
Because
Yeah,
you're making
exactly.
gold whatever you're doing. So you have gold to give to King's March, and they can just turn that into money for you.
Yeah. That was a quote that I picked up from somewhere that I found particularly entertaining. Or it's like someone's like, "Oh, my
You
King's March
did.
mappers are getting a bit of currency per map than I do, so I give them all my maps and I farm gold for them." I'm like, "Oh, that's just tragic, isn't it?" It's not really where you want to be.
So now what you need to figure out is, does the doubling of currency double the King's March mappers amount of currency?
Well, it doesn't currently.
No, it doesn't.
Well, there you go. That's probably part of the solution there, just kind of accidentally.
But yeah, King's March has a pretty extreme love-hate relationship going on with everyone. Like this,
Yeah, like
it's
I
very-
like it. Honestly, I enjoy logging in and getting my shipments, but it is. I do see the the dark patterns there.
for sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
The issue there.
I guess now you just
Hopefully
do
these
mappers.
changes help. There's obviously more we can do in due
Right,
time.
is
but
that good?
You
That's
you also
kinda
don't
good,
want to
right?
take away the thing that a lot of people do like. And that's where maybe making it more of an optional thing instead of the actual fake optional that it is right now is honestly the trajectory it needs to go. That way, if you love it, do it. If you don't, and you don't have to feel so penalized or bad about not having it. That's probably the direction to really go ultimately. How that will present itself, TBD, but we'll just have to see how the ore and crop change is actually quite a big deal, and we'll just have to see how that goes.
yeah,
so.
it's like it seems like it'll have a surprisingly big impact for just a pretty simple thing. It's like, oh, we should have done this in the first place. It's like,
Yeah.
it's funny. It was just a bit backwards, I suppose. And I am interested to see how much change the port stuff you've done is, because you've moved around where rewards come from ports, made them more specific, because it was pretty autopilot before. Like, I just used the same port again and again. You just dumped all your crops in one port. There wasn't really much to think about there, but now it seems like
Yo, you
actually
think those
gonna
are real
really be
candles
a
or
little bit of
fake?
strategy there about where you're sending what.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. I'm sure players will develop something of a meta. I think one thing that we didn't note as well is that, like, in the live stream footage, is that the what is it called? The quota? Like the port wants a certain
favorite
resource.
resources.
Yeah, that has much more of an impact than it once did on the shipment that you'll return, and you can also reroll that.
Yeah, it's hard to see like the impact of that sort of thing. So hopefully it's like something that's like pretty noticeable, I guess.
I mean, that is a system that was intended to promote that you vary up the different ports you send to.
Yeah. So hopefully,
so like even if we've shuffled stuff around, you're still going to have a non-random meta generally, right? There'll be a certain port that gives you what you want, and there's choice within that, and that's great. But yeah, you need a kind of more random, and that's what that system was trying to do. It just wasn't doing it very well. So make it more impactful and keep doing so if we need to.
Vaguely similar to this idea of like getting the best loot from non-gameplay was the major boss drops coming more from reliquary keys than the actual boss, and those dropping globally as well. Is that something you're thinking about at all? I feel like a lot of people feel like it circumvents like the the point of the boss, and
it does.
That a lot.
It does for sure.
Dude, Mark's
we're not
looking
doing
right
anything
at
about
the
that right now
camera.
that I'm aware of.
Well,
But
Not in 328, but I actually personally also share this gripe. So
Agreed.
it is a thing that will be brought up with Andrew and the other designers working on PoE 1. So yeah, it's. I also agree. I would like it if every Starforge in the world came from killing Shaper. But we'll see whether we get to that reality or not. Like that's something that other people have strong opinions on as well. I'm not going to unilaterally say
Our
like
Forge
yes, we're doing this.
PCs.
Yeah. So is there a reason why like the boss doesn't just drop the keys that give those things or something? Like I guess they would need a bunch of different keys or something. Might be the issue there. You need like a reliquary key of Shaper or something.
Yeah, that would necessitate a lot of base items, but that might be fine.
We do have a
No,
lot of
I just-
things
this-
like that, don't we?
I just got reminded of at ExileCon
do
last time.
that at some point. I
I
swear.
feel like it.
Just
we
reminded
don't
me
have
of
the
when they
bosses
trolled me
drop.
when I was on like the
There are
panel
seasons
thing.
that
They
are
told
unique,
me
so
look
wasn't
at the
that the point of
camera.
that?
I was the only one who was looking at the camera, so everybody just was like talking about me staring into the camera like a death gaze because they told me look into the camera.
This again because I was under the impression that we intended for that to not be the case. Like I thought we had solved this in the past, but like fever dreams and all that.
Yeah, I was
Too
like
many
unsure,
changes.
but
I'm
then it
like,
was like,
didn't we solve this like 3 years ago? I'm just like, I swear.
yeah, that question, I was surprised when that question was sent to me. So I was like, I thought you guys
The
had
perils
that,
of
but no.
continual development.
I'm gonna go look at that after this because I am convinced that I'm like having mega deja vu here. I swear. I thought that we had reliquary key and then all the boss specific reliquary keys and those gave the boss uniques and the base one doesn't because we didn't want them to give the boss uniques and just I don't know.
That question was sent to me by a juicer, so I was like, I take their word from that one. And so
I don't know. Maybe maybe something slipped up and something went wrong there. I'm gonna go have a look at it after this. Again, whatever. The deja vu is
I don't
real
think I
right
got
now.
any
It would be
But
good to reassess the state of
I
it.
don't trust my short-term memory anymore. So, that might be long-term memory at this point. But all good.
the final ish aspect of ground loot that I want to touch on for today is rare gear drops that just ultimately they're just not shown on filters because they aren't. They're either very rarely good or they just aren't even able to be good. Like it's not even physically possible for them to be competitive in many cases outside of some things like energy shield gear or suppression gear or whatever. There are some cases where it's like, it can never compete with like influenced modifiers or other random where you can jam things together, create the sort of stuff players can make via crafting and other systems. So I have a few kind of questions about like that. It's something I've talked about, a few times in the past. It's like it's always been a thing. Like, how do we make rares matter? I'm curious first, why isn't the tier system being used in
You
Path of
missed
Exile
all the
1
important stuff.
for rare drops?
Kind of is.
The
Memory strands are a technically more granular version of that.
Okay.
Which I mean, look, we've considered this, we've discussed this for sure, and this is part of the whole drop less but better. It's just it comes with these so many different consequences that we have to then work our way through. And
Surely the loot
the memory strands was our kind of way of trying to achieve that. And as I said, it didn't hit the mark for sure, and so we're now trying to make it better. But and I understand that that's they're from originator maps, not like game wide, which I don't necessarily mind either. That it's like at the end of the end game is when the stuff starts happening. But yeah, I mean, I'd first like to see if that can hit the mark first. That being said, there is like just going to always be that there are crafting systems and drops at odds with one another, and you have so many people who are in favor of one versus the other. That being said, like, you know, we don't want to also just be like flooding the ground. You know how much people can juice. You don't want to just be now just flooding the ground with rare items, and it's just like, oh my god, there's just too much stuff everywhere, and I don't know, like.
I was having a fantasy earlier about this. I was like dreaming about it and daydreaming about like, what would it be like if Other Things I Want all of a sudden dropped like maybe only a few rares a map, and I was like excited to identify and look at them. It's like that would be such a crazy change from the amount of stuff that drops right now.
I think that game mode is called Ruthless.
Well, maybe.
Whoa, man.
That's true.
Whoa, it's your first time in the Q&A. Calm down. No. I mean, he's technically right, but we can solve that. But the discrepancy between average map and pinnacle, right? We obviously then have to assess, like, how can you get, if you can get 1,000 times more value out of your map, how do you then not go from 3 to 3,000 items? And we would need to address that, because like quantity is just quantity right now. So there's a lot of like thinking about how that system can translate into that. Because like, I mean, at that point, the entire map would have to like kind of understand its value of items already dropped, and then kind of stop. You know, there's something kind of a bit
like
weird and complicated about it that I don't quite know how to achieve.
Tricky thing to nail down. I wonder if there is a world in which such a thing is possible. Like, just for rares to kind of be like, I guess rare ultimately, but not to be not to be ruthless in the sense of it being like an item scarcity situation, but just that like, well, man, if we're dropping 500 rares and we're not looking at them through the filter, then you know, if those were rolled into 5 rares and you know, they were 50 times better.
One of the things, and again, this is something that was discussed and not going into 328 because it has a lot of ramifications that we would need to interrogate for 329. But like an extension of the memory strand changes was like, well, what if we just, you know how the drop conversion stuff that you're talking about for rares, like what if we do some drop conversion thing where sometimes rares will drop way fewer rare items, but they'll drop super memory strand heavy items, and they'll drop a few of them, and like that sort of thing. It is definitely on our minds. I will say one of the things that contributes to this experience, particularly in Keepers, was just the strength of the breach tree, the strength of the Genesis tree, and while that's being rolled into core, it has been adjusted.
Yeah.
I mean, while those windows they're generally going to be showing you just like effectively every rare item that's presented there is many thousands of rare items that are on the ground.
Yeah.
And how is that ever going to compete as well? So then even
to make the ground items like that, I guess, would be how you compete, and that's what I'm curious to see what that would look like.
there's like so many problems to solve here, and we'll just keep working through them. It's just, again, I cannot stress how complicated all the item model and everything is, and you know, messing up the economy in any drastic way, be it stuff that we do on accident, sometimes we do try to avoid it as much as possible. And a lot of these things are really hard to come back from if you mess it up. If we just make like, if everyone's just getting like 95th percentile items off the ground and like the first tier 1 map they run.
Wait, that's just the tree though.
The entire like get itemization of the in-game systems just down the drain. So like if we, you know, that's an extreme.
They're going to acknowledge this, right?
We mess up bad.
They're going to acknowledge that's
what
just the breach
reactions
tree.
result in, right?
I believe in you. You guys have some experience now with the idea of like converting rarity
Did
into.
Did they say they
tiering up
fucked
an
the
item,
tree?
like making
I
it
didn't.
better.
I missed
like,
it.
You know, as the rare kind of feeds into it, and that aligns nicely with the idea of this being something that grows over time with juicing.
I 100% want
to
do that.
Tiers and juice it, and your map's got like jumped from, you know, your average 100 rarity to 500 rarity or something. Those items start to become a fair bit better rather than just being, because the way it is now effectively is just more white items being converted into rares, right? And
you get the cool thing with them bosses because they have generally more inherent rarity, drop better gear, and rares drop better gear, and you know, it's not always better, but like, you know, the average is going to be significantly better, and I love that. I actually really like that, and I'd like to do it. So
okay, that's good to hear.
We'll just keep trying to get there.
So on the issue of like normal rares not really even being able to compete with like crafted influence recombinated stuff, like Path of Exile 1 it's just got too much cool stuff now. It's not like you want to remove that. So the question is then like how do you make rares compete with that stuff? Obviously like just having really well rolled stuff can work, and maybe only for specific kind of item categories like energy shield gear and things like that. But I am a big fan personally of things like temple modifiers and stuff like that that are a little bit weirder. Now that generally belongs in specific content, but I wonder if there's stuff like that you can do. Obviously we're talking about the memory strand kind of making the base matter, and I quite like overqualityed items for that point as well. Is this something you're thinking along these lines of like other things you can do that maybe fit more in general content?
Okay,
Maybe
they
just
take
seeing
Torchlight
something
thing
else.
and you can drop
There
special mods.
is
Actually, I don't
probably
think
stuff
Torchlight
that's
does that
kinda hard
anymore.
to think of exact things.
Never mind.
On the
They make it so you
spot.
can drop
Kind of goes
T0s.
back to your previous comment about trying to make more like more meaningful tinks, I guess.
Yeah.
Finding more axes to make gear matter in a way that's different from a different piece of gear mattering is like one of the most fundamentally difficult things in designing an item-based game, but it is also one of the most important.
The other thing is to not have dropped items be unrecognizable as well, though. You can't get too crazy with them.
Yeah.
That you want them to still feel relatively fundamental, and then you craft all the crazy.
Yeah.
Which are at odds again with one another, right? Those two things, because crazy often can mean power. But yeah, like you don't want to just have every item, you just have to hover and know what are the 8 different things that could be considered. And I understand that the item filter can do a lot of that work, but then there are those not using the item filters and not using different types of item filters, and now there's just this insane complicated web that they might have to deal with. So you still want the ground loot to ultimately feel fundamental, recognizable, and something not overly complicated, and then the skill ceiling is what enables the complication of like the knowledge, what leagues am I doing, how am I interacting with all that. So it's that real difficult spot where you want to find really interesting stuff, but stuff that's also fundamental and feels core and isn't overly complicated, and that's why it's hard. It's really easy to come up with all kinds of crazy stuff.
Awesome.
It's coming up with the simple, more grounded things that are just real tricky for sure. And
it's probably why we're here in the first place talking about ground loot, because like that is the more subtle, the trickier thing to get right, whereas like to do crazy stuff through all the various league mechanics that's what you can let loose, so those have become better and better over time. It's interesting. Yeah, well I'm starting to see now, why aren't we talking about the new stuff? Like, perfect, I've done my job excellently. I have exhausted the ground loot topic to the point now where chat is starting to want me to change topics.
Yeah, you always start with the
I hit the line that I was pushing for. Excellent.
You always start with the...
You want to start with the thing that people are
of course,
feeling
100%.
like,
yeah.
I can't relax and listen to this other stuff until I'm reassured a bit.
But yes, would love to talk about it. Very excited.
Absolutely. Yeah, excellent. Mirage, the new league that has been showcased and announced here, is a bit of a spicy and interesting one, iterating upon a lot of different concepts and ideas here. It seems like the execution here is really about like a greater than I think we've ever seen, maybe, level of integration with existing content, like synergies between content, to the point where like you're actually making it so that other content in this is doing something unique, which I don't think we've ever done before. So
that's one of the things that's been most exciting about it to me. Like, just to spoil one more example, I guess, that we didn't give in the live stream.
Cool.
The way that it interacts with Delirium, for instance, is you can drop a currency which can be used in a cluster jewel to change the enchantment of that cluster jewel, but it doesn't change what's on the cluster jewel. So you can theoretically roll like a shield or a block cluster jewel. You can roll a block cluster jewel into X notable that you want. You could then
That's
even
a strike
fracture it
Octavian, you can't say
and then
that.
use the new currency to change it over to being, I don't know, a brand cluster jewel or something.
Mark's really
Assuming those are
worried.
both on the same size
Jonathan's
cluster
through
jewel.
the glass in the
And then
office
you
with
can
a
roll a
gun
brand
pointed
notable
at him
along
right
with your
now. That's
block
why
notable or
Mark
whatever.
looks really worried.
Did I miss where you said, like, can you do this just once, or is it...
You can keep reusing the
So
currency.
you can like add a modifier and then change it to a new one, add a modifier. I want to modify from these two types and then to end with this type.
If you're the luckiest man on earth, yeah.
Crazy.
But how cool is that?
That is wild.
I love that. I'm excited about that.
And like
Coming up with some cool ideas lately.
It's basically like, me and Leighton, one of the other designers, got to just design a whole bunch of, ooh, and wouldn't it be cool if we could go back in time and add this one other thing to this mechanic?
Designing crazy is easy. No, it's not. No, that's underselling it. But I don't know. That's exciting for sure.
Yeah, that's wicked. So, like, was this the initial goal on the outside, or was just something happened kind of on accident? This idea of making Mirage really like interact with and amplify the existing content in the game.
The very, very initial goal was I like how some of my favorite designs for League mechanics are like Delirium and Affliction and stuff like that, even Sentinel to a degree, where it's like it augments content.
Sentinel,
and I was like, well, what if we could do that, except it augments the area and not the League, not like just the monsters.
And then out of that grew is like...
Yeah, and then later we, because that is a good base, but you need a good League mechanic needs a bunch of extra, like, bells and whistles, I suppose.
Yeah, it's always just been kind of like, oh, it accidentally kind of juices this other mechanic or for whatever reason. So that is that's a whole new level there. It was interesting. So I played through like the campaign with this league, and it almost felt like some sort of like Best of Path of Exile league. It's got this like legacy league kind of feel where you're like, there's just strong boxes and shrines and legions and stuff everywhere. It's like, I feel like I'm playing
Did I need a new
juiced
phone game,
Endgame version of the
Doran, since I
campaign, more so
refunded
than
my Maple
The
Story
epic
account?
thing of
Level 4.
it was a thing where like this is a thing I would say that is like almost a bit undersold
I don't know
almost,
what
where it's
the-
like the impact this league has on the, like, normally you'd think, okay, so there's like an extra little bit of mud flats with some monsters like as a second replicated area. It's like, well, I don't really care about that. But then you're like, yeah, but what if when the Mirage is spawned, we also then ensure there's other bonus content that's currently in-game only generally, or like Mayhem League, kind of stuff. Not that we do that much of that anymore. Yeah. And then all of a sudden,
No, I didn't.
now you've got all this content appearing in the campaign, and it's like there's just so much stuff going on. And I actually think I understand. Like, if you want to just get to Endgame, go to Endgame. It's still your choice. You don't have to. But for those actually wanting to engage with the league and the campaign, it's probably one of the most like interactive ones, and it probably adds the most amount of content out of any maybe that we've done before.
In addition to that, there's also a bunch of handcrafted campaign-specific wishes that they fall away at the end game because they're not really powerful enough to be
That's true,
competitive with the
Octane.
end game juicing wishes and that sort of thing. But they'll give you a binding orb or two on completing like the very like Act 1 or Act 2. There's very early ones that can give you that. There's ones that
actually,
give
that
you like
sounds
a whole bunch of chromatic orbs. There's ones that give you a unique weapon or
Stuff you need.
something like that. Things that are really useful in the campaign.
I've
Even
never
later in
played
the
Torchlight
campaign, there's
Mobile,
one
but
that'll
I've
give you
heard
a
it's
5 link.
good. But I don't think I'd want to play mobile.
And then those will fall away as you get to the end game. So where they're not nearly as relevant.
Yeah, it's normally I like always interact with the league mechanic, even if I'm getting over leveled.
Thanks for the
This is one where I think
there.
like it's to the point. It's just to the point where you like do the really cool looking ones, and this is my advice: do the really cool looking Mirages that have like a bunch of extra mechanics with it, and leave the other ones. Just like you'll be able to take it or leave it here, even if you're a player who normally does them all or
Check the
normally
mechanics,
skips them.
check
Just
the
kinda-
wish, do it or move on.
Yeah.
Also-
like the wishes sometimes are unique, and
A detail that I wanted to make sure was known is so the Mirage in the I call it the overworld and the recreate. Those are the internal terms we've been using.
Okay.
But the Mirage around the object in the initial area, not the one that you've recreated, does have a lot of extra monsters from the Alpharud, as Mark was saying in the live stream. Those monsters are purely
Bloob's
additive.
Adventure
So
Idol. Blueberry made
they
an
don't
Adventure Idol.
displace existing monsters or anything like that, which does mean that even if you never enter a Mirage, you're just kind of killing more stuff in the campaign than you would otherwise. Like,
yeah,
there's
a
just
lot of
extra monsters.
there.
Probably how you were so over leveled.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I think I was like 10, 15 levels over pretty consistently since like Act 1. It's been like, oh man, I better skip over a few zones. And then I'm like, oh, well, Mirage looks pretty tempting.
There's there's a bunch of kind of cool stuff as well. Like I know you mentioned as well the other day of the way the Mirage's area is generated. Like it when you have a circle, you got a circle, right? And so in claustrophobic maps, a lot of that circle's in unwalkable space.
Yeah, we've had
the
this
way that
issue
the
before.
area of Mirage generates is it flood fills walkable space until it occupies an amount of space.
That's clever.
Which means on a map by map basis, it's relatively consistent.
I noticed that you solved that issue. I was like, oh, you guys have done it.
Yeah, our programmers put a lot of work into that. So they did a good job.
But even then, you've got now you can immediately think of that and go, well, hold on. If I'm in like say toxic sewer and it flood fills, I'm going to be so far away from the portal. wow, there's just a button to take you back to the start of
Yes.
it.
You guys are getting good at this, anticipating my quality of life complaints.
And it's got fancy effects when it teleports you.
Normally, like in the past, I'd come here and I'd play for a bit, and I was like, you guys need to make a quality of life for this. And then, like, no, you guys have done it already.
Part of doing quality of life changes, even though sometimes they're insane and sometimes they're, not as crazy, by doing it in every patch and holding ourselves accountable to doing it, we then often get like, well, hold on, what would we be doing next league for the new content? And
you've rewired your thinking, I think, on this.
Yeah,
I feel
100%.
like I've noticed that at least that mandate to do 10 quality of life fixes. I think
Another really
you're
minor
looking for them now.
Another really minor thing is the minimap in a Mirage area is always fully revealed, so you know where you need to go.
I didn't even notice, but that's awesome. Yeah. It's just like little things like that.
it is a actual terrain generation recreate, so to speak. So you wouldn't get lost either way, I suspect, if you were kind of remembering what happened anyway. But
I mean, in my memory, maybe.
Bit of sure. It's true. We're talking about not having short-term memory, so who knows anymore nowadays?
It's a funny weird mechanic in the campaign too, because like quite often you're like, it spawns near the boss. You do the boss in the Mirage. You pick up the quest item from the boss in the Mirage.
Yep.
And you're like, I'll just go.
A lot of that suspiciously just kind of worked.
Yeah, it just
which
works. And
made me feel really, really
it.
suspicious.
So
like there's surely some bug we're overlooking here, but it's been pretty thoroughly tested at this point. It just kind of works.
I've been intentionally trying to like be like, oh, what if I do it this way? Being like a little cheeky, like, oh yeah, what if I kill PoE in here and get the thing?
I mean, it has had some bugs. Don't get me wrong. Like there was a bug where like if the Mirage didn't generate far enough, you could click an entrance that's supposed to take you to somewhere else, and now you're just outside the Mirage and you can't move, that's not particularly good.
I haven't run into any of those things yet, so you've been polishing it out pretty well. Higher level of polish a week out than usually on this visit.
That's
so
good.
I've noticed. So you guys, the team division maybe is working well there.
Yeah, because by having ultimately Octavian and Andrew focused on PoE 1 entirely for that whole span, and we were obviously all discussing. I loved generally our design meetings are at like 6 p.m. and then they'd just run until we, really look outside and we're like, oh, it's very dark. We probably should have gone home. But
the sun is rising.
Yeah, we got these just cool, awesome like evening design sessions and that going on. But then those guys just were cranking from the get-go, like
awesome,
and as opposed to like kind of fighting for resources between the two, we laid out exactly here are the resources you got. If you need more, just tell us. But like work with that for now, get everyone working straight away. And I mean, obviously it sounds obvious. It's like, that's how it should be. But, you got the 2 games, especially, it can be a bit hard. Like, where do you go? What happens? It gets a bit crazy. So, as much as that sounds like, well, obviously it should work that way. It isn't as simple as it often sounds especially with passion projects, because, you always, especially as a designer, you want to work on both things. You want to know what's this cool thing going on over there. I want to be part of that. So you have to also be able to kind of separate yourself and go, I'm just going to acknowledge I don't know what's going on, and when I see the live stream for the other game, I'm going to learn a bunch of new stuff. And so
that's one of the benefits of it. I get to go into PoE 2 releases with next to no idea. It's like, oh, cool. What I get to be in the player base, getting the exciting reveal again.
That being said, he's like sitting amongst the other designers. We're all still in a collective, and everyone can hear what everyone else is doing, and so you can kind of still hear stuff, and people will still ask you questions about things that you've worked on before. So, yeah, real cool. But getting off Mirage. But I know we talked about some of the stuff in the campaign, but I just wanted to also give you an opportunity to talk about that cool Endgame thing you mentioned boss, and I got it and remembered another exciting thing.
Which Endgame thing with the boss?
The whole map is a Mirage.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Wait, what?
That is one of the. So it augments league mechanics, but it can also augment a few things that are like technically not league mechanics. Like it can augment a map boss. And it will cause it to have some, how like when you free an essence monster, there's effects going on, like maybe there's fireballs flying out. So it'll cause it to have effects similar to that. So it's a little more challenging. But the upside is when they drop a map, there's a chance that map is fully miraged. Like it's got a mirage in the map that is covering the entire thing.
Censored.
So
I told you,
you
got strikes
instead of 1.3 map for your map or however much.
So the reveals keep coming. I don't know about that.
There you go.
Wild. I was going to ask, like, because you've got this whole, like, oh, it's juicing the other mechanics and it's doubling the other mechanics and it's adding extra monsters to your map. It's like, how do you, like, make sure that the actual League mechanic still feels rewarding there? Like, you guys are going a little nuts there. So you've got Mirage maps. There was adding supports to skills.
Oh, yes.
Okay, which I almost forgot about.
The Jin coins.
Just kind of slip that in there as well.
Imbued gems.
Yeah, it's interesting. Don't know what to make of that one yet.
It's
Pretty wild.
at odds with corruption. Just to
Yes,
explain how some of this works. So it
that's
corrupts
true.
the item is at odds with either +1 level or quality, as gems do. Because, adding even a level 1 support and getting the right support is a pretty good amount of power creep. And so it being at odds with corruption allowed it to be that strong. If you could do both,
it's
it's a bit
the
excessive.
power a little bit. Yeah.
And it isn't fully random. It will look. It
don't
takes
think
into
it
account
will.
the supports which can support that skill, and it can only roll in those, and
That's,
also can
good.
only roll in the color of the coin. So if
Okay.
you're using a red coin,
you
you
get
get a
some-
red support that works for that skill.
Yes,
you're not, over it
you're not going to get like faster casting on a double strike or something.
Brutality is a valid support for Wild Strike, so you could get that, which isn't particularly
so don't
good.
use the red one on there, probably.
That'd be sick.
LE damage of the tax is also red and can go on Wild Strike. Is LE damage of the tax the modern name of
Ed West? Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's-
But regardless, like there are, undesirable outcomes, but all of them are technically functional.
Okay, all right. And then there's these uniques that you can like clean up as well. You do one of those restoration YouTube channels, like I found this sword and it's like just a big pile of rust. Let's restore it.
You just scrub it down with the Jin coin, get all the rust off. No, it's more magical than that.
Yeah, excellent. And I don't know if this was really shown, but there's a lot of like. Is this just the campaign or is it endgame as well? There's like a lot. There's these like silver gin caches and gold gin caches and.
That's all points.
Okay,
so
cool.
when you're in a Mirage,
Those are juicy.
there's like there's packs of enemies that are specific to the overworld encounter and packs that are specific to the Mirage encounter. They're actually different monster varieties. And when you're in the Mirage, when the Mirage enemies spawn, they will rarely spawn with a cache, and that cache is just a chest that has pretty good loot generally. Like rare items, maybe currency, maybe div cards, all various things.
Sounds wicked juiced. Awesome.
Yeah.
Retard, you sound stupid
Definitely,
as
putting
always.
there's so much. I
Just
love the
kidding,
amount of
I've
like
never
level of
seen you
detail
before,
going in,
but
and
I'm sure
and
it's
as you were
stupid.
mentioning, it's a league that is multiplying other leagues, and obviously it has its own thing, and even a kind of a cool storyline, and it's grounded, and it's got, obviously a boss, which is awesome as well, but it's got the thing where, how cool is that?
Suresh is very cool.
Oh man.
How cool is that? Yeah, let's just start the fight. Let me just rip off my head real quick.
Just turn my spine into a star.
I don't need this.
I'm gonna.
Who came up
It's a
with
tiny,
these
I don't want to spoil
glasses
much of
are
this fight,
so
but a tiny minor
common.
spoiler.
I see
is when you
those
kill
things
him,
everywhere.
His head lands and sticks in the ground, and then you can talk to it. And he gives like lore.
Obviously.
Obviously, yeah, it goes without saying.
But even then it's I really it is probably one of the more challenging things. It's just like, okay, it could just multiply damage and life or drops or something. It could just multiply quant or rarity, I get it. But it's that labor of love of doing a specific interaction with everything it can modify that really is like, wow, this is cool. There's so much level of detail to this and depth to this. That's quite impressive. But it's an undertaking for sure, and I'm really glad you guys did it.
effort.
I mean, I would want to do more if I had more time.
Mm-hmm. Something I've seen in chat, I'll just kind of like butt in here in between topics, is Trial of the Ancestors just kind of getting asked about. I had forgotten about it. It's been a while. I
Way to change the sad change the most recent chats. I think my chat is set on
it's
most
still on the
popular
list.
or something.
It's not on our most recent thoughts.
Or how high is that guy?
backlog sort of situation. Trial of the Ancestors.
Kind of is, yeah. I mean, we're getting more and more of these, I feel like, over time, where stuff we want to improve, enhance, re-add, or whatever. Look, I get it. Same answer as last time, pretty much. Like it'll get its day. We just don't know when. It requires more work to re-add than you might think, and it's easy for that to then get in the way of a lot of other stuff that we want to do. And Yeah, I get it. It's just end of the day, value and resources, and that's it. Really, that's all there is to it. So
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say the well of cool stuff that we want to add to the game is infinitely deep.
Yeah, it's good for that. Was Mercenaries one of these ones that was like coming back or something in some way? Like
Oh, Jerry did. He did it. He did it.
We will do that
Nice.
again.
Nice.
I always hate saying when we're going to do stuff because that's people want a time. What does that mean if there's no time? It's just this nebulous, infinite. One day it will be here. But I still, like to be clear on when we intend for something to come back or not. So yeah, we still want to do it.
Pocket for a rainy day.
We'll get there. Honestly, we will get there. There's not too many big things that are like still pending that we've done before that we want to re-add. So,
right, now here's the real question: why do they have fake
but just
bricks
timing.
in the
But
room?
again, like there's been so much growing pains with the different two
What's up with the
projects and
fake
stuff.
bricks?
We're only going to get more efficient at this. We've got
I've
more
always
staff
wondered
than
that.
ever. We're still hiring. Like we'll get there. If Octavian wants more people, Octavian and Andrew, they want more people on that for PoE 1. We'll hire more. We'll give them the resources they need. Whatever we need to do, we'll do it, and we'll just keep going forward. So yeah, it's all looking up. It's all great days. So
All right, I just want to say though, like I feel like maybe you could get a little bit more of this
Fake
stuff
walls?
done if you
I
didn't
mean,
do things like make the Reliquarian. Okay, like and commit to changing its
different.
passives every single league.
Okay, yes, that
talking
committing to
about-
that is extra work. But Reliquarian is really efficient because she uses stats that already exist, right?
Yeah,
like
but
we have all
I
of
was
these
talking-
uniques.
I was talking to Andrew about this though because it's like, oh man, you actually have to consider like against the uniques that you can like double it up with against like all of the other ones in there. It's like yeah, you can make an acceptable list, it's procedurally generated each league or whatever to like cut down on work, but you're still gonna have to like actually double check everything there.
Oh, for sure.
It's a little crazy.
it's fine.
I love having an ascendancy.
fine.
I love having an ascendancy that we've pre-committed to like this is gonna change every time because it means we can do something cool and different every single time, and players will expect that going into the next patch.
And it's so just to clarify for people as well, like this isn't replacing Ascendant. This is
No, this is addition.
Scion has a second Ascendancy now.
When did the Scion come out?
Lucky
Before
18
I
years
was here.
ago,
Yeah,
or
so
20 years ago.
13 years or something, probably. Yeah. So 13 years to get its second ascendancy. So 13 years from now,
Get a
we'll
third
get the
Ascendant.
third
It'll be
class.
right on par with the rest of the classes.
No, it's really cool because I really like the idea of it changing. I'm also looking forward to the idea of it. Let's say it's really good this league, and then people are like, no, I don't want it to change. And then guess what? It's going to change. And then people are like,
committed.
ruined.
Yeah.
It's killed. It's ruined.
It is good that you've like just laid that down from the beginning
Yes.
for that. I think it's probably the way
And
to do
you
it.
you just get the cool thing where you're like, no matter what now, technically, every single expansion will have a new ascendancy class in that regard.
It's great teaser
know?
material.
Yeah, true.
And
It's one of your days done.
but also in the same sense, if it does get ruined, as people are like, the next league
next
gets
league.
saved, but a lot, you can see things where maybe some leagues it's better for certain archetypes, it might be better for
Yeah,
casters here or attackers here or summoners here or a boss.
Yeah, for the Ethereal Crafters, it's going to be like a new little puzzle to unpack
Thanks
every
for
league, isn't it?
19
Even if nothing
Beam.
else happens with Ascendancies.
And we often do these things where we're like, okay, this is going to require work every league. Let's just double check we're definitely keen to do that, and it has to pass the cool threshold. And in this case, it's like, yep, it's cool enough. We're doing it. It's all good.
All right. So the other thing on the skills and classes sort of side of things, this time
I don't
you
think
went
I could
for
do a blog-
pretty
a
comprehensive
vlog.
set of new skills, buffs, support gems, even some passive changes.
think
to
my
support the
personality's
Holy
too
Warrior
dry
Templar
for a vlog.
archetype. So I guess the downside with approaches like this of doing like a specific archetype flavored set of changes is that maybe some people ultimately won't be interested in it, but it seems like I think that's probably a worthy trade-off for the fact that you get a much more interesting experience there. Like I'm not just like, oh yeah, one skill saw a little bit of a buff or something. It's not really that interesting to change your builds.
You can be a lot more. The upside is you can be a lot more like holistic and take a broader
Yeah.
view. It's like, okay, we're not just adding
Well, I could
this
do
new
it. What do you
skill
mean?
that happens to fit this archetype. We're
I
adding,
still never found that potato.
a handful of new skills, a handful of new supports. There's a couple uniques that have been changed to help support this. The Guardian Ascendancy has a new pointer to help support this kind of play style, and that just immediately makes it much easier for a player who might have been interested but also wants to play a powerful build and wants to have a well-supported build to commit to playing the new thing on League Start. You know, as opposed to if you just add a skill without any of the supporting foundation, then it's much harder. Like it's much easier for that skill to sink rather than swim.
Yeah, that's it. That's not a lot of things contributing there. Is there something you'd like to kind of keep doing, you think, then? That kind of like, you've done it a couple times in the past, but it's not ever been a super consistent trend, doing this like archetype flavor.
It's certainly
for skills and
easier
things.
and has its merits, but I'd say we're probably just going to remain inconsistent in that regard.
Probably.
You know,
You'll be consistent in nothing else but being
well, it's
inconsistent.
just,
It's good.
you know, like for 329, you know, and a thing that's come up and probably what we'll be doing is, instead of so much a whole new archetype, it's like, let's go back and look at existing skills.
Yeah, we
and how
still,
we
this Q&A
instead of,
still got another
just
hour
numerically
and
necessarily
20
change them,
minutes,
actually
dude.
rework them. Especially things like, you know, early game as well. You know, at some point, rolling magma becomes a little bit boring. Or has
Still
its
got
woes.
another hour, 20
we know
minutes
the,
here.
We know the deal. You know, so being able to go back and look at, there's actually been quite a high demand for people going like, can you just change up the early game, like what we're playing with, please no more rolling magma kind of. Has been
I don't
a lot
know.
of, you know, and I'm sure there's some people that love it, and it's not, I'm not to say we're going to like eradicate it, but ideally for the next one we'd focus less on the whole new archetype and maybe more on, you know,
I don't
reworking
like
some of
leather
the
couches.
some of the other
Well,
skills,
they're
you know,
fine, but like, you know,
that's
if
something
if
on
it's
our
hot
current,
out,
you
you
know,
make it
list
all
of things, so we'll
sticky.
see how that goes. But
Did you ever fall asleep
you
on
know,
like a leather couch
reworking
in
a
the
skill can
summer and
often
you just like
effectively mean
stuck
it's a
to
new skill.
it? Oh
Like on a
god.
personal level as well, one of my favorite stuff to work on is skill and support related design. Like, so there will definitely be more and more attention to that. Even if it's just from me wanting to do it, you know, in an extra few hours after my normal workday or whatever. I also have like a personal goal that every, you know, reasonable active skill eventually gets its own transfigured version, hopefully two.
Yeah,
That's the new transfigured this league
You
are a step in
sold
that
your
direction.
wife
They're-
for your leather
I
couch?
think they're all on ones that didn't have any transfigured variants before. Maybe there's like
I did
one
not
that is
look
on
at the
a skill that
league
already had one.
page, actually.
Yeah, so I was going to ask about that. Like, you feel like transfigureds are kind of like...
It's always
hitting the
got
mark,
some
they're like a
extra
thing that's
stuff
worth
on it,
kind of
that's
keeping
true.
Personally,
updated. Yeah, you're adding more. And is it likely that like new skills come out with transfigureds right away, or is that something you add in the future?
When there's a transfigured variant that is interesting enough and also wouldn't detract from the development time of the base skill.
Yeah, that's...
Does the cloth
Like,
couch have to
like
do
if it's a
it?
simple twist
The
that is an
mice.
interesting one, then sure, because we, you know, I think we did that with one of the wand skills in the last league that get released with a transfigured variant.
Yep.
But those are still, you know, now they are skills in the game that are a valid active skill. Like the player might choose as their main, you know, main skill, so they will eventually need to get one.
Yeah. And
I got in and pooped
see,
in the
like,
spot.
I guess you could be concerned that like it's eating into skill designs, but it seems like it's almost the opposite, where it's like a dumping ground for the ideas that didn't make it into a skill. You can like,
Sure.
yeah, well, you know, this is just one little idea for a twist on a skill. It can't really be a whole new skill, so
And
it's
like,
the perfect place for it, right?
yeah, it's also just I can't like stop myself from having a cool idea and being like, I want to do, you know, I want to do holy hammers, but it's a big fist or something.
2% chance to deal double damage against enemies for each type of ailment you have inflicted on them.
You know, generally speaking.
All right.
Yeah.
On the kind of like more balance and skill design, hand casting and channeled skills are kind of just like a rough area I just want to mention or bring up. Is it something that you're like thinking about or still kind of like tracking? I think it's maybe something we talked about a little bit in the past.
Helmet +6 to gems if
Not
there's a
on the
single gem
current,
socketed in this
it's
item.
Not for 328 really in any obvious sense, but like, you know, not to
Wait,
say
quiver
there isn't
proj
something
can
with
chain from
exceptional
any number of
support that
additional
might come
targets
into
in
it, especially
close
stuff we haven't really
range.
necessarily thought of. You know, and this obviously when we add so much stuff, there's so much unintentional usage. But like, yeah, I understand it needs maybe a bit more of a fundamental look at. Still on the list again.
One of the dedicated QA for PoE 1 is very much a hand casting enjoyer. He plays spellcasters almost every league, and the Transfigured Shock Nova is one of his favorite skills, he said, and he's definitely going to be playing that. So hey, there's something. But yeah, it is on our radar for sure.
This is kind of like a new one that I haven't brought up before that someone asked me about. I was like, yeah, you know what? When I think about it, that's a good point. Cold skills, especially spells mainly, seem to be in a weird place where like I try to think of cold spells And I can only think of skills that have been nerfed or like were once great but aren't anymore. I think of like Winter Orb, Ice Hat. I think of like Ice Spear back in the day. I think of Cold Dot stuff. Like, yeah, there's a couple in there that are okay, but it does seem like on the whole, cold spells are in a bit of a rough place at the moment. Mm-hmm. Is that something you guys have identified?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you.
Sure.
Glacial Cascade.
Not to say there aren't, certainly in the more traditional case, yes, they're not holding up. There are some weird cases, but again, maybe some of this. Well, I was just trying to think of the new like Frost Mage, but technically, it's probably going to be based on something that isn't even, cold scales.
It'll be like Archangel all over again.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah,
skill buff.
Oh shit! It has numbers on
it'll
these.
probably come hand in hand with hand casting. To some degree, like it's kind of like hand casting and
sense.
spells kind of come together, so you'll probably see a bit of that at the same time.
Yeah, that'll be a package deal at some point.
But yeah, I would actually agree with you. I'm not quite happy with just like
it's just a weird realization to have. It's like, a lot of my old favorite skills.
And some of them are so iconic as well.
yeah.
I miss some of those ones. It'd be cool to see a little bit of a resurgence in some of them maybe in the future. If it's anything like what the Templar stuff has gone through here, I'll be psyched in the future to replay some of that stuff because Templar has been an absolute blast. Like
I think it looks worse than Earth Shatter for sure.
Extra weapons that attack with you stuff.
True. Awesome. It is worth noting, alongside the new holy skills, pre-existing holy themed skills have generally been buffed or maybe
Stag
just
Strike, Dominating Blow felt awesome.
Yeah, I'm like real excited to see how I can use some of these more party adjacent ones to benefit my friends with some Guardian changes. Unless the Reliquarians are all good at being a support character, I don't know. I'll have to see which one.
In there. You'll have to see. And
I honestly
and then you'll have to
don't
deal
know.
with that getting changed next league, of course.
Yeah. Well, or I can make it not. No. It's good for support characters. Sorry, it's not changing next league now. I've decided.
Nerf Mark's build.
I maybe feel a little bad for content creators who are like making a build guide on Reliquarian, and
only a little bad.
every one of those build guides has an expiration date built in.
Yeah. You have to put an expiry date in the comments. And
Best before.
+1 level and quality.
After, but it's a gamble. That's funny. I did have a question about this later.
94
it's
cost
the chant levels in chat. Harbingers. I was going to ask about some quality of life stuff later, but we'll slip it in here first.
Do you want the good news or the bad news?
Oh, bad news, please. I love bad news.
Bad news is it's gone for now.
What's gone?
Harbinger is gone for now.
Oh,
excuse me. Elaborate.
Yeah, we're just
that may be good news for some.
I understand that's like Look, the issue.
Can't complain about it now.
Does that count as Harbinger rework?
Look, and I understand that will probably crush a decent amount of people, but there's a little bit of it's a shadow floating with some blue, and
I know you're not.
They're really
blue
cool.
Aliens,
well, for sure, but we want to do more. We want to do it better, and there's this unfortunate thing where often, or especially with a way we have to kind of develop things now. It's kind of, it has to go so it can come back better, is effectively what we're getting to here. And it will get the justice it deserves. And I'm not putting it in the in the nebulous Trial of the Ancestors bin here.
It's in a closer.
Yes. Which. And that's what I'm saying, bad news, good news. It's unfortunate, but in some regards, however, it's going to come back a lot better, and it should be something that ideally people can get excited for. We were going to be way more mysterious with it, and actually have the patch notes and actually we are doing that in Harbinger text, and people are going to try and derive what does this mean. But immersively, effectively, the Harbingers have gained the knowledge they want. They're leaving Rayclast for now, and they are going to come back, and you will find out what that means without spoiling what's going to happen.
As we mentioned earlier, Ancient and Fracturing Orbs are in the core drop pool. Harbinger Uniques are also in the core drop pool.
The upgraded Harbinger Uniques are in the drop pool. Core drop pool, yeah.
Right.
So keeping as much as we can. But yeah, look, sometimes these things just have to happen this way. Yeah. It's always sucks because we're just like, damn.
Also an adjacent question that I imagine will come up. Horizon Orbs, with the way the new map items work, are they don't do a thing, but they would have done a thing on Shaper Guardians and such, because Shaper Guardians are still an individual key to an individual area.
Okay.
So now Blessed Orbs will reroll your Shaper Guardians.
Yeah,
so you still have that capability.
Good old Blessed Orbs getting a bit more love.
Yep.
Aww, my baby.
So I Yeah, but it's got a sad, but it'll have an overall.
This is great news.
I agree.
This is great news. They were just weird blue floating guys that drop pocket lint. I don't know why people like them so much. A lot of the
loss aversion.
Your effects don't even work on them sometimes. They're weird little creatures. Well,
it is probably it's one of the most abstract things we've done for sure.
I like conceptually. I want to see what a modern take on it is because
and also a more grounded in gothic. Again, imagine being able to do the actual art style justice and to do bosses, have bosses that aren't just big portal.
Is it more harbinger?
Big portal thing,
Yes,
and
the boss was a portal.
The boss was a portal. Yes. Look, good future there. We will do it right. Look, let's be real. It was half baked. And it needs to be done better. So
it was definitely a little bit.
Yeah, I know.
From an earlier
there was always going to be that bad. I was going to be. The patch note was going to be way more ominous, but nonetheless, there's a band-aid to be ripped off. But
I'm glad and impressed that you are.
Again, we have to be brave enough to do some of these things for sure. It is important, and again, it just means only better things for the future to come in PoE 1. So.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Well, that answers the Harbinger question, which the question that chat was probably driving at was like, could you make the splinters stack better? Let me just solve that problem for you. Fine, no more splinters for you.
I was like, it's gone. You're like, wait, what's gone?
No Disneyland. That's it. We're turning around.
No. Yeah, it is what look. My classic response is deal with it. I guess is the answer.
Yeah, that's been dealt with thoroughly. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. On to my next topic, which was breach and the implementation for core for that. So you showed walls being destroyed by damage, which seems like honestly would solve 99% of problems because your damage typically is just killing everything. So I imagine the walls just get deleted. But will they sometimes block movement skills or something like that, or is it? What's the idea here? Why do you want to keep them? Why are the walls a thing? I'm sure some people are like, why don't they just delete them?
Ziggy's a little quirky today.
It's important to have different encounters that have different feels and different things going on, and it does achieve. I wouldn't say it's overly complicated, but it does achieve a relatively unique vibe. And the important thing is when a league goes core, especially, is that there is choice into what type of content you want to do. There are people that like it. There are. Right?
I don't believe it.
And that's fine. And there are now many tools if you don't want to. You can deal with it by either making it easier and making it something you don't mind, or on the other hand, you can turn it off if you're just like, get that out of there. But honestly, also, it shouldn't be bad.
Intrusive is the word I would use. We want it to
feel
meaningfully different in terms of how you intengage with the mechanic, but we also don't want it to be intrusive and unpleasant.
This is
we've shrunk the encounters, shrunk the walls. They destroy when you're damaged.
Well, I should get some gamer subs because there's a
we were just discussing earlier, if this is still not enough, then there's other avenues we can pursue, making the radius you destroy them in a bit larger, stuff like that.
Talking to you about it earlier, you were pretty clear that you literally don't want it to be annoying in any way. So
no, it shouldn't be.
And another thing I don't think you touched on there was the idea that it's also supposed to be a way that you can kind of scale the encounter on an encounter by encounter basis, which is something you want to have sometimes.
And it's there's a little bit if the walls are our problem. It's not that big. That's fixable. That's actually kind of easy to fix.
Yeah.
Now we probably should have done that mid-league.
Fair.
I don't know, Doran.
Do you think that'll be happening? Do you think that'll be happening? Because that was another question I saw people do you think you guys will have more ability to do stuff after kind of the first 2 weeks of the league now moving forwards with the way the teams are structured now? Obviously you have to work on the new content at a certain point and that starts almost immediately. But what do you reckon?
Yeah, it kind of depends. Look, our main goal once a league comes out is to solve problems, and we generally try and make sure that's the case. But yeah, generally then it's do you want to upgrade the league with new content versus make the next expansion, and that gets pretty hard to allocate resources between.
I don't think the new content thing is probably worth it.
That's what I'm thinking
ultimately,
it is.
But just the continued problem solving, I guess.
Definitely have more resources for. Solving issues.
Great.
That is 100%
That's the main thing, ultimately, I think.
Yeah.
I think we either have some or had some.
The keepers thing, it's okay, the walls, if there's still a problem, just tell us. We'll just keep fixing it. We can test as much as we can test, but obviously people have different levels of what's acceptable and what's not. We try and think of all these, but look, we've made a whole bunch of changes. It's going in. tell us how you feel afterwards, and we'll just address it if it's still a problem. Like that's the actual straightforward solution. Hopefully it's not, we're gonna, I mean, even today we're like, let's bump up the burn radius a bit as well, just to make it a bit less of a problem. They're now damageable, they're now smaller, hives are now smaller, the walls are smaller as well. And again, you can turn them off. You can just run unstable breaches, of which now it's an Atlas tree. You can have many of them, and you can have multiple active at once, like Breach had before.
That's an old breach thing. You'd have like a bunch of flash breaches overlapping. That wasn't available in Keepers. That is a thing again now. That's possible.
Yep.
Oh, great. That's good news.
Yep. You can just run around,
good fun,
opening circles.
So obviously there's a way of like kind of being like, oh yeah, I want to see just the circles or more of the circles or something like that. Is there a bunch of them?
The whole goal was to keep that. Right,
right, yeah.
It would have been easy to just only have the wall encounters. No one, I don't know if people would have been very happy about that. But like the point was, like people loved Breach for what Breach was. We wanted to retain that as the map to map. So yeah, you can have multiple unstable breaches. You can just run into multiple of them at once and just start killing all the hordes of monsters. That's just what it is. It's just that, we then get to have this new epic storyline set up, do more with it in the future. What's Chiyola gonna do? Where's Zoff and Ulnatol? Where are they right now?
You were saying something about expanding on the Breach story and Breach Swords, but it's not like you're gonna do Breach 3 next league. So,
maybe
how does that even
the
happen?
Harbinger's taken them. Like, what's going on?
Oh, you reckon it's a blend in with another league or something, maybe? Huh?
No, I'm talking. This is my. I'm talking madness.
Okay.
But the point being, like, there's cool things to set up here, epic new bosses, be it pinnacles or otherwise, to come in the future, and I understand people have a bit of attachment to a lot of this older content, but like
the old domains.
These are literal old player characters wearing microtransactions that are bosses, and
they're not to your current standards, are they?
It's not what we do.
Just
anymore.
Like Harbinger, they got. Get out of here.
You need bosses that rip off their own head when the fight starts, not
not recolored floaty guys.
Not like, here's some armor set. You're not red enough. Let's dunk you in red paint. All right, now you're a breach lord.
Yes.
And every new unique we make going forward could have a Foulborn variant.
Ooh, yeah.
Or be on the Reliquarian.
Yeah, sure. That too.
Oh man, well,
the
Rusty and
Foulborn
Restoration
uniques.
YouTube channel. Excellent.
Foulborn uniques were pretty cool.
Yeah, Foulborn uniques were, I think, a big win from that. I was going to ask about that in relation to the tree. So Foulborn uniques, something to keep expanding on then.
Yep, the new uniques. Some of the new uniques in Mirage have Foulborn variants.
No kidding. That's awesome. Yep. Great. Well, that's happening right away then. Fantastic. On that note then, so the tree is staying, and I think people are concerned in various ways, but people both want it to be still rewarding in some way, but people also don't want it to necessarily be pooping out all of the best items and to the extent that it was. So in what way is it going core, and in what way is it changing?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, I think that we want it to still be good, but we don't want it to be good at generating every kind of item. So I think it can no longer make weapons or quivers.
Interesting.
So it can still do the armor, the jewelry, and obviously keeps the Foulborn uniques.
It can make Foulborn unique weapons. To be clear, it's rare weapons
for the rare equipment. Yeah. So limited the pools of rare equipment it can produce.
Interesting. So it has a more specific role now, which I like the league mechanics.
Again, like that's a general thing where if one thing can do everything, then why do anything else? And then you have the if everything can do everything, then what does picking a league even mean? I mean, it's the same discussion with things like fossils, right? Which I believe we've also made a change with now. Fossils are exclusive, or at least way more exclusively.
If we did our due diligence fully, then fossils should only be coming from Delve now.
Ooh, okay, cool.
Yeah. So good. We're kind of trying to make sure we're actually confining what makes a league special to what makes a league special, and not just letting it seep in everywhere. So yeah, that with the tree, no weapons for rare weapons at least is aiming that direction.
Is it like a major power nerf to the creation of jewelry and armor?
It's been tuned down. Yeah.
6-link.
I saw the
rate
6-link thing was
down,
dropped down a bit. Is it like 60 fusings instead of like 150 now?
Yeah, I think it was 1 in 10 items are 6 links before, which was a little bit extreme.
I should have been listening. They're talking about the tree.
There's a balance pass as well.
What they say?
Because again, it's part of that how can item drops be good if this is just doing that, you know? So they're at odds with one another, but also now that it's one of many optional leagues in the end game, it doesn't need to be doing everything, you know, as good as it was doing. So
No weapons.
I suspect it's still pretty good from my kind of like cursory glance over things. It looked like the fracturing was still there, I think, right? Like, as you guys are planning on.
Andrew did all of the specific adjustments for this, so I'm not actually sure off the top of my head.
I'm sure
This is why we need a bigger couch. We need Andrew here.
How do we do that?
The problem
you
is
got plenty of
always
room
the
in the middle.
uncertainty with, this is ideally why we'll have Andrew here in the future. The uncertainty is like, Andrew could have changed stuff literally 10 minutes ago.
Yeah,
that we don't know about.
You know, someone in QA might have found something that he needed to address.
He's, you know, and I'd like to reassure people, like, the development doesn't stop at the live stream, at the announcement, you know what I mean? They're up there, upstairs right now making changes. So, you know, we can only be so certain about, you know, without everyone here who's able to talk about it, but like, you know, we're 99% sure on everything. But
if I do my job well, you guys come up with some new changes that you go do after this too. So
Yeah, they're gonna go nerf Holy Hammer,
you're very
Ziggy.
good at coming and getting us to make a few last minute changes beforehand. I like it actually.
Excellent. Good. Yeah. I like it too. I get to do what I want. I think the last thing was the Hive Fortresses in Breach. They were initially fun, but they definitely became less so over time. I think just like a lack of variety. They got quite time consuming, and then some issues with difficulty and reward scaling where like you couldn't quite scale them up all that much ultimately. I think like they scale with map mods, but I guess a lot of PoE 1's scaling power now comes from like Scarabs and Atlas passives and stuff, so they didn't really get that.
I actually don't know if any specific changes have been made to that, and that's not to say there hasn't been.
I definitely saw one, which is the juicing buttons.
Yeah, there's a whole...
Oh, yeah, sure.
The main thing that would impact that is there's a whole suite now of Scarabs and Atlas passives that are related to, you know, the Keeper's mechanic. And those will apply to your Hive Fortresses, and so you can get things like the Enrage the Swarm buttons, which I don't know how many skills you get over the course of a Hive encounter, but if you click the Enrage the Swarm button every time, I really hope you have a good build.
Nice.
Yeah, so I think it is all most like primarily tangential changes like Atlas Tree and systems like that now that they're core, as opposed to baseline changes, but not entirely sure. You never know. Andrew could be doing something right now, so we'll see. But it should, you know, when these things go core and now you have an Atlas Tree and now you have a set of Scarabs, and things generally get a little bit crazy with them, and you can have a lot of agency and choice, and it gives us now way more tools to be able to give players choice, so that if someone likes it one way or the other, we can add that, and so if they're not right, we'll make them right by adding different things and interactions and stuff. It's part of the benefit of the Atlas Tree and the Scarab system is that we get to do that with pretty much everything. We get to have 5 different ways of playing every league, you know, and that's awesome.
I'm already excited to, if it goes core, which is not a decision we'll make for a while, but, you know, come up with Atlas passives for Mirage or Scarabs for Mirage.
You're already starting to think about what you can do.
Have stuff in my back pocket.
Okay, cool.
Half the size and do something, double the size and do something. There's like so many different options there. Yeah.
This is a Warpro, because I'm realizing we just haven't even like talked about the core Endgame. Well, it's like, yeah, you guys redid the Atlas, by the way. We haven't got to that yet.
We put a lot in this one.
So, the change to map, I call it that because it's just like, it's not June's map anymore, it's just map. Just kind of made me giggle the first time I see it. So, what's I mean, the quality of life around this, for one, I like that you led with that as part of the showcases, like, here's all the quality of life bonuses that this means. Oh, yes.
I mean, it's a pretty big deal. I know that there's this immediate, and even internally, like, you have this like, yeah, this is what we're doing, and people are like, what? Hold on, there's like a shock factor, like, wait. But then you get to explain, like, here's all the benefits we get from it. Here's the bloat we get to take out, I like to call it, because you no longer need this and this and this to achieve these different goals. So, like, it simplifies things down in a really good way from a UX standpoint, and also a trade standpoint. You know, and from completing your Atlas standpoint, like, all of these things just become so much more clean and simplified, and you now don't need like 3, you know, for example, you don't need favored maps anymore. A lot of what was special about Kirax missions, or good about Kirax missions, was helping you complete the Atlas. That's now redundant.
You get to trim so much fat. Like,
it's gone, by the way. There's
Harbinger orbs. You got rid of chisels at the same time as well. Finally,
just base
after all
chisels,
these
just
years.
base
Thank
chisels, by
God.
the way. Maven's chisel still exists for clarification, but it's 1 chisel for 20 quality, just to be.
Oh, nice, good.
Yeah,
Sick.
yeah.
They were just so much. They were just like pointless busy work. I always felt that way. I was like, stupid chisels, I hate them.
You do get bonus quantity in your maps based on the completion of your atlas. So by the time you fully
Yes.
complete your atlas,
Yes.
you have actually slightly more quantity than what chisels would have
That's
previously
true.
provided.
Yeah,
That's
I know you gotta,
true.
you gotta like make sure they're like, oh, it's all right, guys. We didn't take that 20% away from you.
That's 25 now.
25. Right.
Well, and of course, you know, there's Voidstone mods which apply to your whole atlas. You've got
I mean, the whole Egan system.
yeah, you've got
That's the big one.
and you got more atlas passive points than before. You know, so it's lots of
I
like
think 7 or 8 more.
It's so nice to be able to get rid of like there's this thing where like you just can't add infinite systems to the app map device. It was kind of getting crazy, and I know we obviously got rid of the master buttons a way back. Now we've got rid of more of the stuff. It's like getting way more simple, and it's just like the process of using the map device, putting in your map, and running a map, just being and rolling that map, being as clean as possible.
Yeah.
And then being
It's
able
like
to
3 clicks instead of I got 2 dozen. So.
and then being able to, now, I mean, I'm excited for the future here, but being able to interact with your atlas as a physical space with mods and the stuff like that is really cool. Like, I am the kind of player, I think you are too, who likes to run. I like to run many different maps.
Yeah, I like having sort of short to midterm goals in the end game, which is one of the reasons why I'm really excited for the whole Egan system, because it's like, ooh, now I know I'm going to run these 7 maps, and that'll give me a reward at the end, and also increasing juice as I do so. I don't know. I was gonna then go into how you can sort of bisect them and stuff, but I feel like that might be getting too into the weeds.
No, I did want to ask you about that because, like,
Sure.
I didn't realize that from first watching it. It's pretty funny. Like, I saw
Thanks
the
for
blobs and I was like,
45
oh no,
euros,
here we
Kanye.
go again.
No,
We're not gonna have
there's
some,
no-
like,
there's
shape
no
of
elder ring
elder. You
management.
have to make the elder eat the shape of
No.
blob, not fully.
No.
You have to make sure it stays
No, no, no,
alive
no,
in its
no.
digestive tract. That's how you get the optimal.
No. The loop here is you put the blob. Okay, we have a better name than blob now, but that is the internal name.
Blob's a good name.
You put the blob on the atlas, then you run the maps in the blob. There's no like,
great.
oh, I have to micromanage it to make sure that it's doing the exact right thing. And if I run the wrong map, then it's all ruined, and I have to spend 7 hours fixing it. No,
Especially
it's-
because you can just take your map and just pot it. If you just do them, right? Like, you don't have to be like, oh, I don't have maps to do this part of the blob.
oh yeah, you
Which is
just
amazing.
Have, you just
That
have
was-
the map item.
That was really
go wherever you
frustrating
want,
with those
and that
map
is
systems.
also, to be clear, you can still go wherever you like. You have freedom of choice to pick whatever map it is you want to run. Like, you use the map item on Mesa, do it. You use the map item on Strands, do it. Whatever.
You even made that keystone, so like, oh, you don't want to do different maps in the blob. You could still do the blob. It'll just do it randomly.
Yeah. So I guess to get into those weeds is so you say you have a blob that's like a long, thin, map line of 7 maps.
Yep.
If I run the map directly in the middle, I'll then have 2 smaller blobs of 3
Cut it in
each,
half.
right? One of them will be removed.
Dies.
And so you can more quickly clear the blob off your atlas if you just care about the Templar Vault reward.
Yeah, so if
but
you-
you get a little bit less
Yeah,
juice
yeah.
if you do that, because every map that you finish juices all the other maps.
Yes. Oh, that's a really cool
So you have
idea.
this like sort of tension, this push-pull between, do I want to get the maximum amount of value out of my astrolabe that I used, or do I want to get to the vault as quickly as possible?
Yeah, so if you run like all of the outer areas of the blob and shrink it into the one
Yeah.
last map, it'll be a super juice map.
It'll be
Or
very
you just
juiced.
cut it in half a couple times and then you rush to the end.
Yeah, I wonder why
scenario.
targeting
Which
at the job
the
too.
main motivation behind that decision is it means that every astrolabe has a sort of minimum value.
Okay.
Like, maybe the meta shakes out so that people don't really use the blight astrolabe very much for its juicing for whatever reason.
Right.
Then that ends up being like, okay, well, I can buy those en masse and then go just blitz through them, do like 2 or
Right,
3 blights
yeah,
and 2 or 3
yeah.
maps to get to the vault and get that
It's the
reward.
rush one.
Yeah, so there's like those subtle tactics.
Clever, yeah. And
wanna spam the
non-annoying.
vaults.
Like, this would be annoying if you had to like trace down the specific maps and like micromanage it and it
I
was
think
moving
what's-
around on you.
This is something I haven't explicitly discussed with Mark, so maybe he'll disagree with me. But I think what's really important about these Atlas sort of effects, I guess, these geographical events, is that they're transient. Like, you don't want something that is something you're going to have to manage for basically indefinitely. You want something that you engage with, it has an end,
It's
then
just
you
a
go again.
short-term sort of
Yeah, like
little
this is a
goal
really
project.
good system for making short to mid-term goals.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
that is it achieves that goal very well. So yeah, good.
Awesome.
Just Also, by the way,
Project PT.
his blight thing was a hypothetical. I know people.
Sure, I have no idea what the players will think of what I don't. There will be an astrolabe that is the cheapest one, right? I don't know which one
I
it'll
looked at
be.
you and saw it in the corner of my eye, blight nerf, and I was like, no, wait. Well, there might be a blight.
truth to every
There
comment.
might be a
I'm pulling
blight
on my
nerf.
microphone here. I'm getting too into it.
There might be a blight nerf, but
I don't know. If Andrew was here, he would know.
I mean, I had a question for later. I was just like, Blight's a bit buggy and laggy. You guys looking at that at some point?
You're not wrong.
They're not.
yes,
They're
but
not.
it's just a limitation of that's what happens when you spawn that many things.
Yeah.
You just get too many things, and guess what? Nothing can handle that. So, but that's the kind of thing where it's like, no, they're going to remove half the stuff, and it's like that's part of the fun. And but yeah, like look, if
I mean, you had a Blight Ravage map, so you obviously don't. You're okay with a certain amount of that.
there's a little bit of crazy, sure, but like the answer might end up being like less objects, but objects are more valuable, stuff like that. It's just a matter of that's a performance optimization issue more so than a balance problem in this regard. Not to say there isn't also a balance problem. There might, maybe, but the goal primarily there is to make the performance not such a horrendousness, and the only
patch
real way
notes
to do
yet?
that is to reduce the amount of things being spawned and increase the
Anybody
value of
playing
those things
Marathon
to
is
then
good?
compensate so that it isn't necessarily a nerf. It's like not a often there's like it's an engine thing, or like there's a back end performance thing you can do. And maybe there is something you can optimize here, but honestly, this one is just a straight up like what they're going like, what do you expect to happen when you have this many things on screen at one time? And I'm like,
no,
I
it's
want all of my frame rate, and but then they're like, yeah. So
beta
often
today or
there's
demo
like,
or
is it an engine
server
problem? Is it
slam or
a like
something.
programming optimization issue on the more like back end or instance? And then it's like, often sometimes it's just the game designers need to calm down.
Need to be a little more disciplined.
Yes.
Tier 17s, I know
slam.
you had a personal gripe or issue with those, as you were like, you designed some of that stuff. You felt personally responsible,
Yeah.
Octavian, for some of the issues that came out of Tier 17 modifiers and the economic aspects of those. I was pleased to see that it seems like T17s have been pretty much they're pretty much gone. There's this new Nightmare Maps system that seems to be tackling a lot of the issues with that. So can you kind of like explain how that works?
Well, one of the goals with we've done a lot of little changes. Well, some of them bigger than others. We've done a lot of changes. And one of the main driving goals was to make it so that T17s don't feel like simultaneously this access to Uber bosses and also just the absolute best pinnacle thing. You have to be doing this if you want to be competitive in the economy, right? Because there's 4 or 5 layouts for T17 maps, and
it was so restrictive.
If your end game choices are there's 5 different maps you can do, but really 2 of them are better than the others, or maybe even one of them is, and so
Why do
it
you
just
have these
feels
100
like
other maps?
exactly.
Barrels.
So yeah, sure, barrels. And so one of the things right off the bat is I believe they now share the same mod pool as originator maps. Correct?
Yes.
I'm 90% confident on that.
Yes, they do.
Which helps bring them in line with originator maps.
Yeah.
And they are also, if you're eagle-eyed, you may have noted that they are on the outer corners of the atlas and not within the inner quadrants, which means they're not affected by the new Egan system.
They're separate.
Yeah, so if you want to be maximizing every layer of juice in the game, you are inherently not going to be in one of these new Nightmare maps. You are going to be running originator maps within the Atlas quadrants to leverage the Egan system.
And you're choosing between the two potentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, what a result. Ultimately, they're still decent to run. They're not like just ultra trash. However, they're more towards the boss.
Yeah.
Killing the boss, getting the boss keys.
That was the idea, right? To make them an access gate for.
And they're more deterministic in that regard as well. Each of the individual Nightmare maps is associated with particular.
I'm guessing the
Uber boss
Nightmare maps
friends.
are still the same
So
layouts.
that's kind of to help give them more identity in that direction of it's the access point to an Uber boss.
Yep. Awesome.
It should be. It's definitely just much easier now if you want a specific Uber boss to go and kill that specific Uber boss, because you have the Nightmare key is. It's a lot of keywords. It's like keywords, but it's like you get a specific map item, so to speak. You can run any of them, and then each of them generally are better at target farming a certain pinnacle. So choices up to you, and they don't have that like this is the best juice in the game problem that they were, which is what was happening before, and so
They were a bit of a chaos sink before. Is that something you're like worried about or monitoring? Like the idea of
we're concerned on chaos on a couple levels. One is that, and the second is, with no Kirak crafts, there's chaos sinks. So,
Sure, yeah.
But as we said, we're doing a bunch of changes around currency items and with the whole ground drops, and so I suspect
Kirak
what we'll end
crafts?
up looking like is we will be increasing other currencies over chaos.
The fuck is a
not the
Kirak
bad ones.
craft?
Other good currencies over chaos more, so that we don't just end up with the like absolute infinite chaos. But I can see a world where, yes, there's going to be
Zana
chaos
mods
will become less valuable this league. Like I
Wait.
don't see how I never can be certain with these
Is it
things.
gone?
But I'm like, I have a decently high level of certainty, unless I'm missing something here, that without those two sinks, you're just going to end up with lower value of
you go.
chaos for sure.
Yeah, diverse your chaos portfolio now
interesting.
based on Mike's comments on the Q&A.
I am curious if us saying that we anticipate that will have any sort of impact on the actual
Surely,
early
right?
price
Like,
of
it will.
chaos.
It'll have an impact for sure.
Well,
Right?
Interesting.
Yeah.
When it comes to economies,
well.
feels over reels, man. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm telling you now, your chaos are worthless.
Yeah, we're moving. We're back to GCPs. Let's go. GCPs,
Who knows?
GCPs the
Maybe.
trade currency.
One thing, since it was just tangentially with the Kirak missions being gone, there's a lot of mechanics that are capable of doubling or tripling up. So something like, say, I don't know, settlers settlers loot objects, like the mineable things.
Yeah.
So in most of those cases, I believe all, maybe most, the base scarab that adds that content just adds more of it now, because previously you could get more of it from the map device craft, and we wanted to keep the max you could get in a map.
I mean,
same.
the Zana mods
You've been
weren't really a
making sure
good
that
game
people that
feature
feel like
anyways,
they've been
because like
robbed
it's not
with
like
these
you're making
changes.
a
Oh, yeah, for
choice.
sure.
It's just
Gotta-
like
gotta be done.
you
It's
need
just
to
not
click
what
it,
we're gonna
right?
do. If it happens, it's on accident.
Yeah.
Generally,
Like, it's
if it
just
isn't,
a-
would-
The point was
button
to
you
kill
click,
the busy work,
you
and
know?
I'm here for it. Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Chiseling maps isn't fun.
I've been saying this for years. I feel very vindicated right about now. Okay. Originator and memory maps on the other end of things had these weird pedal powers. They're weird and awkward. I don't know when to use them. I have to read it. It's too much text. What are you guys doing with the pedal powers, man?
I mean, they're gone. Some of the benefits they caused are now on the altars at the when doing the, speaking of keywords, memory strands.
Yeah, we were
Which,
going through this the other day.
yeah.
Like memory thread strand. Fragments,
Strands, I think, are the thing or the
lines,
items.
Memory strands, memory tears.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
That's one of those.
I
as
can't
well.
remember.
So yeah, when running those, you can get them on as altar enhancements, and so the altars are kind of better. But yeah, no,
Also,
they were annoying.
the
They're
memory
annoying.
threads are, I think, if I'm using the right term, the things you use to create Egan's story and kill the bosses to help Zana.
This is a problem.
Or to
is a
follow
problem.
Zana. The memory lines things. Those are itemized now. And you can thus trade them to other players. You can save them to use for later.
Yeah,
there was
you don't-
previously a problem with where if you were partway through one of those and you got tired of running it and you went back to running your normal Atlas, now you're just kind of locked until you go complete it, right?
Yeah.
So itemization helps avoid that.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you get FOMO because you're like, oh no, yeah.
Buy them,
I
you
gotta
can
do
sell
this.
them, you
Great.
can farm a specific one, you
Awesome.
can,
And
just better.
that means it's also not like, because there's this whole thing where it was like a weird thing. I don't even know like how it activated half the time, and it was like in a separate map device.
Yeah,
in a
it-
guy.
It feels more connected to a choice you're making now rather than just
It's
a
all,
thing.
it's all the one thing, and yeah, you get to make that specific decision. Fantastic. We touched on Delve. That's good. I think we addressed that one pretty well. So on that one, then we have a few extra just random unsorted questions.
Okay.
I actually I don't normally include a ruthless question. Sorry, everyone, just block your ears for a second. One person asked me a ruthless question that I thought was actually intriguing. I thought I'd ask now. So in ruthless, you can't hide items on the loot filter, which I was surprised to learn. Made me laugh. Does it have to be like that?
it's the idea was if that with ruthless, really what a lot of what ruthless is a it's meant to mean that you don't have the whole items on the ground that don't really matter.
Yeah. That was the vision.
And so the idea was like, if you have to use one, then we've failed. That being said, I don't think that those two, I would be okay with enabling this, and I'll talk about it. And the idea really is that what I think loot filters can do very, very well. Well, I don't think that whether or not a player wants to hide an item, we should make them not want to hide the item in the filter. Like, that's the failure, not no, we're going to make you unable to hide items. So if we're succeeding in that regard,
you don't need that answer,
then
right?
ideally when they're making the filter, they wouldn't have any hide lines, right? That's us doing it right. So the fact that there are items wanting to be hidden isn't doing it right. But more so, the thing the filter does really, really, really well is improve the formatting, highlighting, what's escalating levels of what's important,
sunflower
all of that
seed
stuff
stuck in my
very well.
keyboard.
And as I'm saying, these things don't have to be at odds with one another. Like, you can do the drops right and still have filters. I think me from 2 years ago wouldn't have given the same answer to that, by the way. Certainly it is a philosophy I've changed. Like, I might have even been me that said, no filters and ruthless. I don't remember. So like, I'm certainly okay with it. And I think if that point where people are going, oh, I'm going to hide all this and this and this, then we need to be doing more work on the item system in that regard. Which is a universal thing. That's not ruthless specific, right? As I said, if everyone's hiding all the rare items, then we're failing on rare items. That's a problem. However, and that applies to a bunch of things in the game. It's like, why are we dropping so many items if the general is no one wants it? Now, obviously, some people might not, and that's where that comes into play. But end of the day, I would expect it to be. I don't want to have a specific philosophy there, because I think that at the end of the day, if we're like, we don't want you to be able to hide items, that's our fault for making you want to hide items. That's not your fault. So you shouldn't have to have a bunch of stuff on your screen that you don't want because of that failure of ours. So.
On the random questions, so you can't pause on the options menu, but you can pause if you open the passive screen first. It's kind of weird. It's like,
that's a good point.
Button? You have to open
There's a specific.
We are implementing that.
Great.
It's meant to be you can pause, do whatever you want, and then unpause at your leisure. Not to say that the passive tree won't still pause, because full screen interfaces will still pause. But there was a specific options thing where...
I don't know where my key puller is.
It was honestly weird when you had a panel that's just left aligned, like pausing you in the options. I know some people want it, but then also on the other hand, like having your game paused and then you're changing kind of graphic settings also kind of gives you this thing where you're like, or when you're changing certain options, you then can't appreciate the changes. But ultimately, the real answer is implement this pausing system properly. For both games, mind you. It's on.
I'm trying to find my key puller, and I'm trying to get this.
Which game gets it first, and then the other game will get it. Is kind of honestly the race condition at this point.
I've got a couple rapid fire ones. How does Reliquarian work with combination with actual uniques? Has that been tested? Like Widow Hail, for example?
Anywhere where a stat isn't purely Boolean.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to pull out a key with your fingers, you know that?
Yeah.
Right, yeah. And that's for you guys to figure out.
100%. Oh, yeah, that's our responsibility.
That's their problem.
100% increased and 100% increased. You got 200% increased. Yep.
Yeah, great. With the change making fossils only come from Delve, can synthesis maps be the source of synth items again?
I mean, can. We'd have to look into that.
Sounds like it hasn't been considered yet.
I'd have to look into that.
I'm not against it. It's not. It's at this point with a week to go, it's unlikely to be something that makes it into 328. But that is a very good question.
Yeah. Cool. It has been. It has been seed. The seed has been planted.
Yeah, it's in there now.
I have my personal quality of life question here. So, like, I'm just going to ask this in a very certain way here. Like, just have like a tiny little area where we can pick up just only the exact same specific currency types. Just, like shards, life force, splinters, just stuff where there's no decision making. I know, because you want to make decisions about what items you're picking up and what items you're not picking up. It's part of the game. I understand that. So just items that have no decision making, where you're going to pick them all up anyway. It's just about reducing the number of clips. And I know you want a bit of a weight to them. Hold on. You want a little bit of a weight. You want a satisfying experience in picking those up, right? That's really meaningful. I understand. I feel that. I believe that. But I think, like, something is diminished and lost when you have to click 8 times to pick up that light force, and you, like, misclick and your character walks out of the way and stuff like that. What if when you pick it up, it goes... Oh,
no,
so
Ziggy.
Satisfying. It just gets slurped into your character with this cool, like, animation or something like that.
No.
What about something like that?
No.
I was going to say, I would
Bad
sooner
Ziggy.
merge them on the floor before doing that.
That was my follow-up question. Since I know we can't have that, it's written on the page. Since I know we can't have that, is there any thoughts on better shard stacking?
But look, honestly, that's a. I'll tell you what. I'll bring that up again
I got
today.
it. Yeah.
But without being able to have a good yarn with Jonathan on that one, we're not. It wouldn't even matter.
Scripted encounter.
When you have things like, well, there are certain levels of philosophical things that are obviously from the ancient times, as I now call them.
Sunflower seed.
Since while we were talking about 27 expansions ago, and there's things that are probably 27 before that. You know, there are these things that you can't just make up on the spot for sure. You know,
Yeah.
I'll bring. You know, you come upstairs and bring it up,
Okay.
and then we'll see where it goes. And then
do
you can be the hero
I'll do it.
or the villain. No, I'll be the villain. You be the hero. But we'll go up and discuss it afterwards.
Yeah,
and
I'm
let's
just
see
trying
where
to
we go.
get a like a bare little tiny, just a little foot in the door here, maybe. Just like plant the seed, maybe. Just
Hey, take advantage of the things while you're here.
I'll do it. I'll do it. Just point me where the direction I need to go.
Nah, just come and discuss it with Jonathan and I legitimately, and
will.
we'll see where it goes.
All right, that's what
I'm
I'm
going to say there's a low chance on that changing, by the way.
I'm still going to plant the seed because
I
I didn't ever think asynchronous trade would happen. Or
I don't want to ruin your
so.
hopes, but yeah, I'd say low.
never know.
But
Dude,
yeah,
clicking
I
all
mean,
this
with
shit
how much-
after
with how much
harvest
stuff
is
is
the
changing
most
lately,
fun
like even just
part.
the base maps and everything. Who the heck even knows nowadays?
I know. I'll grind you down over the next 10 years, just like asynchronous trade, right? It's happening eventually, one day.
All right.
Thank you both very much for a good chat and Q&A session. And Octavian, for the first time here, this was great. Hope you enjoyed yourself.
Wait, so what are we supposed to do
This
now for
is
30
dull.
minutes if...
Gonna do it again?
I would like to.
Yes, you are doing
Doing
it
it,
again.
you are doing it again. This is not
You're
choice.
you're doing it again. Yeah, hopefully we get Andrew on here next time.
Bigger couch.
You know,
Be back next time for bigger Q&A, bigger couch, more hours, more of us really.
We just
need
keep
to go
doing
to
that
the
every
bathroom
time until
afterwards.
half the company is here.
yeah.
It really, yes. All right.
Might get
Thank you very much,
yeah.
folks. See you later.
All good. Thanks heaps. Appreciate it,
Fish
everyone.
boss? I've only killed the eye and the worm on my current run right now. So do we have to wait 30 minutes for patch notes or like, you know, I don't know. I don't know if we're waiting here or I don't know. I meant to upload the reaction. Not good at Minesweeper. I also haven't played in like me. Why me? I'm just kidding. Yo, massive. I mean, I wasn't planning on going anywhere anyway, so. Thanks for the raid, Path of Exile. Patch notes? Hey, my music. Hey, that's me. Yo, welcome. I'm not good at stalling, so if the patch notes aren't up, I'm sorry. I'm not good at stalling. I'm not good at the art of stalling. But we're gonna hope they're up. But yeah, that looked like a banger. That was a juicer. We needed this. Oh, where did the patch notes go now? Yeah, I told you 3.28's gonna fix everything. I told you, dude. Action. 24 minutes. Yeah, it's Jover. $24. It's like it's gonna be like 3 hours here. I know what to do. Here we go. Radel. I'm not an ad farmer. Be Act 1 before patch notes? It'd actually be close. It'd be close, actually. 8 to 12. 50 to 75, 80 to 120. 500 to 700. Ring? Yeah, I'm feeling Angler's play it. I'm pretty sure it's a ring though. I don't know, I think it's prismatic ring. But the 500 to 700 is like that. What would be on a ring for that? And thanks for the Prime Shadow and World. Here's a just cheat. 62 on, okay, so I mean it's a definitely an armor. I wish I could like sort the things on this website, you know? Astral plate, yes. Dude, you remember when astral plates were this? +1. Bro, that's definitely not mage blood. Starter, yeah, I'll do the flow chart, of course. Flow chart every league. I don't think, does Void Battery just have a 60%? I don't think that's Void Battery. Knowledge brings power. 41. Hybrid strength int. What the hell is that, dude? LE damage, item sockets, int requirement. Wait, I think they showed this in the trailer. Hold on. Did they sure? No, not that. Maze? Bro, I wish I could just search by like the base type. This was in the trailer. Not the lantern. There. Wait, what did they do with it in the trailer? It was in here, right? Yeah. Oh, it's the ground staff. Oh well, I did want to look at these. Oh wait, are the supporter packs out? I could look at those. I guess those are always out like instantly, huh? Yeah, this is probably the best league in a while. Looks good. Looking good. Hmm. Oh, these are old. I don't know. I think I might get the scroll one. Not sure though. Yeah, I approve. Dude, how you TPO with the portal scroll and then you step into the portal scroll? I mean, come on, that's kind of sick. Did the Q&A bring any other bingos? That's the question. I don't think so. I didn't see any whole uniques. Oh yeah, new Foulborns. Yeah, that was pretty close actually. That was a close one up there. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, they're practically removed, but I guess this is kind of a check mark. Kinda. Did they show the bloodline? I missed that. Oh, no nodes, okay. You know, does it count as a Jin? I mean, I should have just said new bloodline. I mean, if it's from that boss guy, I mean, it's probably a Jin, right? No, John, Path of Exile hosts me. Big thanks. Massive. I mean specifically for builds on that one. Don't worry, the patch notes, 14 minutes. It's gonna be crazy. Crazy early balance changes. Yeah, I mean, got a bingo. There is the bloodline. Yeah, I mean that's basically a Jin if I've ever seen one. You know, it's from the League mechanic. Yeah, Nightmare Map's the new 17s, except they're not something I guess you're gonna really want to focus on farming other than for the bosses. This is about to be the slowest 13 minutes of my life. Alright, got a bingo, GG. Bro, there's no way they added Temporalis. Operative Strongbox is back. That Scarabs? Dude, it's been a while. Now we'll see. The patch notes could add a couple more check marks here. I guess I can put X's on the things that are definitely not happening. I'm guessing no, they didn't show any, I don't think. I'm unsure about this one. Thanks for the prime reds. Hey, you think RF got buffed? They have to buff RF, right? Yeah, I saw the Eclipse gem. Do like Enlighten and Empower still exist? Yeah, I know it's all three, but like, did they merge them into this one gem, or like, do the other ones still exist too? I've got a new idea for a League Star video. Tell me what you think. So I'd compile every monster and NPC in the game, right? Smash and pass, rate all of them. What do you think? That'd be good. I might get the scroll guy. And do the incursion vacuum boss. Smash. I want to see the Did they show numbers on that big celestial rain skill? I think they did. I want to take a peek at that.
League's new endgame boss.
Is it in
Itself
holy
can further
or-
cascade
These are like
and so forth.
exceptional skills. Yeah, the new Essence has some crazy stuff on it. Transfigured gems, that's not it. But in
These
here?
hammers cause area damage where they land, so clustered enemies are demolished by repeated impacts. When successfully hitting an enemy with hold,
On a transfigured gem. Yeah, it is a support. Yeah, I haven't watched the new Chris video. Yeah, it's such a good timeline. Chris becomes a content creator. That was definitely not on my bingo card.
the Mirage and fight your way through the monsters created next to a strongbox. And this has some side effects. Mirage. One of their lanes is one such artifact. Enemies sending a power above.
Yeah, massive
These
raid.
hammered, bloating holy armor.
Hey, thanks again.
A glowing mace that follows you closely. These weapons are minions. Retaliation skill, which will allow you to unleash a cone of holy light upon enemies after blocking a hit with your shield to create purges.
Okay, where is that
Able to
rain
consume.
thing?
Perfect for
Yeah, there's like 89 Route 2 pets now. Although I think this one captures his personality pretty good compared to the other ones. Oh, I think here it is. Oh, got it. Okay, here we go.
not as worthwhile to will be super strong. Use top to customization, but there's existed which is B of resurgence. Specific ports will powerful root of resurgence. Red gems. These investment for a character. But there's existed a gulf between the more interesting ones, such as Awakened Spell Cascade, which has a transformative effect, as opposed to some of the late game is to new how many.
Oh, wait, what do we got here? I think that's brutality. I have no idea what that is. Maybe. No, I don't know what that is. Intensify. Night. Is that Trinity? It looks like. I don't know what that is. Falling Strike. Is that like Iron Will or something? Unleash. No idea. Multi-strike, Bone Chill. Blasphemy, Shockwave. I'm curious what the Shockwave one is. Curious what the Shockwave. Well, that's not calling. Maybe faster Proj? Or... No, that has like an arrow on it. Oh yeah, that's Calling Strike there. Fork, Chain. Echo. I have no clue what the other ones are. Chance to Flee? Oh no. Oh, Void Storm. This is what I wanted to see. Not be triggered within 3 meters of you. Cooldown time 0.5 seconds. Attack damage 140. Create a void storm that blinds enemies in it. Entering the storm will cause it to explode, dealing attack damage. Max 3 storms, gain 1 stage per 0.2 seconds up to a max of 10, gaining AoE and damage.
Support, which causes your raining attacks to create celestial storms of energy
Dude, that looks
grow
so
over
sick.
time, detonating as you approach for massive damage. Defeating the
Cold Archmage.
incarnation of neglect may win you the Frost Mage support. Similar to the existing Archmage
Yeah,
support,
I mean, this definitely looks good. Maybe that'll be a good cold
rewarded
skill
for stacking
again.
mana
Or
to enhance your
build.
spells with
Yeah, I feel like it's been a while since Cold's been in the spotlight. They wouldn't work with Archmage because you need to reserve your mana. Yeah, Archmage is like the opposite. Two minutes. 2 minutes. Yeah, I like the Teds. One minute. 1 minute. It should be here. It's there. Alright, we're in. Control F. Earth Shatter. Top end effectiveness of 329 from 393. Okay. Still good. That's a pretty, what is that? 329 divided by 393. 17. 70% damage nerf. I think you're a little off. Oh, overexert? Okay, overexert. 10% more damage for each Warcry, previously 18%. Okay, there's that too. But then the quality gives 4% more. I guess Archmage? Nothing. Detonate dead. Nerfed. Oh yeah, Fusilade's a good check. Oh, it got a transfigured gem. Fusilade of detonation. Wave your wand to create multiple hovering kinetic projectiles of a short duration. They explode, dealing area damage. Does that mean they just stand in front of you and don't move? Does that mean it's melee? Clustering? No clustering nerf. Yeah, does that mean melee wander? I mean, yeah, it could be a projectile, but they just don't move. I guess it just explodes. Smite. Alright, I mean, is there anything else that's worth a control F? Coin, Divine Blast, Hammer Strike. Alright, Transfigured Gems. Totem that shakes the earth around you, they showed that in the trailer. Static Strike of Gathering Lightning. Attack with a melee weapon gathering a Gathering Lightning buff for a duration if you hit an enemy. If Gathering Lightning attacks the skill, cause chaining beams of lightning. Which chain further, more Gathering Lightning you have. Oh, Penance Brand, yeah. Penance Brand activates every 1 second while attached, previously 0.75, and now pulses deal 20% more damage, previously 30. Quality now deals 15% more damage, previously 10. But normal Penis Brand is buffed. Wait. Okay, well 10% more, but lower effectiveness. Doesn't have the less ailment damage. I mean, there's no way they nerfed Viper Strike, dude. Wait, actually, it is there. Viper Strike of the Mamba. 30% less attack speed of dual wielding, and each weapon hits separately of dual wielding. Wait, now 30% less attack speed of dual wielding, and each weapon hits separately if dual wielding, dealing 20% less damage, matching regular Viper Strike. It also now cannot inflict multiple poisons in the same hit. I didn't even know that's how it worked before. Wait a minute. Storm Burst. Places an orb immediately on casting rather than the first orb being placed in a one cast in the process of yeah, that's actually a massive Storm Burst buff. That's actually massive. And nobody cares about Storm Burst, but I like it. It's cool. But because the main problem with Storm Burst is you have to, like, the channeling sucks, but okay. Let's go from the top. Oh yeah, wait, Elementalist. Liege of the Primordial Notable no longer has 50% increased effective buffs granted by your totem. I mean, golems. Chieftain buffed. It's got double chance to explode, but half damage. But half damage, 250 damage is still fine, I think, with the explode. When you're blowing up 250% corpse damage, like you're still one-shotting everything, and now you have more explosions. I think it's better for more consistency. Okay. Charge dash of projection. Channel to project an illusion which you steer. You gain stages on moves. So Orb of Storm is Squalls, an electrical orb that strikes enemies in AoE with beams lightning, as well as when you use lightning, so yeah. When striking enemies, the orb will teleport to a random enemy struck. Yeah, this one could be sick. That one looked cool. Player changes. Intelligence now grants 1% max ES per 10 instead of 5 int. That's fine. Energy shield's still good. Okay. I mean, if you instag, you're getting like 20 plus K energy shield anyway, so, you know, it's like, it's fine. Voltaxic Rift. Now treats enemy Chaos Res as inverted and no longer has hits with his weapon. Shock enemies 300% more damage. Yeah, that's kind of sick, actually. Wait, I didn't even see that. Auto exert reserves more mana too. Oh shit, another Earth Shatter nerf. 20% reservation. Yo, actually, wait. I don't think I put slam nerfs here, but it happened. Yeah, I forgot. Righteous. No righteous fire buff? Oh, missed opportunity. Yeah, Earth Shatter's probably okay. It's probably like a... Seems like a B to B plus skill now to me at a first glance. Still good for sure. Nova Procession. Cast a ring of lightning around you, followed by a larger lightning nova. Each effect hits enemies caught in their area lightning damage. This then repeats with each repeat offset from the previous in the direction of your target. Yeah, the Chieftain changes an RF buff for Stormburst of Repulsion. Unleash orbs of energy while you channel that repeatedly jumped away from the target location until their duration expires, dealing damage in a small area after each jump. Stop channeling, they all explode. Siphoning Trap of Pain. Okay, that looks the same to me. Blessed Call supports Warcry, causing them to create consecrated ground. Excommunicate melee attacks, causing them to deal percentage of fizz damage as extra fire and lightning, and excommunicate enemies on melee hit. What does that mean? Do we know what that means? Yeah, I mean, Peacock already got nerfed last league, right? So. Excommunicate is they can deal chaos damage. Interesting. Interesting. Exemplar. Supports minion skills, causing your minions to have increased crit and multi for each of your own recent crit strikes. That's a weird one. Could be good though, with like the combo with the thing that makes your minion have your base crit on your weapon. Hollow. Support melee attacks, use yourself, causing to inflict Howling Flame on hit. 10 new rune graphs. 13 new uniques, 8 new div cards. One day I will submit my div card. I forget if I have 2 or 3 div card entries saved up now. One day I will make a div card, don't worry. I'm just waiting for the perfect moment. Drowning orbs no longer move towards players if there are no other enemies in range of the player. Wait. For the blobs, the influence blobs on the map, did that keystone... It sounded like... Is there a downside to that keystone that lets you run the same map over and over in the blob? Do you not get the extra mods or something? Or like, is it actually just an auto-click keystone? Hey, thanks for the prime life after death. Yeah, okay, yeah, I can cut the blob in half and then it if the blob gets cut in half, then it deletes the smaller half. You gonna get to pick which mods to do first. That's true. Yeah, I guess you'd want to do it in the correct order for Big Juicer. It might be worth not using it, but we'll see. Yeah, I'm so glad they changed pedals. I need another drink. I'll be right back. But back to business. Anything juicy here? Yeah, I wonder how rare fracture. So you can't. Can you not target fracturing orbs anymore? I guess. Those might be expensive. Unless. Were they moved to Mirage? Or is it just like global drop now? Or rather, is it targetable at all? Yeah, they said global, but is it targetable in Mirage? I wonder how rare they are. Like a sacred orb or something. Yeah.
Oh, the weary traveler draws close.
Wait, you don't have to
the
kill
end of
Uber
the path.
Elder anymore for the Void Stone? Huh. Thanks for the Prime Tour. Wait, oh wait. You only get the Void Stone from Searing Exarch and Eater of the Worlds. Extra Void Stone is from Incarnation of Dread. Okay. Hallowing Flame? I forget.
Oh, the weary traveler draws close
Thanks for
to
the
the
Prime
end of
Terror and
the path.
Akuru. I'm sure it's about to say it, but where do the majority of your Atlas points come from now? Do you still have completion on each map, or like what? I missed that. It's probably about to say it here in the patch notes, but bosses now only require 4 fragments, previously 5. Someone said Blood Notch is nerfed, but I haven't got there yet. Maven, it's Eater and Exarch, Shaper and Elder, Maven, and Incarnation of Dread, right? Yeah, because Awakened Gems are gone. I wonder, does she still have a chance for the Enhanced Gems or whatever they're called? Oh, all the chisels are nerfed. Maven Chisel, 40 rarity from 60, 10 pack size from 20, 50 div cards from 100, 50 scarabs from 100, 50 currency from 100. Oh, exceptional, yes. Lineage Sport Gems. Yeah, I mean, it already had a name in this game, though, so. Hours move to Exarch Altar. Reduce the amount of items dropped from explosive barrels in the fortress map. Yeah, you get the built-in quality bonus thing. Efficacy of Ambush of Discernment has been reduced. Lower the bonus granted by Blight, Scarab of Invigoration by 20%. Blooming no longer adds additional non-boss waves of monsters to each Blight portal. Blight Heart no longer doubles the number of waves spawned in Blight encounters. Now it guarantees each portal has 2 additional waves with the chance for 3rd and 4th. Horned Scarab of Awakening now grants C60 plus areas contain the bosses from a random Maven invitation. In the bosses from a... Oh, it can be like, you can get like a Feared or something. You think they actually dropped their items? No way. Guarantee Abyssal Depth. Exceptional Rogue Exile. Betrayal Scarab Unbreaking gives a chance for Syndicate members to not lose ranks when they're interrogated. Logbooks always drop with 4 modifiers. Here's the amount of ore gained from ore deposits. Rituals to contain an additional rare itemized corpse monster. Okay. Do you think the ritual QL change is going to be enough to make me remember to click it? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if it's enough. I'm so bad at getting my ritual rewards. Yeah, wait, can you like pre-chisel your standard maps right now? Yo, get clicking. Get clicking, dude. No longer enrages beyond boss on Loma, instead summons boss of other factions. +1 count on defeating unique delirium bosses. Combination of apparitions can now spawn Pantheon shrines in addition to Conqueror. Influence the Scarab of Conversion no longer grants a chance for maps to drop a Shaper Elder Conqueror unique. Now spawns a Conqueror Elder Shaper Guardian or Synthesis boss to accompany the map boss. This additional boss is guaranteed to drop a Shaper Guardian Elder Conqueror or unique. Okay. That's kind of cool. Legion Scarab Command. Chests that are broken out, a chance for the chest rewards to be applied to the monsters. It breaks out, also make the monsters more difficult. Reroll ritual twice. Hunted traders can no longer... Yo, hunted traders are gone. That's kind of like an era has been deleted. Hunted trader stuff had been in the game for a long time. It was a good scarab to just chuck in if you didn't know what the last one would be. Scarab bisection split into 2 separate scarabs. Increases the effect of suffix or prefix. Okay, Ormus Arms can be supported by Spell Echo. That's kind of weird. Okay, all the base mechanic scarab seems to add an additional thing. Following map's been added back. Shrine, meh. Fungal Hollow, yo. Fungal Hollow is underrated map. I like Fungal Hollow. Pen, Carcass, Lair, Bog, Terrace. I hate Terrace. Siege, Dungeon, Relic Chambers, Cold River, Coral Ruins. Wharf, I like Wharf. Fields, Plaza, Cage, Spider Lair, Courthouse. Yo, I like Courthouse too. Graveyard Gardens, Haunted Mansion, Haunted Mansion. Reef, Dry Sea, Foundry, Dig. Removed. Recognize Coliseum, Waste Pool, Thicket Academy, Infested Valley, Cells, Desert. Toxic Sewer, RIP. Precinct, Shore, Spider Forest, Estuary, Channel, Bazaar, Glacier, Villa, Ramparts, Museum, Desert Spring, Temple. Underground River Plateau, Phantasmagoria. Yeah, Dune's still in, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, no toxic on the map where you can run the same map over League. Sucks. Following maps can no longer roll. Players' minions deal no damage for 3 out of every 10 seconds. Petrification statues, reduced action speed, marked for death. Chance to remove life, energy, or remove 5%. Impale, Awakener's Desolation, throw fewer trap. Why remove the Impale one though? That one was fine. Throw fewer traps, less speed, and damage is taken from Summoner's Life and send totems. AFK Ultimatum is dead. Yeah, still got Jungle Valley, still got Dune, still got a lot of good maps. Wait. Oh no, wait. Cold River added back to the Atlas. I thought Cold River was already in this season, no? Hate Cold River. Working River. I wonder how fast you can farm a good amount of ore. Chiseled Perfection House passive now grants 3% increased effect of explicit mods on your map per fragment used with map. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, there might be like an OP map with Mirage because of the way the mechanic works. Some map might be like really OP. Yeah, we got Glacier or something, and it'll stack all like a map you can stack a bunch of mechanics in one spot. Yeah, we got Glacier or something. Oh. Oh yeah, they did remove Glacier. GG. I missed that. I didn't see Mesa removed. Yeah, it's in. Okay. I got some Foulborn changes. Foulborn's barracks for sight can no longer roll ignite enemies you kill explode. Embalmer can no longer roll on killing a poisoned enemy. Nearby enemies are poisoned. Wait, what the hell else does it do? Wait, Guardian of Sentinel doesn't have a duration? Yeah, that's sick. Red Dream now has passive granting fire all res, also grant life at 50%, previously 75. Anathon motion, 3% accuracy, previously 5%. Fire of the Storm has mana, 1% mana every 4 overcap lightning. Previously 1% per 3%. Yeah, well, I was wondering that too, why they nerfed Talborn, but I don't know, sometimes they just do that. Harbingers of departed Rayclast. Yeah, I mean, they kind of sucked. Wait, Essence have a stack size of 10 now? Oh shit. Yeah, dude, my earliest memory I can think of as Harbinger is like a clip of baked chicken dropping coins on the ground and picking them up, saying he's playing Harbinger League. Picking up pennies out of the rug. Mapper's gold wage cost increased by 25%. Can no longer return cluster duels over I-83. Fractured orbs are just a global drop now. Wait, the beast crafting recipe to reroll an awakened spore gem now sacrifices an exceptional spore gem for 3 high-level, high-quality support gems. What the hell is that, dude? That's like the lab option where you sacrifice a gem and it's gonna give you nothing, probably. Unless it like... Is it 2020 or 2120? But it would say corrupted or something if it could be 21. Betrayal. Hit that flood now as a Foulborn unique item. Trapped stash. Random breach ring for Foulborn currency. Originator maps, Rin, trap stash with scarabs. Pora Cardo scarabs. Transportation incubators. Isn't 2020 better than 2120? So you have the option to double corrupt. If you're at the point of double corrupting your gems, you're not going to be going to Einhard to sacrifice exceptional gems for a chance at the gem you want to corrupt. That's not happening. Viewed belt? What do you mean? You just squip it? I don't think it had like a... I don't think it had a weird requirement or anything. You just anoint it. Possessed Legion modules can no longer release tormented spheres while being broken out. Yeah, even at 3% accuracy, that claw's still pretty good, I think. I'm guessing you will not be able to get that belt early game, but for everybody using it late game. Well, late game before Mage Blood, I guess. Oh, that new unique one looks pretty okay, too. I mean, if it's easy to drop, everybody's gonna use it, yeah. Holy Slam, Herald of Purity, and Domblow have 33% more effect. Anime Guardian of Smiting now has minion deals 76% more damage, previously 38. Smite has an impact rating of 2.1. You know, I've wanted to play that. This skill is actually like pretty cracked if you invest into it. Oh my god, it's gonna be crazy this season. Maybe I'll do it. The smiting Bob is actually kind of crazy. Consecrated Path. Got like a 10% buff. 15. Yeah, the new belt is basically like a mini Mage Blood and you don't get Quicksilver. Pretty good. If you can get it early, it's really juicy. I mean, no Quicksilver is gonna suck ass, but... Oh, wait. Oh, can it roll different shrines? Can you get it with, like, acceleration? That could be interesting. Yo, acceleration red shrine or diamond? Okay, that could be juicy actually. I didn't really think about that. That could be pretty juicy. If it can actually get different ones. Energy Blade, now quality grants 10% attack speed instead of 5% more max energy shield. Holy Flame Totems goes up to 6 proj. Orb of Storms can now be supported by Spell Echo. Okay, I don't... Why would you want to do that? I don't know. I guess why not? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say you probably can't get Divine Shrine. Already read the Penis brand. Portal no longer has its casting interrupted by self-damage. Yo, they killed the damaging Portal build. You don't know the portal no longer has its casting interrupted by self damage. You don't know what that is. Let's pull this up.
The first thing you must realize about our build compared to all other
Rip cast on portal, dude.
The interaction over here is when you take damage during the initial animation of Portal, it cancels the animation. So basically what happens is I use Portal, it cancels the animation because I take damage from Enmity's Embrace, and then I can keep holding Portal and it'll keep retrying the animation and keep getting interrupted as soon as I do the animation.
Funny build. Yeah, dude. That guy got his own patch note. Raised Spectres no longer gain a hidden elemental damage bonus when converting their Fizz to elemental. I didn't know that happened. They also now scaled their monster level more at gems past 20. Level 30 Spectre is now 85, previously 81. How much bonus did they get? I didn't know that. Static strike zap range of 2.5 meters, previously 2. Base duration of 4 seconds, previously 3. Beams deal 30% less damage, previously 40. Storm Brand? Yo, wait, that's a big Storm Brand buff. The flat is like... It's like a... massive, okay. Like nearly doubled. Then the effectiveness is up 25%. Deals 80% more damage with hits against branded enemies at all level. Oh, but it loses 50% damage there. Okay. Yo, I miss the glory days of Stormbrand. That was good. Penis Brand got nerfed. I mean, it just triggers less now and does less damage, so. Yeah, no Fooslade nerfs. Fooslade's pretty good. Should I start it? Would that be my starter? Maybe, honestly, I don't know. It's pretty good. Yo, they shit on Viper Strike of the Mamba. They absolutely shit on my Mamba. Winter Orb, prod speed modifiers not affect the time it takes for projectiles to impact the ground. Oh, interesting. Well, not really, it's still shit. Yeah, I mean, Mamba, I mean, it wasn't that OP, but it was really good bang for your buck build, but you had to go, like, pure melee, so. Yeah, it wasn't, I don't know if it deserved to get shot that hard, but. I mean, it's still playable, probably, but. Well, actually, the part that each weapon hits separately is pretty bad. Yeah, it's probably not. It's probably pretty rough. I don't think I would play it. Well, the problem is, right? Mamba, you were trying to get like one big hit, right? You stack a bunch of those cluster jewels, and now if each weapon hits separately like that, the second hit is essentially useless because you're scaling a ton of damage through the cluster jewel that unpoisoned enemies has a giant poison on it. So that's the big nerf right there. Oh, okay, wait. Yeah. Hold on. Wait, okay, wait. So if the new, I'm moving back to my normal spot. If the new awakened gems are called greater, does that mean there's no GMP anymore as a normal gem? Or it's not clarified here. Look right under it. Existed. What, this? I don't get it. This line? Under that. Okay. And? Yeah, I don't care about lesser. I'm saying is greater, is GMP an exceptional skill now? what I'm saying. I'm guessing it's still normal too, but kind of, well, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if that's an exceptional one, that's kind of holy. That's kind of rough for some builds, dude. Yeah, I mean, surely they buffed it if it is an exceptional, right? Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. Guardian, Sentinel, and Radiance no longer has a duration. Permanent minion and 36 more moves. But yeah, that's pretty juicy, actually. That's nice. I'd always forget to summon that. It's pretty nice. Yeah, Awakened Gems are gone. Yeah, it sounds like it's an exceptional gem now, which is weird. Well, I don't know. Like, it sounds like an exceptional gem for GMP, but that would suck. What, you can't get GMP till you're like level 97 or something now? Like what? Okay. Unless, yeah, I mean, maybe that LMP is getting 5 proj and it's just multiple projectiles, but you'd think they would mention that, right? I don't know. Oh well. Gain 10% of fizz damage as extra lightning for each of your howling flames that could be removed from an allied hit up to 80%. This node could be cracked.
Oh, the weary traveler draws close to the end of the path.
52 years of supporting just to remove the Blue Man Group. Time for alcohol to make a return.
Thanks for the 52-year resub onion. Oh, that's why people are saying Blue Man Group. Harbingers. Yes, I get it now. I was wondering why people were saying that. Oh, yeah, bloodlines are core. Warden. 25 damage of each damage type from spell hits per bark. Previously minus 15. Avatar Wilds now grants 100% more LE damage while unbound, previously 80. Hallowed Flame and Lancing Still Spraying and Holy Relic of Conviction. I've never seen an actual Lancing Steel build. I've only seen it for like triggering things. I mean, Harbinger was kind of a outdated mechanic. And softcore is just not like not worth doing. At all for sure. And then like I don't know, it's like you couldn't scale how fast you killed it. It was kind of dookie. Opportunistic damage can't be reflected. Okay, Saboteur. 30% less damage to triggered skills, previously 35. Clockwork now is 50% cooldown, previously 40. And now damage of enemies hitting you is unlucky. Yeah, maybe they were, I don't know about League Start, but I did a Harbinger profit test once, and when I converted it to softcore, because I was just curious, in hardcore is like 8 or 9 div an hour, and then I converted to softcore is actually like 2 div an hour. And that was with me playing. Now just imagine a normal Joe playing it. They're probably getting like less than a div an hour. Yeah. Am I getting trolled? Saboteur, the calculated risk notable. What the hell is that? It's not there. Wait, am I stupid or something? Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah. Damage hitting is unlucky. That's pretty good. Yeah, that was like a 3.25 or something. I don't know. Elemental is Golem nerf. Bloodline changes. Might, Heritage, Contempt. Bloodline skills now grant their respective aura power while you have minimum Frenzy Endurance power, respectively. Previously, none. Okay. Isn't that kind of huge? Oh, who's all? Is that him? Yeah, that's pretty good. Breach Lord. Otherworldly appendages notable on the Breachstone bloodline have been renamed the Cryogenesis. If Int is your highest attribute, all added damage is treated as lightning damage. With Dex, then it's cold. That is interesting. Wait, where'd they? I didn't see anything. Eviscerate, Ignite, Ellie. You mean you just mean the Golem change or? Rebuke? I mean, that's not there. The filed forces. Oh, yeah. I'm Aurora, 4% more attack per minion. Previously 2. Summon spectral tigers from the hunt leader now. 50% less max life, but deal slightly more damage and have increased attack speed. Lycia, the Sinner Saint now converts 67 of fire coal lining to chaos. Okay. Stormbrand seemed like it should be relatively the same at my first glance. Yeah, Mamba's dead. I still don't think you're gonna play Stormbrand, is what I'm saying. Unlit Silhouette. Added chaos equal 25% of life cost, previously 20. That's good. Olroth. Boon of the Mountain now grants 50% less DOT while you have Unbroken Lord.
Traveler draws close to the end of the path.
How did you know I only shower once a month?
Hitting for a 6-year prime mode and because you're a PoE player. Enhanced Starlight now grants 70% increased reward from equipped armor items, previously 40. Bro. Okay, I've gotta play Award Stacker this season, dude. They actually buffed it. Holy shit. That's so cracked. Dude, the ward thing was slept on big time. This node is crazy. Yo, that's actually gonna be a lot more. You get a ton of ward flat on items. Yeah, what's the... Oh. What should the flowchart theme be? Portals? Like sand portals? Mirage? I don't know. I think portals are a good option, but... Kook. Goals isn't bad either. Oshabi now grants 50% increased effect of marks while you have elusive instead of 50% increased stealth. Okay. Two new clusters west of Templar starting, one granting accuracy and effect of consecrated ground, the other granting accuracy and attack AoE.
To the end of the path.
Protection that provides 50% of damage from your hits cannot be reflected. Wild Force is no longer refreshes duration of Ignite. Yeah, that's a rip. Thanks for a 10-year reset, Conan. Evasion and ES Mastery. 1% evasion per 10 int. Previously 5. Fire Mastery to refresh Ignite duration on crit has been replaced. Mastery 12% fire dot multi. 50% increase Ignite on you. Beano's buffed. Blood Notch Duel now has 20 to 30% damage taken from stunning hits. Is recovered as life. Previously 40 to 60. Rip. Sensuous Sanguis gets 300 extra energy shield. Now has maximum recovery per energy shield doubled. Hands of Heresy now has melee attacks have 1.6 crit chance against excommunicated enemies. Mroe gets 50% increased AoE. Yo, Quinn buff. That's a Quinn buff. Miner's Glare now is attacks to use yourself repeat an additional time and attacks to use yourself at 50% more attack speed. No longer has 10 to 20 increased attack speed. Wait. That might be kind of good, actually. Wait. That's kind of cracked. Wait. That's pretty good, actually. Lionized Glare, that could be something, for sure. Pledge of Hands gets up to 100% max mana. Shaper's Touch has 2 accuracy per 2 int, previously +4. Yo, these gloves used to be so nice to just slap on a build to band-aid fix. Tybel's Lament now has 100% reflect reduction. Soul Taker Axe now has eat 2 to 4 souls when you kill a rare unique enemy with this weapon. Ooh. Supreme Truth, Howling Flame on hit. Full Taxic Rift treats enemy monster chaos as inverted. No longer shocks as dealing 300% more damage. Yeah, that could be good. Full Taxic Rift. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Low Spike now has 40 to 50% less impale duration, previously 25 to 40, and now 20 to 30 chance on melee hit to last for one additional hit, previously 45 to 60. Does that kill the cheese build? I think so. I mean... Oh wait, only 30% for the strongest one to last for one. Okay, I missed this part. Yeah, okay, that's dead as fuck. That was such a goofy build, dude. Currency items now account for a significantly larger portion of dropped items. It was like basically you would use Earthquake, the transfigured one that the longer it exists, the more damage it does. You would actually, I might have my character still. Hold on, let me see if I have my character for this. Oh yeah. Cosmetic you get from challenges? What, from this? Why is this game doing this again? Stop. Whatever, we're gonna watch it like this. Did I die? Oh no, it still lives. Okay. Bro, I don't know what's wrong with this game doing this.
What news?
Okay, basically you have... Wait, you know what I'll do? Just gonna window it. Basically, so these, you get a really big hit with Earthquake. And then you consume the same impale 1,000,000 times, because you have 100% chance for the strongest impale lasts there an additional hit. So you use Earthquake, and then gets 15% more damage per 0.1 duration, and this is how long it lasts. So that's a lot. And then Fist of War for big damage, overexertion, and then Ruthless, you will, on like a boss, you'll hit twice and then use your third hit, and then it explodes, so it just does like billions of damage. And then you weapon swap, and you have to Cyclone and consume the impale like 1,000,000,000 times. That's the gist of it. Cool build, really annoying to play. But you one-shot Ubers on like a 1 div budget, so. I think so, but that shit's some straight dookie. Lowered how much modifier tier rating is granted rare items granted from Kingsmart shipping, mapping, gambling, and the Genesis tree. Nope, no WASD. Relative rarities of several currencies adjusted. Exalted and Regal Orbs now comparatively more common. Oh, wait. Isn't, which one of these lets you use the third ring? Oh, there you go. Okay, I guess you can still go nameless and get the third ring to use the impale strat. Okay, yeah, you can go nameless to use 3 low spikes. Although, that's a lot of less impale duration. So I don't know. Wait, actually. Wait, this is actually cracked with that new belt. The new belt that you can't use potions. You get the ring for free. That's actually cracked. Like, that's cracked. I didn't even think about that. Flasks are disabled. Utility flasks are disabled, but it doesn't matter because the new belt doesn't let you use flasks. Yeah, unaffected by poison, which isn't bad. Or ascendancy points. What? Or you know how to count? 1, 2. Yeah, you can still tincture with that new belt, right? It just says flask. So yeah, you can still tincture. Left side is like a forbidden right kind of thing. Life stacking. Gain added chaos from life. Yeah, Molten Strike Zenith didn't get hit, true. Essence's stack size of 10. Runegraph Refraction no longer has skills chain additional time. No, it's projectiles chain additional time. Oh, hey, they didn't. Wait, did they not nerf the. Oh, they nerfed the Golem cluster jewel too, damn. I guess they didn't nerf the rune graph that decreases debuffs and increases buffs. That's nice. Oh shit. Low tolerance. Deal 200% instead of 300. Yeah, dude. Mambo is already dead, dude. Is already dead. Come on. Ruthless specific changes, yeah, now that's what I'm talking about. Wait, quick step skill now is 200% increase cooldown recovery rate of use while no enemies in your essence. Yo, actually. No, I don't care. Still not playing it. Bro, please, just make it go over gaps. I would genuinely do like one Ruthless run a league if I could just go over gaps, but I'm not trying to play on these shitty maps. And well, I guess I don't have to anymore. Actually, wait. Yo, actually, wait, that's a massive ruthless buff. With the new Atlas. I didn't even think about that. Yo, maybe I do a ruthless run this league. Not at least start, but like just later on down the road. I don't know, it's some random monster, I guess. We're back. Yeah, Fusilades still fine. You probably don't go Elementalist though, yeah. Another meat stick. I have a very important question. And this is a pay attention if you're new here, just to set the tone. Do you think, I don't know if I should ask this from a PoE raid, from an official PoE raid, but fuck it. Do you think a fat person or a fit person would taste better? Like, if you, like.
Ooh, the weary
Thanks for the
traveler
prime
draws
tap.
close to
Fit,
the
fat,
end
you know,
of the
actually, you know, people are pretty split on this. People are pretty split on this. Anyways, I made this one out of a fat person. Yummy. Yeah, I mean, I think the real answer is probably like something in the middle, but you get a muscular person eat lots of oranges for like a year, then barbecue them, they taste nice. You speaking from experience? Yeah, it did Ninja, pretty cool. Got a hard piece. UI and QOL. Add a buff icon for easier tracking of dead orb specters. What the hell does that mean? Wait, is that why Wagyu's so good? They just constantly massage it? Wait. Yo, this is a massive downgrade, actually. Look at this. Map items are no longer required to set guild tags. Okay, so if you didn't know, your like clan tag or your guild tag, each map had a different character that it corresponded to, and you'd have to put that map into like a window to get your tag. It was kind of cool. It affects like nobody, but that was kind of cool. And I mean, this is better QOL, but like, you know, it's kind of cool. Yeah, I don't mind stuff like that, like adding weight to the game, like with some stuff like that. I think it's kind of cool. But yeah, I mean, it affects nobody, especially not me, but. Wait, what's the change that kills cats when stunned? Oh, the bloodletting jewel? Wait, the arrow or blood notch, yeah, whatever it's called. Arrows at the edges of the Lycia Bloodline Ascendancy last artwork are now 100% in line with the chevrons of the Witch, Duelist, and Science starting locations. What? Okay. The cows aren't fat, they're beefy. Any good bug nerfs? I mean, changes or whatever? Fixed an issue where level up effects were visually unimpressive the first time they occurred in a PlayStation. Yeah, that's massive. Yeah, every time you'd use level up effect, like it had to load the textures in, and the first time you leveled up, it would look like shit. The Harby message sounds roughly along the lines of Harbingers of the Arcane are moving on to the messenger. Cool. I thought like the Harbinger language was already completely like figured out what it means. Didn't people figure that out a while ago? Oh, not completely. Person who figured out most of it now works at GG. Who, Noodle? I didn't know she's the one who figured out most of it. That's cool. Alright, well. That's the patch notes. I do wanna do this. Content list. I want to make a list here. Okay. Starter flow chart. Some build guides or something. Smash or pass every NPC in PoE, including monsters. That's gonna be a banger video. I don't know. I don't really need the content cop PoE 1 that much. It's more of like a PoE 2 thing. Um, I guess I can turn Papa John's back on. I'm not doing anything. New league is March 6th. So a week and 1 day. Patch notes summary video? Probably not. Usually when I make like I've tried making videos like that, but they don't really do well. League starter videos like I don't know how like videos that are like general information, I don't do too well when I upload them usually. I don't know if it's too much competition. I think it's just not what most people watch me for. I don't know. I mean, there is a lot of competition, but there's a lot of competition on like build guides and stuff too. So yeah, I guess a top 10 league starters or something. Yeah. Top 112 league starters. I could do a like biggest winners and losers, I guess. I don't know. Even that kind of video doesn't usually do well for me. I don't know if I've done one like that. I'll try maybe a patch notes biggest winner and loser. Where are they now with the unemployed harbingers? That'd be kind of funny. Well, have we seen the new Balborns? Was it in the video? I don't remember seeing that. Actually, you know, that'd be kind of a sick idea. I reach out to like past streamers and do a "Where are you now?" interview. That'd be pretty good, actually. I do gotta. Should I try and do an interview before the league start? Yo, Path and Math would go hard. I don't know if I have a way to get in contact with him though. I'm sure somebody does, and then I could just yeah. That would go hard actually. I should do that one day. One day I will. I will. I'll try anyways. Interview Chris and have Path and Math as a surprise guest. I don't think Chris would appreciate that. I don't think Absolution got any changes. Oh, I lied. Yeah, I guess so. Yes, it is. I missed that. Absolution is fine. Phase debuff duration of 3 seconds and mini duration of 15. Sentinel's Absolution have 40% more AoE than Power Lightning Blast and deals 40% more damage. That's pretty good actually. Yeah, Path to Math is banned. That is pretty good actually. Yeah, Blight farming's. I think pretty much every popular farm is nerfed, yes. Who's that dude that loved Assassins more damage? His stream started popping off, had a kid, and quit streaming. I don't know. I have no idea. You got more descriptions or something of that? Fall absolution. Oh, does Pat the Math have a Discord? Yo, are people typing that still? He is not unbanned now. Yo, that's a good idea. When you get banned from PoE, it shouldn't say you're banned, it should say you're exiled. I'm probably not gonna do it for this season start, but I do at some point want to do like a history of PoE dramas video. I do at some point want to do that. I think that could be pretty entertaining. Yeah, but you're exiled from being in exile. I don't know. Dude, PoE drama goes crazy for the unemployed, okay? This is all they got, dude. Don't make fun of them. PoE drama goes crazy for the unemployed. Cognitive try interview. I think Tries tried to interview me like 3 times actually. The first time we had a date and then he like canceled it last minute because his kid was sick or something, which like, you know, I mean, yeah. And then the other time I was like, yeah, sure, I'll figure out a date, and then I never responded. The next league for sure. Interview a more timid streamer so we both just sit there? What do you mean? Did I do good in the interviews? You didn't see my DM interview? Well, I've got the hard-hitting questions. Someone I don't... A date, like we had a date for the podcast? A day and time? Oh, he's married. An appointment. Yeah, but who would I interview that I don't know well? Well, I don't know a lot of streamers well, but I'm like, I don't know. I've only interviewed DM and Root 2. I do like one a year. One interview a year. I do want to start doing more though, but my interview formats are kind of high effort, and I don't really like putting in effort. They're not your typical interview podcast. Yo, the DM one actually popped off. It got like 40K views. That's damn good for a podcast. Get Rise out of retirement. I mean, Rise still streams occasionally when he has something he wants to stream. Last time Rise streamed was in September. It's not that long ago. I mean, it just takes a few months off and then plays something. Oh, a Steve interview would actually be good. A Steve interview, that would actually be good. Not a bad idea. Steve interview? That would be interesting. Patch. Very good, yes. Nobody's missing on walls. Yeah, I'm going ExileCon. Yep. IRL streams are too hard to do. I might play Crimson Desert for like a day or two or something, but I mean, it is in the middle of this PoE league, but I might try. I've been wanting to do more like a little bit more variety and play new games that come out. I actually get like pretty good viewers doing it, so I might check it out. Winners. I don't know what else I'm gonna do for the next couple hours, so let's do this. I'll do the winners and losers thing. Actually, though, I need to I do need to quickly upload that, my reaction thing. Okay. Winners. Absolution. Yeah, they never give specific numbers on something like a tree rebalance. Yeah, maybe I should just be pasting these. Make it easier, but it's not palette. Dude, I'm so mad I had done installed Notepad++. Well, I guess I didn't have to. I just had to update it, but like, man. Maybe I will make a poop fart and eat it or something. And just make it bigger. Okay. This Mamba slams in general. Elementalist, yeah. Wait, what happened to Exsanguinate Mines? I missed that. Yeah, wait, what happened to that? League good. Oh yeah, Chain's like an exceptional gem now, I guess. Oh, the Rune Graft. I haven't played it. Next cooking stream? I don't know about cooking stream, but I still have something I need to do from the subathon from the PoE 2 early access release, where I want to make PoE potions. I think I might do that before this league start. I kind of want to do that. But doing that and an interview, that's a lot of stuff. Spin to win with pizza. Another one league? Not on Elementalist, it's not, but yeah, probably. Oh, Blood Notch, Castle and Stunned. Pizza Sticks? Yeah, that'd be crazy. That'd be a cool sponsor. Get sponsored to play Pizza Sticks. Yes, energy shield. a penance brand. Cast on Portal. I mean, isn't the default skin for pizza sticks basically like a big pizza? It's basically a giant pizza, you know. With that damage, no, probably still not starter vibe. Well, maybe, I don't know. I wouldn't start it. But you know. What I'm gonna do actually. It's too bright. I'm trying to do something here. Hold on. What was that? D4 bad alternate. Hey, nice. Merch purchase complete. Thanks. Let's do this. Do green. Oh, can't read that. Right. That's ugly. Perfect. Okay. Energy shield. Earth shatter on the slams. General movement does blood notch. Pause weapon effect, and you just leave the stream open for like however long it says. I have bad as the gold nerf on Ellie. Um I mean, it's pretty bad. They nerfed cluster jewels too. It's pretty bad, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's back to how it was before with no extra effect, right? I think. So, yeah, it's pretty not good. The golems are like reverted essentially. Maybe I'll do this actually. Losers will go here. And then I just want to paste the whole thing here. Yeah, I wonder how Holy Flame Totem will be at endgame. I don't know how much damage it does. I've never seen anybody use it past leveling. Yeah, Fuslade's still good. Well, don't copy the fucking formatting, dude. Anybody know how I can turn that shit off so it doesn't copy the formatting when I copy paste something? Any Google Drive gamers? Oh, I turn that shit off. Control-Shift-V? Okay, sick. Gamer. Nice. Consecrated Path, nobody cares. CD of Scavenging. Buffs. Looking for buffs. I haven't played Spectres in so long. Every Spectre I can think of is like Fizz to Ellie. What is a Spectre that is not Fizz to Ellie? I don't know what the numbers on that really are and how it compares. Wretched Defilers. I'll just music name Hidden Machinations. Hey, this isn't PoE 2 music. Yeah, RF is a winner. I guess Sweep's a winner. Probably. You log in? Do it. Fatal Flourish will trigger the hands twice for one hit of sweep. I don't know what Fatal Flourish is. Kingsmark Mapper's still basically passive income, yeah. Still gonna be doing mappers. Effects that grant random shrine buffs, guardian purpose, or gold shards and unique now instead grant greater shocking, freezing, and skeletal shrine. What does that mean? Like, I know what it means, but like, isn't that dog shit? I gave shocking, freezing, and skeletal shrine. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you're playing RF and like Juicer, if you're playing RF and Juicer Turbo Juiced Billion Monster Combat, yeah, you're already at a loss. So oh, okay. So it's greater versions of the regular. Okay. Who knows what that does? Yeah, I see it. Do I bother doing bloodlines? I guess so, why not? Yo, banger alert. Yeah, Saboteur does look good. Actually, wait. If I copy that, just the title, it looks kind of good actually. I think Sabo's been playable. I mean, not amazing, but pretty good. And damage that hits it is unlucky. I mean, it's on the screen. Oh, actually, wait, no, okay, sweep. I don't. Yeah, okay. Just for those, I guess. Massive tree changes. The rolling magnet thing? What is that? Unless you just mean leveling with it. Hands of Heresy. What the hell even is that? Wait, Xcommute it already exists? Yeah, shit. Oh, the Sabo. Yeah, that might be a good starting option too, actually. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe, actually. That's a good... That'd be pretty good now. Yep. A little tankier. Alina's glare is actually kind of sick. Yeah, Alina's glare is actually kind of sick. I kind of want to make a build with that. Multi-strike on your bow. Cool. I mean, just don't like don't get hit or something, you know? Easy. Enos Ignite goes hard. No pun intended. What, with the new numbers? I don't know. I don't really know Penance brand stuff. You mean like the normal one? Yeah, it might be good. I don't know. I've never used the normal one, I don't think. Actually, maybe I have when it first came out. And normal might be good. I guess that's all the major winners. I guess I could put regular penis brand, penance brand. Insert. Bro, I don't even know what conduction is. I guess it's good. I have no idea. I mean, that is a good buff, but like, I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what it does. Induction, I've never seen this used. Deals 5 and 9 to 764 fizz, that's pretty good. 50 fizz to lightning. Every 0.15 seconds, but it goes to 0.1 now. Energy spread radius scaled by distance from brand. Magical brand can attach nearby enemy and periodically activates while attached, adding energy to branded enemy and enemies who do not have energy. When the brand is detached, all enemies with energy are dealt damage. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's good or something. It's a weird one. So it's only when it detaches, it does like a big pop, essentially. Actually, Stormburst. Okay, so did Quinn die again?
Time to get back to my base!
Oh. It'd be good if he died right after that. Dissipation with ailments is gonna be bonkers. Why? You just mean the normal one? Okay, so... Oh wait, these aren't items. Skills. Hear me out, assassin. No. Are you Delvon? I mean, probably still Jug, Molten Strike. Well, I mean, I guess that's not a starter, but... okay. Of course I'm still on. I got rated by a PoE channel. Which kind of, I was gonna play Marathon, but now I guess I'm not gonna play that. Maybe I'll do that in a day or two or something. Int accuracy stacker. It got nerfed a little, but it's not dead. It's 3% accuracy now. Yeah, the Relicarian's actually sick. Yeah, let's see. Let's see if I missed anything. Absolution of Inspiring and Absolution. Anime Guardian of Smiting, Spectre, Static Strike, Sweep, Penis Brand, and of Conduction 2, Storm Burst. Yeah, should be nice for Storm Burst totems too, yes. Anything else in the skills that I missed? I don't think so. Actually, wait. Why is... Okay, there is this. Dom Blow and Herald of Purity, they kind of hid this. Or wait, Skill Gem... Wait. Why is it at the top, dude? Okay, so... Yeah, I don't think 3 extra prods are gonna make people use Holy Flame Totem, to be honest. That shit has straight dookie damage. Holy. 153 to 230 fizz, 5% crit, 35 effectiveness. That's a big shit. Yeah. Those are all the main winners for skills. Classes. Chieftain, I guess, is like a winner and a loser. Guardian, big time. Warden gets some. Saboteur, yeah, okay. I guess with Ascendant getting a new, the new Scion, new Ascendancy, I guess. Dude, Warden's really good at PoB getting your number of damage high. And I mean, it gets crazy damage numbers in PoB. Bloodlines all Breach Lord Oroth, Oshabi. I guess Nameless is kind of good, maybe? No, I haven't seen anybody use that. No, Warden is a glass cannon, 100% a glass cannon. Or what does anybody do with that Lycia thing? I haven't seen anybody use that. Um, cosplay ideas. I don't know. I feel like dressing up as one of the Mirage things might be insensitive or something. I don't know. Get canceled. I don't know if that would be. Yeah, I don't know. Actually, I could be a giant hourglass or something. I could dress up as a green blob on the Atlas. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could just go for like a Jin cosplay or something. I could get, I cosplay this guy. Or there could do something with like holy skills. Could do like a Templar kind of thing, even though I'm not gonna play Templar. But you know, could do like a holy thing. I have stuff for that already. I've already done a Templar cosplay before. There's actually a clip I want to see from it. Let me see if I can find it. I don't think so. Oh, maybe. Oh yeah, check this out. This is my I don't remember what the context of this was, but check out my Templar cosplay. I don't know why I did this. I don't remember. It wasn't a league start, I don't think. I don't know why I did this.
That's better. What in God's name is that smell?
Yeah, I don't know why I did that. Can't remember. Does anybody remember the context of that? Because I have genuinely no idea. It wasn't a, I don't think it was a league start though. I don't know. Is there a way I can copy the formatting and then paste the formatting onto another thing? Format. Paint format. How do I do it? I mean, I know if I paint. Oh wait, do I click paint? Okay, so I click paint and then I do the thing I wanted to do like this. Oh wait, what? Bro, what is that? I do bold. Click that and then okay. Nice. Corpus good. Yeah, I used to know quite a bit of, well, not really quite a bit, but a decent amount of like Excel stuff because of my stats class, but like I don't know. Mm. There's got to be like a hotkey for paint format, no? Control C, Control Alt V. Now I want to color code them to how good it was. Yeah, it's Dark Souls 1. Yeah. Babadons. Yeah, they'll swim across the ocean for sure for you. $100%. I don't think I've ever actually had Papa John's. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't know. Okay. Yo, Lionized Glare is so sick. Pizza Friday? My school had pizza every day. I mean, it wasn't Papa John's though, or it was made at the school. What? A Richie thing? Your school brought Papa John's on Fridays if you signed up. Oh, I don't know. My school actually, my school had pretty damn good food actually. We didn't have any like fast food or anything, but yo, you know what crazy to me is some high schools that have fast food like in their actual cafeteria. That's just crazy, dude. Uh, City ruins from near automata is the sound. Yeah, I did not have that, but okay. Rename winners. Rename losers. I want to make all these squares this color. Can't buy Maven invites anymore? No. You just get them for free. Okay, skills. The biggest losers now. Um, do I put the DD of scavenging? I guess so. Wait, why is it a different color now? What the fuck, bitch? Oh well. Patch notes look pretty good. Pretty good balance changes. Well, they did Viper Strike so dirty. I don't think any bloodlines were nerfed, right? No. Out of here, dude. Epic hacker. But why am I still in? Get that out of here. No, leave, bad dog. Your spreadsheet on the screen right now. Yeah, but bro, did anybody use Ward Shatter, honestly? You playing the Olroth Oscrix going crazy Ward time? $200. Is there like a video of this or something? Buff default, I mean, technically, I guess, yeah, kinda. Classes. Plus, I guess it's just elementalist. I guess I can put the ignite. These under here too. Holy fuck, the frames. Frames are going crazy. Oh, well, it looks pretty good. Yeah, alright. Sure. You know what? Sure. This one link having to farm 30 of your gem. Wait, what? $30 of your configured gem. Oh, for the coin. Yeah. Or Evercrypt. Yeah, I mean, just hit it. I don't know. There's been multiple leagues in the past where people thought GCP standard was coming back and it didn't, so I wouldn't put my money on it. default Holy Relic was buffed in a way that doesn't really matter. So kind of, but no, not really. Feel really squishy. Yep, it's a squishy build. Starters are looking good. Pretty much the same ones as before, I guess, minus a couple builds. And then Booslade, pretty good. Couple juicy buffs. Oh yeah, Foulborn. Put these under elementals. What league starters can use Aegis Aurora? League starter and Aegis Aurora in the same word, in the same sentence? I don't think Aegis is super good right now. Wait. Yo, wait. Never mind. Wait. Wait, actually, no, never mind. Wait. Yo, this snuck through, dude. This is big nerf. This makes like boss racing way harder. Yo, actually, that's a boss race nerf right there. Oh, they snuck that in, dude. That's actually a massive nerf to boss racing. Because essentially what it would do is you could just spam your flask a trillion times and never run out, but yeah, Ben's not worried about it because he's a god. Yeah, they snuck that in there, dude. Doesn't even get hit, dude. Okay. Yo, massive Ruthless buff, quick stat. I wonder if they're gonna do a gift sub thing again. For this season. Yeah, but if slams are nerfed, that means Bone Shatter's buffed. Oh, did Bone Shatter use Exert too? Oh, never mind. I haven't looked at a Bone Shatter build in quite a few leagues. Harvest Reforged Fizz. Yeah, what do you mean? You mean Recoms? Yeah, alt spamming's probably not too bad now with the augment thing though. Honestly. Probably not too bad. Okay, I think that's pretty much everything here. I think that's pretty much everything. I just need to... Okay. Oh, I do need energy shield. Not a skill, but... Yeah. Bug it. There is there is that mastery nerf too. True. I don't know. I mean, I obviously would like the shitty skills to be buffed, but honestly, the game like does not need more power creep, but I guess there's a lot of, or maybe not that many, but there's a solid like 20% of skills that are just pure dog shit. I mean, I don't know, like I feel like overall balance in terms of what's actually like just straight up viable or not is pretty good in PoE 1 when you come from PoE 2. PoE 1 is in a way better spot for just the majority of gems being playable. Yeah, I mean, not a great comparison, but like it feels pretty fine in PoE 1 after that. It's like you eat something shitty and then you eat something good after and it tastes even better, you know? I don't know. Not that I'm saying PoE 2 is overall shitty, I'm just saying the skill balance is pretty bad. Yeah, I don't know why Golem. I mean, a lot of people were playing Golemancer. I mean, it was really strong. I don't know. Okay, what I'm confused is how did wands avoid a nerf? I wasn't expecting slams to get nerfed because it's not that popular in softcore, but wands are. I mean, like, yeah, you went elementalist on wands, but you could. I mean, there's still other classes that are playable on it. I'm surprised the rune graph that I'm surprised the refraction didn't like it ended up not affecting wands, which is kind of funny. It was only for like exsanguinate, I guess. Is an exsanguinate targeted nerf? Uh why would it? I mean, maybe. Why would it though? It's not like your tornado was chaining, was it? Did the tornado thing chain too? I mean, if he said it is probably right. That is probably right. I guess I'll put unsure if. Oh, that's about it. Cool. Right, there's a link if anybody wants it. I will verb.
Ooh, the weary traveler draws close to the end of the path.
Thanks for the prime modal. Okay. Now, what do you think? Should I? Yeah. A pizza party. Thanks for the 10-year, 1,000 billion gift subs, Doran. Thanks. Okay. Now, do I figure out another way to stall or do I play marathon? Try marathon? I don't know what else I'm gonna do PoE related today. I could start a run, but I don't know. I don't think I want to do that yet. Is there marathon drops? Purchase one new recurring or gift sub and claim the reward marathon sub burger. List of commands? There you go. I have hundreds of commands over the last 6 years, so luck. Alright, I'll give it a whirl. Marathon, I don't know, it's like some extraction game or something. I guess. I don't know, we're about to find out. I guess I'll give it a whirl. Marathon. Battle Eye. Yo, that still exists? Who knew? Last time I did RF. I did at the start of this league. Well, like pre-league, I guess it would be. I did it for a video. Okay, okay, never mind. It was a language. Oh, fuck. Okay. How old it lets you make yourself. I'm gonna restart the YouTube stream.